YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We're gonna open this dinky, tiny little box right here. Oh boy. Yeah, it's actually heavy. It's not just for camera. So you probably already know what you're looking at, but since this is an otherwise unmarked box, except for here, we'll leave that to your imagination until it gets all the way opened. All right, so here goes nothing. It's kind of a weird box. Not sure exactly how it's gonna open, but we're gonna do it this way. I'm assuming that the retail packaging is inside of here, and so this is just standard shipping packaging. Oh, it's brown too.
Okay.
So we're gonna find out here in a second, but I think this one's probably got an overlay on the top. But I don't know where top is.
I know. Do you want me to?
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna open both sides. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we like to show the entire process, unboxed to in the air. You've probably already seen the flights, which is why you're interested in the Unbox build radio setup, or maybe you purchased this already and you just need some help going along. Okay, this end has a label. Okay, so I'm gonna push it this way. For those of you that are brand new to the channel, we always do the Unbox build radio setup as part of our process because we know many of you need help. Oh my goodness. I can't get it to start. It's like, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. So if you're brand new to the channel, welcome. We're gonna help you get started all the way in the air, okay? Because we know that a lot of times getting started is the hardest part, okay? And if you're just returning to the hobby, this is not a bad place to be, okay? We're gonna help keep you in the air and get you up to speed with all the latest and greatest technology. Up to and including how to open your box. Sometimes it's more obnoxious than other times. Okay, I'm trying to keep the secret. I can see the stickers now.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're brand new to the channel, welcome. We're glad to have you with us so we can unbox this J3 Cub. And this is from Hangar 9. It's all new, which is super exciting. Comes in this big, gorgeous package. And if you look down here, there's another label you can look at. Let me just get this box knocked down. If you haven't ever ordered something from Horizon Hobby, then look no further than the links in the video description below to help you understand exactly where to order it. They work with us as we do with other manufacturers as well. And we're gonna help bring you guys some assistance in the build process as we go through this. Okay, this comes out the bottom, okay. But they're staples. How the heck does this work? Oh, no, that's just to make the tabs.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this whole thing comes off.
Okay. Yes.
So this is a J3 Cub. You can go as big as 10 cc gas motor, but ours is gonna be the electric plug and play version. Okay, so as you know, we have lots of electric airplanes, helicopters, quads, VTOLs featured on this channel from all sorts of different manufacturers, both competitive and non-competitive brands. And so when you buy from the links, you help support us. So if you get some value out of this video, consider buying from the links. We also special thanks to our Patreons that help keep us in business, so to speak. And our YouTube members and super thankers. Thanks, guys.
Oh, sir.
Oh my goodness, this is awkward to open. It's so tall.
Yeah, it's a big box.
Okay, so obviously Hangar 9 is a Horizon Hobby line, but it's also, oh man, look at the decals, they're huge.
They're gigantic.
Goodness gracious. So huge book. Hangar 9 is not the same as E-flite, but this is gonna be a plug and play or an ARF, okay? So this is plug and play.
This is plug and play, yes.
So we do have to install a receiver, which should be no problem. We'll show you all the steps to do it from start to finish, up to and including the assembly. Now this is gonna show all the ARF steps, okay? Which is why you're seeing black and white and many, many steps, okay? You don't have to do all these steps if you're buying the plug and play.
That's a lot of steps.
Yeah, no kidding. Look, step 49 right there.
We're on page.
But I just wanna remind you that when you get a product from Horizon Hobby, you're gonna tend to get the best stuff, okay? It's gonna be better package, it's gonna be a better outcome, it's gonna be a better look, it's gonna be a better feel, it's gonna have the latest and greatest technology in most cases, okay? Now, we work with a lot of different manufacturers, okay? So we see it all. And I can tell you this from experience, the Hangar 9 stuff are some of the nicest planes that we've ever done. but they're also usually balsa wood planes, okay? So remember, we work in a foam arena most of the time. And so when we get a plane that's made of balsa wood, it's extra exciting for us because they have longer staying power. Sometimes they have more beauty, sometimes they don't. But I'm gonna tell you one thing about them, they're a lot more expensive. So plan to pay a premium, but you'll get a premium product.
Right.
Like this absolutely gorgeous, it's huge. Sorry. That is huge.
Huge. Oh my gosh.
I think it's so cool. Okay, awesome. I'm sorry, I can't wait. I gotta pull it out.
Only we had another giant yellow plane.
Oh man, I absolutely
Holy
love
cow.
it. Tap on it, tap on it. That is so cool, like a drum.
Yeah.
Perfectly wrapped. That thing might fall down if it does catch it.
Okay.
Only an aileron, just to be clear, there are not inboard flaps on a J3 Cub, okay? But look at how gorgeous this thing is. And just you guys, obviously you can tell it's wrapped. You can tell it's got a hollow balsa wood core, but look at, even there's fairings on all this. So gorgeous. And then look at this, as this folds out.
Is that just protective?
Yeah, it's just protective, I believe. I'm not sure exactly how you get that on. How do you take that off? I don't know, we'll find out. You probably cut it off. But then this is gonna go to the plane. And these things, really high quality assembly. Big heavy duty servos, pre-installed, serviceability here, okay?
Nice.
Everything is super heavy duty and beautiful. Okay, so can't wait to continue this. And it's ironic because we just did this yellow helicopter just the other day. And so of course I am a sucker for yellow aircraft. I actually really love yellow aircraft. And so this is super cool. Okay, beautiful vertical stabilizer. Okay, so as you can see, it's got the hinge installed. You don't even have to glue it, which is pretty sweet. And let's look at the wheel. This is a tail dragger. Ooh, it's soft.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
And it's
not rock hard.
detailed.
Yeah.
That is so cool. And then of course the control horn is protected with a piece of foam. Okay, so we'll just lay this down right here. We might need to exercise that just a little bit. Now just checking inside this box to make sure I don't throw it away if it's got more parts in it. Okay, we're gonna lay this out of the way beyond the camera shot. And then real quick, we're gonna get our labels and stickers out of the way so I don't accidentally knock them down. But as we look at these, you're gonna have the flexibility to decide if you wanna actually put these on. These are decals, or excuse me, these are stickers, not decals. So you should go really quick. And there's an instrument cluster. That is totally sweet. That is so cool. So actually take this out. Yep, they're all pre-cut and ready to rock and roll. So we'll get those applied here in a little bit.
So if there's different end numbers, I'm assuming there's probably some significance to the choices.
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what to tell you on that, camera crew. I'm sure they'll have something about it.
Yeah, when we get further down the line.
But just looking at this, there are a lot of steps.
Oh, there it says remove the vinyl.
Where?
It said remove the vinyl. Oh, remove the wing panels from the fuse.
Place the foam tubing on a jury struts to prevent damage to the wing during transport. Okay.
So we probably will want to save that if we would need to.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, oh look, it's actually got a slice in it. Does it? No, that's just a press, it's just pressed in. So I don't know if you have to disassemble that to get that off, or if you just rip it off, or cut it off, or how the heck you do that. How do you do that?
There's no slice
There's
in it?
no slice in it.
How'd they get it on there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
Though they must have put it on before they install it, obviously. But I just want to make sure we don't damage it.
Yeah.
Okay, so continuing along, that was obviously one wing. And just to show you, it's all in here with this cardboard. I am not a fan of this cardboard box.
but we typically don't have
We don't have
problems
damage,
with
but it just makes me nervous. I feel like the foam packaging is a little bit more robust. Oh, here's the fuse. I'm sorry, we're gonna do the wing first because I don't want to give you guys the money shot just quite yet. This is so gorgeous. So if you're brand new to the channel, we don't oftentimes do balsa wood planes. The last big balsa wood we did for a competitive brand, and it was a gorgeous plane and a beautiful plane. and it's red over there. But then we also have a red and white one that we did recently for Horizon, the SWS Timber.
Here.
So now, if you're looking for a super high performance plane, okay, that plane is a super high performance plane. It is incredible. Very
Timber
good.
SWS.
Yes. This plane is going to be a different style of flying, okay? And if you can't tolerate that or that's not what you're after, we understand. There's a lot of people that are after a lot of different things with regard to their flying preferences, okay? And we do not, oh, it pulls straight off. Look. Like that.
Oh, it's not a loop of...
That's pretty cool. So you could use that for something.
Oh, okay.
But I think I'm gonna slide this in before I forget. I'm assuming that just like falls in there. So that is sweet. I found that out because I could see this one had slipped off.
Because that one slipped off,
okay. So now, horizontal stabilizer and elevator. Absolutely gorgeous. I just love that noise.
I know,
guys.
it's so cool.
It's so cool. And it's just beautiful. Super tight wrapping job. And by the way, I've built a few planes over the years. I've never got my planes to look this good. This is so meticulously wrapped. Give him a view of the overlap here. See that little cut? That imperfection there?
Yeah.
That is the type of imperfection that I would aim for my best parts, okay? So if you guys are brand new to the hobby and you're thinking, you know, we don't know how these people can build these planes. Well, back in the day, of course, a lot of people built planes from kits. And so you would lay out a big design. It would be a drawing, and you would just build up the wood until you had a plane.
Yeah.
And I've done it a number of times, and I can tell you this, there's nothing more heartbreaking than spending months building a plane that's this meticulously beautiful, only to crash it and have it gone, toast, in a few seconds.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna help you avoid here on Brian Phillips RC. One and dones are a big part of the difficulty that the hobby faces, and that is because people predominantly buy the wrong planes at the wrong time for all the wrong reasons. We're gonna help you make some good decisions. But we're not gonna tell you like you have to do it our way. We're just gonna show you. And if you do it our way, we're gonna give you a better chance at success. Not necessarily a guarantee, but we're hoping that we'll improve the circumstances and odds just enough that you'll come out ahead, okay? Now that doesn't mean I can teach you how to fly in a YouTube video, but I can teach you and help you learn to set things up on a YouTube video. And that is a big value if you're brand new to the hobby or just coming back to the hobby. Because really at the end of the day, our aim is very simple. It is to help get you in the air and find success. Because once we get you hooked, you're gonna be a lifelong addict just like me, okay? And there's a lot of people that were lifelong addicts that had life run in the way. And next thing you know, they're not flying anymore. Okay, so if you're one of those people and you're just coming back to the dark side, welcome back to the dark side.
And if you feel like everybody else has been flying and you are gonna be the only new guy, you're not.
You're not. Okay, these are how they adapt the wings down. Okay.
Float hardware.
Float hardware. Okay, and then these are probably for float hardware stuff too, I think, because that's a steerable.
For the
for the floats. So we'll come back to those bags. I don't know that we're gonna be using those in this build. Full disclosure, this plane does not come with floats, but there are floats offered, okay? So if you decide to get floats, and just real quick, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, you don't know what we do here, we bought a piece of property. We've been working on it for 5 years. This is our pond that we just built so we can fly planes just like this off of it. And the dam runway is on the dam over there, okay?
Yes.
Or it will be, okay? And we're actually working toward
it's icy.
building a hangar. It's gonna be the dam gift shop is gonna be right over there. Where you see that bobcat, that bobcat is actually getting ready to, did some work last week. And then right over here, we have a bulldozer just through the trees. If you zoom far enough, you'll be able to see it.
It's way up there.
And that bulldozer is gonna be helping us to make a pad for our building that's soon to come. We have to, of course, go through a lot of process of permitting and design and architecture and engineering and all that stuff. And we'll be sharing with you along the way all of our process, okay? So small boxes now, we'll see what's inside of here. I'm guessing spinner, landing gear maybe. Oh, it's pilot. Okay, very good.
That's a big pilot.
And he's got a visor on. They must have known this was for me. Oh, that's awesome.
See, cool people wear visors.
People wear visors. This guy looks pretty cool. Yeah, he looks good. Okay.
He's huge.
He is huge, but he's light. Feel him. Usually they're like way heavy. Okay, so we've got the pilot. He's got his headset and everything, so that's pretty sweet. We'll have that guy ready to rock and roll. And obviously this being a Hangar 9, you might notice there's a few more steps in the assembly than what you might have otherwise expected. And so the camera crew and I were hoping to fly this today, but not sure that that's going to be very realistic to assume. We will show the entire build, the entire radio installation and setup from start to finish, so you'll be able to see all the steps. If you're noticing this is a long video, don't be surprised. That's what we do. We do long format content. Looks like some wrapping there. We have 2 seats. Here on Brian Phillips RC, we believe in the prospect that some people just want to see the entire process, and we understand that some of you guys are not going to be able to do that. It looks like hooks, so you can slide these into position. Seats, of course. Cool. And the seats, of course, will pair up with the pilot. There's going to be a front seat and a back seat in a J3 Cub because you're tandem seating, so forward, backward. And that's pretty exciting. In fact, the gentleman that flew into our property with a full-scale airplane, he was flying a Cessna P172D with about, he said, 20 SCTs, so basically upgrades. And that guy just got his tail dragger endorsement. And I think he got a J3 Cub. So maybe someday we'll have a J3 Cub land here.
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool. I actually know a couple of people that have J3 Cubs. One of them has one that's olive drab. That's Dave.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if that's his personal aircraft or if he just has access to it, but I've seen lots of pictures from him.
I like
I'll
the
have to ask
yellow,
him.
but that would be cool too.
Okay, so obviously the landing gear coming out next. Oh yes, absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous here. Look at that.
That's really pretty.
Beautiful landing gear. These feel pretty hard though. They're not rock hard. That's 3.5 inches. They've got the Cub hubcap covers, just like you would in real life. Now, do these splay out? That is just another piece of material in there. I can't tell what it is, but normally there'd be spring packs in there or bungees in the real one, okay? And we have a cat that's trying to get in the box over here. Just need to make sure he wasn't screwing, or she wasn't screwing with our plane. So we'll lay the landing gear over here. I just think it's ironic that the helicopter happens to be yellow too.
Yellow.
Okay, so as we go through the build, we're gonna inject some thoughts. I do not know what size battery this runs on yet. I haven't done any investigation. In fact, the camera crew might look at that as I put some of these boxes out of the way.
On the end of the box sticker, it says that it has 2 props, one for 4S and one for 6S.
Oh, okay.
I did see that.
So it says 4S 5000 or 6S 3200 to 4000 milliamp hours. So if we were gonna fly on 4S, or excuse me, 6S 20 or 6S
3200.
like this, 6S 4000, okay, or 6S 3200. These are 50C packs, okay? So that speaks to the speed with which you can discharge and just the generic quality. It's sort of an ambiguous number. It doesn't really, it's not quite as precise as a voltage or 6S. 6S is very definitive. 22.2 volts is very definitive because 4.2 volts at charge for 6 cells gives you the math for that. And then this also, these packs are rated with a 5C rate for charge rate. Now, that's also a C rating, and that's a C rating, so don't ask me how they come up with these things. But if you're brand new to the hobby and you're saying, Brian, I have no clue what you're talking about, these are lithium polymer packs. They are designed, they have a smart chip in here, which is why you only have one discharge lead, and then this gray lead, which is called the data lead. So with the correct charger, this is the S2200 from Spectrum. You can just slide that in and it will start charging. Okay, step over please. And then you can flip your other one. This is called an IC5 lead. Now you may have older batteries. This would be a 4S 5000, so that'd be the alternative smaller, as in lower voltage pack. This one's a little bit dirty, it's been used a lot. This has what's called a balance lead, but it's still got the same IC5 with that weird data lead, okay? So this will allow you to balance charge your pack, but there's still a smart chip in here. Now, if you don't know what that smart chip is, that smart chip is this thing, or similar to it. This smart chip actually is a battery management system that will automatically charge, or not automatically charge, but it will automatically set up the charge rate settings, and it has some firmware that runs on there that helps the battery to know how to operate, okay? It's also gonna automatically discharge your battery over time as you direct it, or you can turn that feature off. This was just from a pack that I had destroyed, okay? We have a lot of packs. Now, juxtapose that to a dumb pack. This would be an example of a dumb pack. It doesn't have any smart circuit, so you definitely have a balance lead because you have to balance charge it on your charger. And then you have a discharge lead. This happens to be a little bit smaller battery. There's nothing inferior about this per se. It just doesn't have as much technology crammed into it, so it tends to run a little bit cheaper. But those batteries will need a little bit more maintenance in that you need to discharge them after you've charged them and you decide not to go flying that day. Or if you charge them and you wait a long duration, you actually upset the chemistry in the packs and you end up with packs that ultimately start puffing. And I could show you an example, but I'm not gonna bore you with that. They look a little bit round. Now, that being said, after a few years, our experience has been that all batteries eventually do puff to one degree or another, especially when you leave a lot of batteries charged like we do, because we're always fighting to get tight deadlines met for these partners that we work with that make beautiful planes like this, okay? You may not be in that same circumstance, so you may not have that same problem, okay? These are gonna be the two props. So, as we were just talking about the size of batteries, this one's the 14.7 electric propeller, and this is a 1510. So that speaks to the size, so 14 inches, 7 inches of penetration, so that's the pitch, is 7 inches. And then that's E stands for electric. So this is 15 inches, so it's a little bit bigger, and 10, which is a little bit more purchase as well. Okay, so you're gonna have a more aggressive pitch and a bigger prop, a lot more electrical load, a lot less electrical load. And so on the side of the box here, it suggests that, how did they break that up, hon? It's on your book, not on the side. Because there's one for one style of battery and one for the other. And I'm assuming that the smaller prop is gonna be for the 6S. Which sounds kind of counterintuitive.
Replacement parts. It is on the sticker on the box. Includes 2 wood propellers, 1510E for 4S and 14.7E for 6S.
So the smaller prop, as expected, is gonna spin at a higher rate because of the higher voltage. So in our case, we're gonna tend to fly this plane on 6S with a smaller prop, okay? That's gonna give us more prop clearance. It may not look as cool to you, but just remember the sizing on the electrical system is gonna be designed based on these recommendations. So my suggestion is that you follow the recommendations if you hope to have the good results that you'd expect, okay? Now remember, this is a J3 Cub. It's not designed to be a Cirrus SR22T. It's not gonna go 4,000 miles an hour. And it's gonna be a Hangar 9 product. So beautiful, scale looking prop. Absolutely, here, feel
Really
it.
pretty.
Show them up close.
Super light.
So we're gonna unwrap the smaller prop because we intend to fly on 6S. Now, if you decide to fly on 4S, we don't want you to think that that's gonna be an inferior flight performance. It's gonna be a bigger prop and it's gonna be a different flight experience. For you, that might be perfect. For you, you might really want 4S because maybe you only have 4S batteries.
Right.
Okay? But just keep in mind the difference in weight between a 5,000 4S and a 3,200 6S, just to give you a size difference, look at that. They're like the same exact size. Okay, now this happens to be an older, more beat up pack admittedly, so I don't mean to, you know, muddy the waters, but that 3,200 6S is gonna be almost exactly the same weight. Okay, now the 4,000 is gonna be slightly bigger, but not by a large margin. Figure on like maybe 1 cell more worth of size. And this is gonna be one of the heavier items in the plane. So I don't like to put dead weight in my airplanes in order to balance them on the center of gravity. I would prefer to use a bigger battery, okay? Now you might not be in that mindset and that's fine. We just wanna speak what we know, okay? We're gonna keep this, obviously, hold it back. Do you see this cat trying to get in there?
Yes.
Goodness gracious, she's so
Such a
annoying.
weirdo.
Every time you have a box, she has to get in it.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna pull the divider out. And as you can see, there's not a huge piece count here
No.
I mean, a lot more than your average foamy that's of recent vintage, but we're still talking about an absolutely gorgeous and big plane, okay? That's a wing spar. Feel this, how heavy it is.
Wow. And there's more than one thing in there.
Yeah, well, it's probably the...
Tail.
Oh, it's a spinner.
Oh, okay.
Nut, good Lord. Here, grab my nutsack.
That's a big spinner, holy cow.
That is a huge nutsack.
That is.
And then aluminum spar. It's not even carbon fiber. You want to hand me that knife so I can cut this open here, camera crew? Thank you. So guys, if you didn't already know this, the camera crew is my wife of 20 years or more. Feels like a lot more some days.
Time.
But yeah, we've actually been doing this together for 10 years. That is a thick sidewall too, guys. I would normally drop this. I don't want to damage my countertop.
Goodness.
I just scared the crap out of the cats. So that is a big wing joiner. Now keep in mind, for many of you, you're gonna be taking this plane apart, so you'll wanna pay special attention to how much work it is to put it together, or how much work it isn't to put it together.
Maybe.
Because for most of you, that's gonna be a big chore. Well, for us, we fly here on our property, and that's where we fly, generally speaking. We have flown other places. We used to live in a different place where we had to go to where we were flying, but we decided we were gonna build our own little aerodrome here. Okay, now I'm gonna tip this and see if it falls. Does it fall?
Nope.
Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna lift the nose out, try to let the tail come out carefully. Now keep in mind, if you guys are getting a gasser, it's gonna be a different process for you. And I don't mean to pull any punches about that. This is an electric aircraft. It's so big. It's so
Holding it
gorgeous.
like a giant baby.
I love it. I love it.
That thing is humongous.
It's so huge.
Holy cow.
I'm so happy about the size.
Did you
Okay,
fly
now
in
also
your house
let's show them the box.
Empty.
Very basic.
Yep.
Very simple. Nothing super special about the box. Although on this particular aircraft, I'm probably gonna repack all the boxes and just repack the box into the box of boxes, because that's what we generally do, is because we have a lot of planes.
Right.
Okay? That's a good problem to have, by the way. All right, so let's unpack this son of a gun. Rubber band. Camera crew told me to shoot all rubber bands at her.
Did this plane come with its own storage unit?
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so here goes nothing. Sliding it out. Oh, it's so gorgeous.
Hold?
Yeah, hold the tip. Oh my goodness! No, I want to lay it on there. Put it down. Oh, it's so gorgeous. Wow, look at the cowling up there. That is so beautiful. Wow. And then we have this like weird foam thing. Feel this foam ball. That is so weird.
That's like what's on the gear. What is that? Is that like their own little protective?
I don't know what it is.
Don't give that to the kids. They'll want to keep it forever. It's like
a miserable failed wheel. Can you imagine if the wheels were that soft? It'd be awesome. Hello.
That's weird.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I don't know where they get that stuff, but it's pretty awesome. Okay. I just want to point out just how awesome this wrap is. Look at that.
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
so pretty.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I love the look of it. This thing is absolutely a work of art. And this is part of the reason why earlier what I was saying, for those of you returning to the hobby, this wouldn't be the worst place to up here. And by the way, I just want to point out something. They sent an instrument cluster.
Yeah, I was noticing that. Ours has
an instrument cluster. So I'm trying to understand exactly what the deal is. Also, I want to talk about the fact that there are pilot figurine and seats. Okay, so the pilot would typically sit in the back seat of the J-3 Cub, if I'm understanding things correctly. Also, I don't know how this lid pops open, but look at this canopy. It's actually beautiful.
Does that whole front come off too?
It looks like there's a screw hole here. So I'm assuming that this probably does, but I don't know. I don't want to break anything yet. And of course, the motor is mounted and it's already installed. Should be really easy to build this. I do not know how to open everything, but you can see the servos. Looks like Spectrum A6360. Those are all pre-installed. And then the servo lines are all laid out and labeled in full, spelled out in English, which is nice. Do you see that?
And I also noticed that the
Avian
ailerons
ESC.
are separated.
What?
The ailerons are separated already.
Yep, very good. Okay, so obviously you're gonna have how many channels, camera crew? You're gonna have one for the left aileron, one for the right aileron, one for the elevator, one for the rudder, and steerable tail wheel, which is gonna be physically attached.
Yep.
One
and
for the motor.
Throttle. Mm-hmm.
There's no flaps. So
Right.
you can do this with a 6-channel receiver. Now, my suggestion may be a little different than the manufacturer's suggestion. They probably would like you to use an AR637, but because we're using an avian ESC, I am tempted to go with an AR631. Now, this is a considerably cheaper option than the 637T. You're gonna have more telemetry here, but you're gonna have the most critical telemetry still here, fed back. Now, normally, if you don't have an avian ESC, you would need this for pack voltage telemetry, okay? So if it was a competitive offering and you didn't have an avian ESC, you're not gonna have feedback through the smart technology, okay? But because we have smart technology, you can get away with this if you want. Now, if you want more technology, if you want the Vario, if you want more telemetry, you can use the AR637 and you're gonna have a premium experience. But I almost feel like the 631 is gonna be where it's at for this plane. Now, the other thing is the 637 has end pins. This has top pins, okay? For the sake of what we're doing today, I don't know if the top pins are gonna be a problem because this can be mounted here, 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 here. It doesn't matter what direction essentially, but you can't do it at an angle at a 45. That would be unacceptable. You can actually mount it at an angle, but not a 45. Because a 45 will make you ambiguous on positions for mounts. So my suggestion is 631 today, but their suggestion is probably 637. And remember, if you have an older 637 or an older 631 that you already had in a plane, you can update to this newer version of firmware. Now remember, this might be later, you might be watching this in a few years and this will have changed. But if you're just using an older version, bringing it into the version 3 point whatever is gonna get you up to AS3X Plus.
Right.
Which is something you're gonna want to do. It's very low energy, very low effort. And by the way, here's the difference between a brand new package and an old package. The receiver is mounted upside down compared to reverse, okay? See that? But this is every bit as good as that.
And the new ones are labeled with the plus.
With the plus.
Or a 631 plus or whatever.
And then this one doesn't have the plus, but it still has the capability of doing everything that this does. Now, that being said, there are some very old variants of the AR637T that may not have all the features. And remember, the 637TA with the alpha at the end is actually for a bind and fly, as opposed to many of the plug-in flies might have the T in there, okay? So the TA loses some parts of the telemetry like Vario, okay? So you don't have the barometric function, okay? Which is expensive. So hopefully that answers your question. Now also, just so you guys know, should we just like mention our plans? Talk about it real briefly.
Sure.
So as you know, we have been using the NX10 for some time. The NX10, prior to the most recent firmware update, was the only way that you could have 10 channels. And the thing that's so nice about this AS3X Plus is that with that firmware update on all the receivers, there was also a firmware update on the transmitter, which brought this up to 20 channels, as well as the 7E to 14 channels, and the 8 to 20, and the 6 to 14. So that means now all of a sudden, you could use those first 6 channels, and then you have all these above channels that aren't pluggable. All of a sudden, we can go back to an 8 because I almost never use my sliders, and I don't need the Hall effect sensors, which are better gimbals for people that really slam the sticks. People that do a lot of 3D flying are gonna tend to wear out the standard transmitter sticks on the NX8 that are not Hall effect sensors, okay? At least by standard, if you're not getting a premium NX8, okay?
Right.
So now they call this an NX8 Plus and an NX10 Plus, but I can tell you this right now, an old NX8 will update to an NX8 Plus in terms of its performance. So what we're about to do is we're about to run out of model memory on this particular transmitter, okay? And so we're gonna go back to an 8, which sounds ridiculous, but we're doing that on purpose. I know I've been talking a lot about going to a 20, but I just said most people don't need a 20. And so if I bump into some weird feature set that doesn't actually set up well or reverse compatible to the 10 or the 8, it's gonna confuse people. So if you see us in the next few weeks or months, we're gonna be going back to a brand new NX8, which sounds ridiculous, but it's totally true.
Right.
Now, you're like, but you already have an NX8 here. That's true. That's the one my son uses. And the NX70, of course, is going to be for demonstration purposes. And the 10 is going to have like hundreds of planes on it, like 250 is a model memory for airware. That's the software that runs on the NX lineup, as well as the DX lineup. But the DX lineup is eventually going to lose support, so that's why we don't recommend anything more than the 10 for the longest time. Why 10? Because we needed the channels. Now that the software supports the channels on the 8, guess what we're recommending?
Right.
The 8.
Because you always needed the channels for above stuff.
When I was doing an 8-channel setup,
Yep.
I would need a couple of unpluggable channels to turn on master gains and to run, flight modes, for instance.
Right.
Now, we can do that on as low as, to be honest, the 7E.
The 7E.
But I like the audio events.
Yes.
And I like some of those call outs, so we're going to continue to show exactly how to do it on the NX10 until such a time as we either run out of memory or we're going to do that like around the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Okay? Because we have a few more planes.
And with that being full, we won't transfer all the models to the new 8. So we're going to have to use the 10
just
still.
a virgin model. Now, and maybe at some point I'll go through and clear them. One thing that would be really cool from Spectrum is if we could see some sort of a database utility where we could go through and do model cleanup, renumbering, and stuff like that, because that's one problem that we did have going from the 6 to the 8, and from the 8 to another 8, and from the 8 to the 10. Now we're going to be starting fresh on a new 8.
Yep.
Okay. Now also one other detail, if you guys are considering buying a transmitter, is that this 10 comes with the bigger 6,000, what is it, 6,000 milliamp hours?
I think it's a 6.
It's upside down right now, but it's 6,000 compared to, it might be 60. Here, let's just show them. It's 3.7 volts.
Yep, 6,000.
6,000.
Compared to
the smaller
2200
2200 or 2000 that comes in the 8. Now, I have upgraded all of mine because it does help us a lot to keep the charge for longer. But many of you may not have that problem, okay? You might not fly as long as we do.
We didn't upgrade. The 7E was the most recent battery upgrade, and our son had to charge that like every couple of days. Yeah,
and I also took one time, and I took 2 of those 2200s, and I put them in parallel, and I built a special custom dual battery setup. Yeah. Okay, so getting back to the point, the reason we bring that up is because here in the next few weeks, we'll be making the changeover. We don't want you guys to think that we had like broken the 10 or something was wrong with the 10.
We're not trying
the 10 is still going to be our premium transmitter, with the exception of we still have a DX18 that is the most channels that we currently possess.
Right.
And I had that from years before, back before we worked with any of these manufacturers. All right, so coming along to the final step. Now, this build is going to be a relatively quick build, given that it is a super detailed and beautiful plane. But there's still going to be some steps that need to be done. I believe most of it's going to bolt together. But let's look at the piece count. Let's just take this all in. If this was a kit plane, this would be months of work or weeks of work, depending on how fast you build. Mike used to say that he built, a guy that we featured on our channel, he said he would build it from laser cutting his own parts to covered, and he covered them like this.
Yep.
They would look this good or better. And he would do it in, what, 2 or 3 weeks?
2 or 3 weeks, yeah.
Which is incredible.
Amazing.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, super skilled builder. And he also didn't mind letting me fly them, which is insane.
But like your grandpa, he would spend months building a plane.
Before my grandpa passed away, he would build planes. And he also built a few yellow ones. We loved them.
Yep.
He built a Sig Duinger 216 twin engine. And I had the ailerons flipped. And I flipped it into a curb. Kaput.
Yeah.
He fixed it, and I have it in my basement. It still flies to this day.
We have the 4-star that he built is yellow.
The 4-star also, which is another SIG model. He really likes SIG models.
Yep.
Okay, so an interesting detail. SIG is just 45 minutes drive from us, except they're moving to Chicago or something like that. So we're going to do our assembly next, and our build is going to go hopefully very quick, and we want you guys to just have a quick 10,000-foot view of our plans with the receivers, transmitters, and batteries, okay? Remember, what do you need if you buy this plane? You need a transmitter, you need a charger, of course, so you can charge your batteries. You need a battery, so you can fly your plane, and you need a receiver. So you need the plane, and then to go with it, you're gonna need those things. If you're just returning to the hobby, there's no crystals involved. We actually take And we pair this with that called binding. So we'll show you exactly how to bind them. We'll show you how to set up the transmitter in here. You can do mixes and things like that. We might do a mix or two, like we might do differential on the ailerons. We might do flaperons where the ailerons come down together. We might do spoilerons where they go up together but still continue to function as ailerons, okay? Hence, spoilerons go up, flaperons go down together, but then continue to function as ailerons to control the roll axis. But by and large, the Hangar 9 Cub, the J3 Cub, is going to be designed to be a scale, looking and feeling and performing plane. Okay, now if you want to do 6S, you're going to get higher performance, even though you got smaller prop, okay, which sounds counterintuitive. Now, if you're into the bigger prop for looks, I'm with you. I kind of am tempted to just put the 10 on there anyway, but the chances of overheating and damaging the electrical system are not nothing. So I don't want to do that, okay?
Okay.
All right, so with that, we're going to take a quick second, clean up our boxes, and be right back for the build. All right, so we're going to start this build, and the first thing I'm noticing is pulling off the canopy is challenging, okay? So I'm just going to use run-of-the-mill clear tape, and it's going to pain me to do this, but that's because I don't want to accidentally damage this. Once the wing is mounted, the wing is going to go all the way up here, okay? So right now it's pretty easy to take this off because I can grab here and pull. You see how hard I'm pulling? It's strong, okay? I don't want to fight that when this is done, because I mean, this thing is just absolutely gorgeous. And then look, I had to press down my decal just a little bit. I did do that off camera, full disclosure, just because I didn't know how it was going to come off. And I'm going to put a piece of tape just like we get on our foamies, and it's going to probably disgust some of you, as it should. Okay. And the way I do this is I go way longer than I need. I cut it straight so it's square. And then I will try my very best to do this beautifully and clean. Okay, so it's gonna barely hang over the clear, okay? So my hope is that when this is all said and done, I don't have to damage or mar any of the permanent finishes like the yellow paint, okay? Okay, so worst case scenario, I could always take that off if I needed to, but I don't want any fingerprints to show themselves. And sometimes this works great, and other times it works horribly. But just the more careful you are, sometimes the better it works. Other times, the more careful you are, the more frustrating it is, and It doesn't quite do what you need. So this may buzz, and if it does, I can always adjust it, okay? Now I can pull and get that broke free, because it's gonna be a pain when you're doing it out in the field, okay? So yeah, it's a trade-off. Some people don't wanna do it, I get it. Also, I just wanted to mention, this is such a big plane that this plane stand may actually be a little bit too small for it. So we're gonna work on it without the plane stand until such a time as we can't fit it anymore. Okay. And then hopefully it'll be on its mains. So give them a shot real quick inside. I want them to see what it looks like in here. It's beautiful, really big, huge opening, strong straps, big Velcro, big electronic speed control. It is glued to the side with what looks like hot glue, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work. And it looks like epoxy coated on all the way along this wood area to make it nice and strong. I don't know if that's CA or epoxy, but I can tell you it's strong, okay? So that's always good.
Looks really nice.
Also, we have the IC5 connector, but it is zip tied back here, and I'm not real sure that I'm gonna leave it that way because it's gonna be a pain in the butt to plug in the battery. Then also, while I'm inside here, I don't know exactly how this thing pops off, but I have to try to pop this off so we can get the wings eventually done. So I'm gonna lift up my model and I'm gonna look underneath. Yeah, there is a release back here, okay? And the release that does not pop off. But you see in there, there's a release. You see that?
Oh, yes, I do.
Now, I don't know if this is designed to always come off or if that is part of another mechanism. But yes.
Okay.
So I'm glad I didn't try to pull that out, okay? Because I would have been very desperately disappointed at myself. That is really cool. and yet it's not maybe super well functioning. And be careful, this is not super sturdy right there. It's sturdy here, but here it's a little bit wiggly, okay? So be careful. If you're concerned you're gonna get excited and break this, take some carbon fiber strips of fabric, put it down here, coat them in epoxy or CA or something, and it will make this super rock solid, okay? This is gonna give you access to the wing joiner, wing nuts, all that stuff that you need. And then of course you'll be able to plug in the wings. But in our case, once you get it built the first time, you could hypothetically leave these outside, slide onto the wing joiners, plug them in, and then tuck them into the inside of the fuse, okay? So I'm just gonna pull mine out like this, a little teeny bit. And I'll put this back on now that we know how that goes. Carbon fiber rods, okay? So those are gonna come in here and meet up with their respective holes, reach inside the plane, pull it down, close the hatch, make sure that you push this tab back, which I did, and that is a perfect fit, beautiful function. Cool. And I'm gonna come back to this one more time just as an update. This is gonna be necessary to get to that, okay? That's part of the reason why I was thinking, oh, maybe I can pull this up first. You can't pull that up first. So I'm glad I didn't push the issue. Yeah. These magnets are very strong. Now I'm gonna see if it flips upside down. A lot of times it'll be reverse polarity then, so it doesn't work. Yeah, that doesn't work, okay? So at 45 degrees, it'll probably work. Yeah, it's kind of neutral, okay? So sometimes I like it when I can magnet these on so that if it's windy outside, I don't have to worry about this breaking. And I also just want to point out the fact it likes to tip. I've done it like 4 times so far. So make sure you lay it down like that and not like this to avoid the possibility, especially when it's cold, of breaking this beautiful plastic, okay? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and work on the tail first. The landing gear are laid out just because they happen to be sitting here. The tail function is pretty basic on this plane, should be pretty easy to build. And so you have to take this whole assembly here. You have to undo this nut and washer, and these are nylocks. So the nylon is gonna go over and thread onto the nut. And these are already built in with thick epoxy, very strong, okay? And then you can take this off right now, okay? And just remember, when you're ready to hook this all up and your radio setup is impending, okay, that's when you wanna make sure that your servos are not gonna jack all the way to one side and break something. Okay, this is also, hold still. This is also a good time to work and exercise your hinges if in doubt. I'm not in doubt so much as I haven't established if I'm in doubt. Okay, so I'm exercising and then I'm giving it a nice tug. I need to make sure it's glued, and it is, okay? So that being said, by the way, if you're wondering, this is a 1-inch wheel, okay? Back here it says 1 inch. If you can kind of show them that, it might be kind of hard to see.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna undo these nuts. Now I can actually use my fingers to do it, but then we're gonna need a 5.5 millimeter nut driver, I believe is the size that's gonna be. And we have a nut driver that is 5, I think. Nope, 5.5, perfect. Okay, so I'll just undo this with the nut driver. I could do it with my fingers, but I'm not gonna be able to tighten them on with my fingers, okay? All right, so those are ready to put back onto the assembly. And then also I just wanna talk for a minute. I cut this open, I thought maybe it was for the floats. This is actually part of the design for the horizontal stabilizer and vertical stabilizer bracing, okay? So we also have to put on the horizontal stabilizer all at once. So it's gonna be kind of a lot of assembly all on the tail. And then the plane's gonna be like halfway done.
Right.
This is gonna be a pretty quick build, less the actual people inside, which I am not 100% sure how we're gonna handle that. I haven't decided how I wanna handle it.
Can I, while you're untaping, can I show them in the book? If you're doing the PNP version,
which is what we're doing. Oh, hold on. I wanna warn them about something. Do you see how this tape is coming off? It's wanting to peel this. Ooh. That's not good. So I'm gonna come out here. I'm gonna come from the top of the wing. I'm gonna push down the elevator and I'm gonna get my fingernail under this, pull it. Be careful the way you pull so that you don't rip this off. Now, you see how mine started to release just a little teeny bit? I think we're gonna be okay. But if you get that happening on yours, be super careful. And what you can do is if you don't have access to an iron, you can heat up a lighter, you can heat up a piece of metal that's not super hot and just touch that little area and activate that adhesive. I've had to do that a time or two around the edges. I think we got lucky on this one. It went right back down, but sometimes you don't get lucky.
Yeah.
You can also use glue if you have to. I don't like using glue.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to show those people what had happened because that didn't happen on the other release.
Okay. So the PNP directions start on page 23. There is somewhere in the front, I found it while Brian was getting stuff cleaned up, that whichever you're doing, and it gave you the page number. So we're starting on page 23 of the manual to kind of not follow along.
Now also, real quick, this tab, this is gonna be going down. This is of course the control horn for the elevator.
Okay.
And these are mechanically attached together by a big piece of spring steel. Okay, so it's very, very sturdy, very heavy duty, and very perfectly aligned, which is what I like to see. Okay, so that's good. Now this needs to lay down here and the screws are gonna go through it, but there's not another set of screws. The screws are from the empennage. Is that what they called it?
Sure. I didn't know that one.
I don't know what that means.
You knew when I said it wrong, you said it right.
Yeah. Empennage?
I don't know.
I don't know. I hope I'm saying it right because it's gonna feel like an
That
idiot
sounds
if I
better
don't.
than however I said it.
So this thing needs to come down. It's kind of like right at the edge of making it. Then that goes around. Now, this, I'm just gonna slide it through like this. And then I'm gonna wiggle it and down like this. Now this is where you have to have just a little bit of regular basic assembly skills. Okay, so I have basic assembly skills, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I have not built from kit to full radio controlled. I don't think I've ever actually done it.
Right.
I've worked with my grandpa to do it, and so he built the kit. Then I would help him like put the servos in and stuff. But he did all these intermechanical things. It's harder than it looks. You need to be aware there's some skills you might need, but on this plug and play version, it's gonna be very simple, okay?
Yeah.
So if you see me doing things in a stupid, bass-backwards way, then you'll understand why, because that's me.
Well,
okay?
and you built kits when you were a kid.
I built kits, but they
you
weren't radio
never-
controlled.
Right.
So you see this? This might get in the way, and if it does, I'll tell you, this little piece needs to drop down into this pocket. So I'm just showing you this as I go because I want you guys to see what you're getting into. It's not hard. It's just, you got to do it right. It's a really, really good fit. And by the way, there's a key up here. Show them the key up here. You see this keyhole? That is receiving the front to keep it aligned. Okay. I'm just like not real thrilled about this thing. It's kind of hard to get through. I'm wondering if I should have, but you can't slide that down past that bend. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna try to go like that sideways so I don't scratch the finish as I go down, because it is tight in there.
Okay.
Can you see what I'm concerned about? Am I full of it? Is there something I should be doing different?
I think.
Okay. So I'm gonna push the empennage down. Empennage. Sounds like some sort of a like dessert item.
Those are empanadas. That's not dessert.
Empanada's Mexican, right?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'll let Esteban know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going, I think.
I know, I just don't, this makes me feel not good about it. Because I don't want to break it, and you can see right here, these pins all have to line up.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, this thing is the problem. It is the problem. There it goes. There it dropped. All of a sudden, I don't know what I did, but it just fell. Okay, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Now, I am in mental anguish for anybody who has to do this every time they take it to the field.
Oh, yeah.
But look, watch, I turn my rudder and then I can press right down. Please be careful. You're gonna knock other stuff off of there. Pressing down, look at the gap close. The gap closed right there.
Nice.
Okay, so now we're all the way down. Now this is not ready to tighten on, but when it does, that's gonna hold that little yellow thing, okay? So we can go ahead and flip this over. Oof. Didn't mean for that to drop like that, by the way. Okay, so now that we're pressed down, go ahead and slide this assembly, and I'm gonna see, you do not want it to fall, so I'm gonna keep the, right there, my thumb and forefinger. I'm gonna see if I can rest the thumb and forefinger, or I'm gonna rest the assembly now on top. Okay, good. I don't want that to fall, but it feels pretty sturdy. All right, so now the next move is you gotta put this thing on, okay? This doesn't have to be fully assembled properly, but this has to eventually go on there, okay? So it can just be on there loose, and then we can start putting the screws back together, okay? And my objective is to do this without dropping and breaking all of it, but that's the way that's gonna go, okay? And so I can take my washer and the nut and get this assembly at least done right there. Get it started at least, then that'll prevent the tail from coming out should it decide it wanted to pop out on me and make my life miserable. That's always a possibility. I'm gonna hold the back side of the, what would be the top of the tail, so I can get this nylock to thread. Okay, so now that's threaded down to the nylon. So now it won't fall off. It would be very difficult for that to come in 2 pieces now, or 3 in this case. 4 pieces, technically. So then that goes there. There wasn't another assembly that went there, right?
No.
Okay. And just so you know, there's backer plates under here to receive that extra strength, or to help make the strength. Now, also, there's these little brackets here that are going to be used to go from here to this turnbuckle, but there's something that needs to go there. That means that there's another bag that's going to contain some bolts and nuts. Also, on the top, these are going to also be present, okay? So I'm going to do this out on the wing side, and I'm going to do this up on the horizontal or vertical stabilizer in this case, okay? So those are ready to rock and roll, but we need to go into the hardware bag.
Yes, because we need something that's going to go in this hole, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So that's our next move. All right, so we got a little bit. These are not to be confused. What the heck is that? Oh, wow, that's the fuel. That's the sight gauge.
Oh, is that the
banana
cap?
jack for that? That's bizarre. Yeah, that's the gas cap. Look, guys, look at this. Do you know what this is? That's a float.
Oh,
In real life, yeah.
I did not know that.
That just goes like that. Boom. That is so cool and
cool.
weird. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Probably didn't even know that, did you?
I did not.
You're like, what is that clown looking thing?
I didn't even notice it in the bag.
All right, so now we've got this. This says specifically float hardware. So we're gonna set that aside.
Okay.
Okay. Then we've got this, which has just a lot of stuff, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna all be used. And then these are going to eventually go here.
Yes.
I do not know why those aren't installed now. It's kind of got me challenging my thought process.
Well, this was really flat up against the bottom of the box.
That's right. Yeah, so this would go here actually like that. Okay. So then, in fact, those could get laid there. Does the instruction show us when we're doing it?
Turn the page. I believe it's on the next.
Yeah. Fit the fuel cap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
so there it
are
is.
those
So
things.
they say 10 millimeter M3, 1.5 hex. Okay. So this is all we're trying to do now is just figure out which bolts go where and to what end.
This tail rigging needs an M3 by 10 sheet
hold on.
metal screw.
I just dumped the entire bag
Yes,
out
I
so
see
we can
that.
at least start sorting. So these are obviously for the wings, for the wings, for the wings. Wait, why are there 4? What are the other 4 for? Because typically this would be the, is there 3 on each wing? Yeah, 1, 2, maybe there's 4 total?
I don't know yet.
Gosh, I don't know where the other ones would go. No, it looks like there's only 2 that go in. One's a dowel and one's a screw. These gotta be the screws for the wings. See, look, right here. They're gonna for sure go here. Yeah, that's almost certainly where they go, okay?
That would make sense.
So let's see if they start. Yeah, they're starting. So that's definitely where that goes, okay? So then where the heck are the other ones? Obviously these are gonna be pins, which makes sense.
Yep, the little hairpin
These
pins.
things are gonna go with these things. These are gonna go somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know where. Looks like motor mount sort of stuff. See, there's different lengths. Okay, those might be landing gear. Looks like there's 3 long and then maybe 3 short. Nope, there's 4 short.
Okay.
Then these are gonna help with the landing gear mounts, almost certainly. Almost certainly with the landing gear mounts, because as you see, there's 2 cross braces. These are thicker, these are thinner. So the thinner ones are gonna probably go to the back side. So that's gonna demand that we have 2 screws. There's 2 more of these. Okay, so there's a total of 4 of these on each wing. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. Process of elimination, guys, that's why we do this. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 little lock washers. I don't know how they're used yet.
There's 2 more of these still.
Yep, and I wonder if 2 of them are going to the horizontal stabilizers back there. Would they? No, there's a total of 4. 2 on each wing, right?
Yes.
Well, where's the other
There's
ones?
2 on each wing.
Maybe they're extras in case you lose them. That is sometimes something they'll do, but then they didn't give us extra pins.
Right.
Okay, so these are probably what we're looking for right now. See, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They gotta be the same.
It seems like a sheet metal screw to me. Is
Yeah.
this the same too?
Yep, it is. So there's those. And then there's only 2 of these, okay? And then there's 1, 2, 3 extra nuts. And then there's 4 extra lock washers, if you look right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means that on these assemblies, we're gonna have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, but they're different sizes, aren't they? Or is that just an optical illusion?
Those all look the same.
These are bigger.
Mm-hmm, those are different.
So where would just the 2 go then, camera crew?
I don't know. So
Then this machine hardware that's black almost certainly goes in here because there's nut zerts. Are those nut zerts? They are nut zerts. They're nut zerts. So machine bolts here for hardware on the landing gear, yes. So these are going to be held down by machine bolt hardware, okay?
those yellow pieces.
That's kind of weird. Why are those holes that way? That doesn't seem right to me. These for sure go there. There's no doubt about it. And those ones are also nut zerts, are they? Oh, it's harder to tell because it's covered up by the battery tray. Yeah, they're nut zerts. So these are also black. Now, look, camera crew, look. 1, 2 long and 4 short. So there's 1 spare maybe. So if there's 1 spare, let me see if 1 spare would go in here.
No. That says sheet metal screw.
It does?
M3 by 10 sheet metal screw.
M3 by 10 sheet metal screw would definitely not be this.
No.
Okay, so that would be maybe the bigger sheet metal screw then, okay?
Yes.
M3
It's
by
really
10,
hard
it's
to-
so ambiguous to tell the difference between this is stainless and these are nickel plated. Okay, so these are gonna receive this, and there's a bunch of them.
There's a bunch
so
of
it
those,
only
which would
makes
make
sense.
sense.
This is the only way this would work. So this is how that's receiving those screws, okay? So that if that makes sense, here we go. So these are gonna all receive this type of hardware. Then the landing gear part is gonna use these. I'm not sure how yet. Obviously these are gonna go on the opposite end. They'll also go into that.
Mm-hmm.
This landing gear hardware, there's 4 of the smaller. I wanna get these taken care of though, hon. This has got to be.
Do you want me to look? I haven't seen landing
Yeah,
gear
go to landing gear
directions
because
yet.
I'm getting nervous about how many screws we don't have.
Okay.
Because yeah, I'm looking at my count,
Oops.
hon,
Yeah.
and I see 1 big screw here that we were just discussing.
Yes.
Then I see all of these things. There's a lot of
There's,
them.
yeah, because there's 2 on the.
I know what it is.
Okay.
You pass, look, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. These go on the other side. They pass through these. Top and bottom, yes.
No.
Top and bottom, yes.
Those are
Yes.
too
No, they're not. Are they? Dang it. Yes. Yes. That's how it works. Look, then this sandwiches on the wing assembly, and then the lock washer, look, and then the nut. That's how that goes top and bottom on the horizontal stab, okay? So camera crew, come over here so I can show the people, because this was kind of a challenging one, okay? So this goes up. So this, remember, this holes are smaller and bigger. So I'm gonna send this one through, if I can find it. Yep, I found it. Okay, so that's gonna pass through the wing.
big. Is that the longer one or the
It's
shorter
the longer one.
Okay.
You wanna know why it's the longer one? Because there's only 3 of them. And I guarantee you that's the 3rd one. I bet they have it wrong in their manual. Okay, then the nylock, check this out, because where else are you gonna use this crap?
I don't know.
Because get this, now that attaches there, boom. And then we only have 1 set for the vertical. Yep, it's the 3rd long one. Boom, right there, look. 3 of them, and 3 nuts and 3 washers. That is absolutely, by definition, correct, okay? Does that make sense to you?
Nope.
All right, So it doesn't need to make sense to
I know
you.
it doesn't. That's what I
So
said.
what I'm going to do now is I will show you, because then by process of elimination, we can then figure out which screws we need for the rest of this crap. Guys, I'm sorry. Sometimes it gets a little bit hairy when you're doing process of elimination on aircraft because it's not always obvious. Part of the reason we share this is because we want you to understand that if you're feeling like, if you're shaking your head like, what is going on here? You'll understand the first time you do it, okay? No, the directions, did we read the directions?
Only one step.
Okay, so look, so now this is gonna hook to that. Give them a shot down here, and then this is gonna pass through, go to the other side of the vertical stabilizer now. Now this doesn't have to all be fully assembled, it just has to get passed through so we know like what the hardware is, okay? So this passes through. I'm gonna spin it so that it goes, because it's wanting to bind up on itself. Now there's a nut on one side and not a nut on the other side, okay?
Okay.
So once this passes out, camera crew, watch. Then all I have to do is put the other assembly like this, and it's gonna reach down, okay? What size is this anyway? It's a hex drive.
1.5?
2.5. It's 2.5. Nope, yep, 2.5. Okay. 2.5. Okay, so 2.5 millimeters. So the 2.5 millimeter is gonna go through here, and then the 5.5 nut is gonna go on the other side, okay? So then this goes here, see? Then once that goes on,
Ooh, that's gonna be.
I've got more room.
Oh, okay.
I'm just not all the way through, because there's no reason to be all the way through yet. Okay, so then this just sits on here loose. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. And this is only the plug and play.
I don't like puzzles.
Okay, and then there's a nut and a lock washer. These are extremely small, don't drop them. Okay, if you don't already know this trick, you probably don't work with your hands. Take it, put it on the screwdriver, transfer it onto your work, walk it in, okay? Then take the nut. Are you giving them a shot so they can see this? I can never tell.
You sure can.
Okay, so then this is tightening on. No, it's not. Now it is. Now that's tightening on. Again, it's not tight because I want to be able to pivot these around.
Right, because they're gonna actually go down.
Yep, they're gonna go down like this. And they're gonna match up there. And guess what I get to do now? I get to repeat that process one more time.
Over here.
Over there, yep. And that's gonna use up all of, did I miss a lock washer on this one? No, I have the lock washer on that one.
There was an extra lock
There was an
washer.
extra
There was
lock
4.
washer.
Yes.
That would be a really easy one
To
to accidentally add. Okay, so now down here, just to be clear, we need to add this hook point, okay? So we're gonna go in from the top. I use my screw on the top, okay? On the other side, so that's what I'm gonna do here too. So I'm just gonna pass this through the wing, the horizontal stabilizer in this case. I'll go ahead and use my 2.5 millimeter driver just to kind of walk it in. You see it's kind of working its way up. Now I've just pressed it through. Then I'm gonna drop this on top. I'm gonna put the lock washer on, and then I'm gonna take my screwdriver again and hold it on the bottom so I can brace it. And then I'm gonna start this so that it's on until it hits the nylon. I'm not gonna mess with it the rest of the way. Now, why am I not messing with it the rest of the way? Because we still need to square the horizontal stabilizer to the vertical stabilizer, which is a pretty easy process, but you do have to do it in the right order. But because I need to get all this crap hooked up, these turnbuckles are eventually gonna be a pain in the neck to adjust, okay? And the way these work is they're turnbuckles, and then this lifts up. And then it just goes down, and then you eventually slide this over the top so it can't be easily released, okay? Make sense, camera crew? So you can't actually do that after the fact, okay? So while it's not bolted in, I might as well just, I'm gonna hold it over here, push it down, go to the bite point, and snap it in, okay? So I'm not gonna slide that down yet because I might need to adjust things. I'm gonna have to adjust it by undoing it anyway. But at least now I can have a little confidence that the plane's not gonna like fall apart in 6 different ways. Okay, so I've got a couple of turns out. I'm gonna open that up, and then I'm just gonna let it bite onto this assembly. I understand I'm blocking your view pretty bad right now. Okay, so it's on there, loose.
Okay.
Okay, now same thing, eventually we're gonna have to do these, and then tighten the jam nut once we get these into position, but we can't do that until we have servos in. So, all to answer the question, is it this screw, which seems to be one type, or is it this screw, which seems to be one type?
Which of those is a sheet metal screw?
Both. Yeah, exactly. So now, here's the thing. I can tell you this with some level of confidence. There's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's gotta be that little one then.
But not necessarily. It depends on how this bolts together. Does this bolt together with these things, or does it bolt together with screws?
I believe
Look.
that goes together like that.
Okay, in that case, then that uses up more. Process of elimination, folks.
4 more of those.
It's not always the easiest way, but it's the way.
Where do the white nylon screws go, though?
I don't know. We'll find out here soon enough.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll be pretty obvious. Okay, so I'm just gonna get these screws started. And I don't think there's a left and a right. They're ambidextrous.
Okay.
Okay? And we're gonna be left with, so far, we got one additional lock washer that's not accounted for, doesn't have a home to live with. Okay? So this is gonna kind of crush the corner. Just need to make sure it doesn't have like some weird cant to it. I don't believe it does. Okay, so torque that down nice and tight. Now, this is not a foam model, but just remember, if you're going into nylock and if you want to Loctite these, you can. Okay, my suggestion is don't Loctite unless you really need to. Okay, Loctite is, it's fine if it's metal on metal, but if it's metal on plastic, or if there's plastic in close proximity, you better make sure it is, the solvent is mostly set up before you engage with plastic, because it'll break down the plastic. Then eventually your plastic will break. Okay, all right, so I'm down to, hun, let's look at this. I'm down to this crap, which is pretty obviously going to be the connection points down here
For the
from the
wings.
wings.
Yep.
Okay, so we know that. We're down to these. Nobody knows what those are. I really have no clue.
And there is no way that these are going to
Nope.
go with these
Nope.
because it's not a matching set.
So what does that leave us with?
That.
This. Okay, so now because we're left with that, I can, in confidence, go back to step number 13.
So step 1,
Do 14 other steps and then come back.
Well, I mean, I don't know how else you're supposed to know if they don't make it clear. And they're so close to the same size. Like,
yeah. It's hard to know.
and by the way, they're supposed to be hex drive and they're Phillips in our kit. Which, by the way, I'm a Phillips. You would think that I would be pro Phillips screws, but I'm not. Not when it comes to this stuff.
You're not pro Phillips screws?
Nope.
Oh.
No, I'd rather have a hex drive. Are you kidding me? It'd be so much better. Okay, so I'm gonna go to where this is quite tight. Okay. Yeah, that's a beefy piece of basswood or something in there. It is not balsa wood. Okay, all right, so now that we have that done, we can start torquing things down, which is
Okay.
pretty exciting, because until you know that you're right, don't tighten a thing.
Yeah,
okay?
right.
Because you're just pissing in the wind and you're gonna have to go back and loosen it, okay? And I know this from personal experience, pissing in the wind often, okay? That's why I always look like I've pissed in the wind. You probably watched me on camera. All right, so here it is. So this we're gonna tighten. This is gonna hold the ooh, be careful. Horizontal stabilizer, I did about a quarter turn back because it like crinkled on me. Okay, now. Okay, good. So now obviously this is gonna need to move free, make sure it's still free, make sure we don't have a lot of play. Now, this is the time where you can square this if you're going to square it. I already know for a fact I'm gonna tighten these down, but I need to make sure they're in the right orientation,
Right.
which means it's probably just about as easy to go ahead and hook them. Once I hook them, it'll make it a lot easier for me to do the next step, which is, this plane stand is just not really working out for this model, is it?
It's just
It's
on
just
the verge.
a little bit too big.
Yep.
But with some adjustment, it's fine. All right, so I need the 2.5 and the 5.5 to finish this step, but to start the step, I gotta get these things down here, okay?
Okay.
So this is gonna get pulled right here. And I can tell this needs to go in quite a bit. So I'm gonna just, see that's gotta close. I'm gonna go to tight, Then I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna go to tight. Okay, so they're both tight. This, there is no adjustment, so I'm gonna go ahead and tighten this now with my 2.5 millimeter drive and the nut driver. And this is just gonna sandwich onto the vertical stabilizer. And all I have to do is get these both aligned vertically as I torque, which is easier said than done.
So they're both just hanging.
You know what?
Straight down, basically.
There's an extra lock washer. I could put the lock washer on the head over here too. Nah, it's not that critical. Yeah, I'm just tightening it until it's like bites into the foam, okay? It's biting into the foam now, so that's gonna hold those vertical.
Okay.
Then this is going to allow us to put that there, but call me crazy, but that looks like it's too long.
It does seem.
Maybe the other side is.
Can you tighten it more?
Huh?
Can you tighten it more?
I'm gonna try to put this one on. No, it's all the way into the body, all the way in. So I don't know what else I would do there. I don't think I put it on wrong.
Well, you didn't put it on wrong.
Huh?
Well, you didn't put that one on, or the turnbuckle thing.
I know, that's what I'm trying to do now. So I'm gonna pop this down. So I don't know if you guys can see when I do this. That pops down. And we're just biting it on here. So I'm gonna actually go a couple of turns out. I'm gonna try to get this thing pulled down and into position, but you can see it's wanting to pull. It's acting like this side needs to pull down and this side is too loose. I guess that would kind of stand to reason based on what we're seeing on the other side, eh? Okay, so it's in. So it's in. Go until it's tight and pop it in. Can you see what I'm doing? I can't tell if you can see. I need to get some needle nose pliers, but they're gonna have to be dinky, folks.
Yeah.
May have to be forceps, because it's just in a tight spot. Let's try forceps.
Because you're just trying to pinch that.
I gotta make sure the thing is closed, because it's not closed. So I'm bracing it with my belly. There you go.
There we go.
Now it's in. So I gave a couple of turns out. I'm glad I did, because as I look down, as I sight down the length of this, that's tight. Now go to the end of the plane and show them. See, this is fairly tight. Now this side, is this gonna be tight? No. How do I deal with that?
And that one's all the way tight too?
It's all the way torqued down.
And the ones on the bottom were already attached, so it's not like there's two different lengths of those, right?
I don't know.
Yes, because they were already attached to that yellow metal bracket.
This is gonna seem like a stupid thing to have to do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. All right, I'm just gonna do the best measurement I can with the tape. This is not an ideal tape measurement job. Okay, so I'm measuring 7 1/8 inch to the edge of that. I can actually get it on now. I can get it on now. So I'm just gonna try to get it on there, because there's no other option.
Right.
Right? So I'll pop that open. Pop it open. I'd like it to point down if possible. And I apologize. I know you guys can't see very good on this step, and there's just nothing I can do about it, because I got to have my fingers in here. It's kind of a tight application. I have an idea though to make it so they can maybe see. I'm gonna try to, that ain't gonna work. Never mind. I'm just gonna put it in there. Okay, I'm gonna come out a couple of turns. There's 1, 2, 3. And then I'm just gonna pop it through if I can get it to go. Okay, got it to go. All right, is it on there?
Yeah.
I feel like it needs to tighten up though. Needs to tighten up.
It doesn't seem as tight as the other side.
No. So as a result, I am gonna go in all the way. And then this side, I guess that's up right now. I'd rather have it the other way, but
half turn.
I'm gonna just have to twist it and put a little tension on it, because otherwise I can't make it look right, because I don't think I can put it on the other way. This is hard on the horizontal stabilizer, so don't do it more than you have to. Okay, so I'm gonna take and hold this. I'm gonna relieve the pressure, snap it, okay? Then, now that we're in position there, now at this point, I can slide this collar down, and that's gonna hold that so it can't unsnap easily, okay? Now over here, kind of the same scenario. It looks pretty darn square to me.
Are those tight on the?
It's not ultra tight. It's just a little teeny bit tight. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm not sure what to think on that.
But are these tight?
No, they're not torqued
Okay.
because we have to do the bottom side.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna do that next before we try to tighten the actual bolts.
Okay.
Because we have to mount the other part
Right.
on the bottom. It's gonna look sweet though.
How much is that actually structural and how much is it just for looks?
Good question. In real life, I would
Well, in
imagine
real life,
it's
I'm sure it's
pretty
very
important.
structural.
Well, but I don't know on a model. I'm not sure. So now, at this point, we're basically just get them landed. So we're out like almost all the way on this side. Not really sure why I landed that first. I know I did, but I don't know why.
Oh.
So I actually got to lift up, pull it out. Then this one here, see, it's like way out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's all the way tight and then back just enough so it can, it's gonna tighten the top by doing this. Okay, so I'm gonna go out. That's tight. There's 1/2, 2/2, 3/2, 4/2, okay? See if I can even reach the dang thing. Well, it's gonna be really awkward to hold that steady. So I am gonna have to finally tighten it down and set it.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So 2.5 millimeters, guys. Some of you watching this, you're probably thinking, this is all pretty elementary stuff, Brian. If you're a builder, that may be true. I'm not really a builder. And so part of our promise to our audience, or part of what we try to accomplish on this channel, is we bring sanity to the insane. Meaning, we'll show you all the steps, no matter how stupid they are. This is really not a hard thing. It's just kind of it's kind of tedious.
Yep.
It's touchy stuff, okay? And I do tend to be good at that stuff in real life, but on this, it's just you're seeing it for the first time. Sometimes it is a little bit hard to film too, so my apologies if you're not seeing as good as you'd like to. We try our best. Camera crew's good at what she does, but there's only so much you can do when your hands are in the way.
Not magic.
That's a long ways from reaching. I want to see how bad this one is before I force the issue. Because I'm like 2 or 3 turns out on this side too. And I think that's what's going to happen is we're going to end up with both sides I want to be approximately the same. Okay? Mm-hmm. So if you do this right, it's not like super hard. It's just kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's just like a lot of fiddling to get it
Yep.
where you want it.
Which is ironic because all the guys that really prefer these models tend to be older guys.
Right.
And they always have the most fiddly little parts like this. And they're hard for, I guess I am one of those old guys now.
You are. Yeah. I was going to say.
1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4. That feels like that's going to be a pretty good fit right there. So I'm going to torque this down now.
Okay.
So again, same scenario as before, only we're just doing it on the other side. Of course, the top, we don't have to worry about holding that adapter in the right angle. Okay, so then I want to give that little half turn. See, it kind of crinkled some of that wrapping. That's unfortunate. Okay, I can live with that. So now let's see if this will work. See, that's going to be pulling it down. Ooh, yeah, that might be a little, that might be a little much.
Ooh, yeah.
But that's going to torque the strings, which is really nice, or the cables. I just don't know exactly how much they can tolerate. And that last one's going to be a real pain in the neck. Okay, same thing as before. Oh, it breaks my heart to do this. Oh, I hate doing that. Do you know what I'm doing, camera crew?
Well, you're trying to relieve the pressure. I think you need to go out.
You think I need to go out?
Like a turn. That seems really tight.
That's what I want it to be. I want it tight.
Well, I know.
Okay.
I want to like rip out though.
I don't think it's gonna rip out. It's just more, I don't want it to break. I agree, I don't want it to break. Okay, we'll go out a little bit.
I mean, not much, just like
There's one
turn.
half, it's gotta be one turn.
Well,
It
yeah,
can't be
one
half
turn.
a turn because you can't put it in the other way. Okay, so then I can lift up, get it down there. So now I have to hold this and then lift here and then snap that down.
Do you want me to help you?
I do, but I'm not sure exactly how to tell you how to do it. It should be pretty
I should
simple.
be able to push this.
Forward, okay.
Yep.
Until it snaps. Okay, stop. Stop. I think you got it. Yeah, it's on there.
Yeah.
So the forceps are an invaluable tool for this sort of thing, by the way. If you don't have a pair of forceps, get them. We have links to this type of thing in our supplies tab on brianphillipsrc.com. If you don't know where brianphillipsrc.com is, that's our website. You can also go to bprc.me. That's also our website, only short and easier to not misspell, okay?
Yes.
So continuing on with our build. If you ever need a supply like CA, epoxy, that sort of stuff, you can find all the goodies there that we recommend, okay? So one more turn.
Yeah.
So there's one half more. Okay, so now we'll see if we can get it. Oh, I'm off by one half. There you go. Okay, I have to hold here. I don't know, I might be able to do this one.
Okay.
I'm not sure yet. This is gonna be the hardest one. Oh man, it breaks my heart to do this. Oh. Okay, we're gonna go out again. There's one more turn. Oh, I wish so badly I could twist this once I already had it on.
I know. Because then you could.
If I had a turnbuckle halfway through, it'd be a lot easier process. I would feel less nervous, and then I could torque them all individually.
Yeah.
While they're already mounted. It's just awkward because I necessarily have to collapse this enough to get it on, and it's just, I don't want to break it.
No.
Because I want this to be tight, but I know it can't be. Not as tight as I want. There's another turn. There's another turn. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, go
Go
ahead.
around?
Just one hand, push it in there. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pull it. Relax. Hey, you are. You can't pull it. You can't pull it. You just have to kind of guide it in, okay? Because I'm trying to collapse this. And that means I'm pulling on everything else, okay? Stop.
It's not
I don't think
moving.
it's going.
The other one went way easier.
It went way easier. Which tells me we're gonna have to ultimately, it seems pretty square. I'm gonna probably have to take this one off. I'm gonna have to let it out some.
And let that one out. So.
Yep, so we can even it up. Now, there is another way to do this. Remember, we still have to tighten this collar too.
Oh, yeah.
And we have to get all this stuff squared up when it's all done. But I think what we're gonna do next is we're gonna pop this off. And there's another trick to doing that. If you haven't already figured this out, you can use a flat-bladed screwdriver. It's gotta be a pretty big one though. Okay, so the flat-bladed screwdriver, we'll pop it, okay? Pop it high enough that it'll slide out, okay? And then this one here, as far out as I am, I need to go out 1, 2, there's 3. That's probably even with the other side. Okay, so now that definitely drops in without too much trouble. We'll see if this side will go in. That should loosen this side as well, okay? Because now that they're all interconnected, yep, it went in, okay.
Okay.
That looks so close. But this side's slack now. I don't like that.
Well, now that you have this side in that's been more of a pain,
We'll
can
go
you
over
try
here.
and tighten? Can we try and tighten that one?
Yeah, but I want them even.
Well,
But look, it's pulled this side over further. This side is longer than that. Look at that. By a pretty substantial amount too. What the heck? Can you grab the Phillips over there? Nope, that's not the Phillips. Where's
Yes,
the Phillips?
that's Phillips.
Oh, it is the Phillips. Okay, sorry, my bad. So I'm gonna loosen this and see if I can walk it over.
I mean, it's in the hole.
Yeah, but look at this is so short compared to that. Why is that? That's so bizarre. Look at that. Is it in my head? No, it's longer. See, look. There, that's the edge. Look, it's
Yeah.
considerably longer. Okay. That's bizarre. Why would that be longer? There's nothing else I could have done wrong if I put it the other way. Okay, well, I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna tighten this. So I'll pull it off. We'll hope for the best for squareness. Can lift, pull. Okay, now I'm gonna go back in. There's 1 full turn, 2 full turns. Let's see if we can get it.
Okay.
Okay, so slide that over. Pull it really hard. See if I can get it to drop. If you guys are watching this at home cringing, trust me, I'm cringing with you. I promise you. Hey, camera crew. Mm-hmm. There it goes.
Yep.
It's on. Okay.
I mean, it's tight.
Guys, devil's in the details, I guess. All I got to say is this is not a beginner aircraft, so you're gonna have some steps that are not beginner steps. That one's not in yet either, by the way. Come on. What's the situation here? I gotta make it drop down. Show the people a close up from over here, please.
Not snapped all the
Show
way.
them what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Go way in there so they can see. Make sure that that drops down in there. Mm-hmm. Okay? Otherwise, it's not going to be held. Like we were talking about, we're not even sure if it's structural, but all you should have to do is relieve the pressure, right?
Yeah. Can you do the forceps again?
Yeah, I can, but I don't understand why this one's not dropping down. It should drop down. Because I feel like we've got enough relief on there for it to
it's
just...
going through.
But it's not popping down.
Yeah.
Come on. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Is it not lined up in the bottom hole?
No, it's not actually. It isn't. It isn't, and I'm wondering if it's just because there's like a lot of pressure on it, maybe? How about this? Mm-hmm. We're gonna pause. We'll have to pause because I need 4 hands for this. She's gonna help me lift here, and I'm gonna straighten that in.
Okay.
And we'll come right back. All right, I figured out how to do it. See where I put my clevis? I put it in here, and I put it across the bolt. That allowed me to press this, and it clipped right in. As soon as I got it, I said, video.
Yep.
So I put this in sideways. Look close. I put this in sideways and twisted it into position, and then I could relieve the pressure as I did it, okay? That worked flawlessly. I knew the forceps were good for something else, I just hadn't figured it out yet. Okay, now slide this little collar down, that little fuel tube looking thing, okay? Now, very nice.
Cool.
Okay, so obviously elevator's not hooked up, rudder's not hooked up, but we're free, we're not binding. Now we need to set this screw here. Okay, so just be careful. This does run into that, so you don't want to damage it. And if the servo springs to life, you don't want it to damage this, okay? So this needs to eventually be down here so that when weight comes onto the plane, it bears out of this surface, okay? So this is a 2.5, it's obviously too big. I think we need a 1.5 for that grub screw there. And that grub screw, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna set that grub screw back so that it's like accessible from the rear. Because well, is there a flat? I don't see a flat anywhere. Yeah, I don't see a flat anywhere. So I'm gonna push this down tight and just run that. Torque it down, okay, very good. So now, everything is set, it's all squared up, it's got its structural integrity, it's mounted in a bunch of different points. That was a lot of work, I'm surprised. But there again, most of you aren't gonna have to redo that, and we have like half the assembly of the plane done now. So let's go ahead and get to the landing gear, because we're ready for it now.
Okay.
So we'll just lay this in position here, and I'm very weirded out because there's all these screws here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those must be for the float assemblies. This, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is for the landing gear. Okay. Now you also notice that because this is off, I can lay this flat on the plane stand. It's made it a lot easier.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I didn't mention it, but I'm sure you guys noticed when that happened. These flat ones are surely gonna go back here, And these ones are gonna go up here, almost certainly. Not a very good color match at all.
No.
Pretty disappointed by that. I'm not sure. Is this okay? I guess this one might go back here. Those look like they fit the back perfectly. These ones might be for the front. I guess I don't know. Does it say on the drawings?
It does.
So these screws we already know. I'm gonna get the Phillips screw that we were using earlier, because these are Phillips screws, right?
The struts. That's for the floats.
Be prepared to catch that if it falls. All right, so we repositioned the plane because we were sitting on this. It was just making it tip and allowed this to fall off. Fortunately, nothing got damaged. Okay, so the saddle straps go up front. So they go here. The flat straps go in the back. Now, for our sake, because it's gonna be a lot easier to start the saddle straps, I'm gonna start there. This larger happens to be a 5mm drive, which doesn't mean anything because it's Phillips, okay? So obviously Phillips being a imperial measurement, an imperial style, should not be measured in millimeters anyway, so. Well, except that's not necessarily true. It depends on where you are, I guess. All right, so I started the screw through the strap, and I'm actually gonna take this strap, I'll just show you this right now. I'm gonna turn this until it's tight and then keep turning so it reams out the hole, and then that's gonna give us perfect penetration. The first one is the most critical. That's gonna stop this from falling off again, and it'll also be the hardest one to do, okay? So I'm just getting this started, and once it's started, I can let go, okay? It doesn't need to be totally finished off to be in place. That will stop the gear from falling off. Now, I'm gonna go to the back hole. There's 2 holes. Obviously, you gotta get, if you go back here, you can see that I'm lining up the holes by looking at the tip of the screw, and they're not lined up. So I'm letting it walk back. Now it walked in, as you can see, and then once it walks in, it'll pull the strap down, and it'll pull it to the correct tension as the manufacturer had originally deemed it be necessary, okay? Now I am very much weirded out by this assembly because there is nothing to keep it square. It will be allowed to slide side to side, which I don't know why that is. That's very unusual to me. Do you see what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna put the second strap on. Do you guys see what I'm doing? I'm just starting the screws like this, and I'm gonna do the same thing for each of the starting screws so that when I tighten it, I keep going until it doesn't stop, right? Then I've over tightened it so it'll ream out the hole. Why do I wanna ream out the hole? So it's easier to start and then keep it square, okay? I'm gonna hold this just like that in my hand, and then I can just guide the tip into the pre-drilled assembly and then twist it, okay? Obviously, at some point, I'm gonna wanna stop so that it's about where the hole is. If you stop a little higher up, it's a little easier to start the second screw, okay? Remember, you do have to ultimately guide these into the second hole because the second hole is not necessarily gonna be a perfect alignment, but it does like to walk into it, okay? Once we get this started, okay, we're gonna go, get some good, beefy, strong wood to bite there. It is not questionable. It is definitely going in good. Okay, same thing here, torquing it down. A lot tighter than you can normally get into something like a balsa wood. This is definitely going into maybe a basswood or plywood, some sort of a plywood, because that's in there tight. Now, is this gonna slip left and right? Only if you really work it now would you be able to get that thing to slide, okay? So I'm gonna center it if it's not already centered. So I wanna stop right now and just look down the length of the plane. My gear need to go that way, okay? Because you can see they need to go this way because this gap is not even to that gap. So that means I need to loosen. And I know some of you guys are thinking, I'm just gonna use my impact to put this in. If you do, then just forget about these screws working and you can just start figuring out your backup plan because they will ream out the holes in the plywood immediately.
I think you need to go a little bit further.
What? Okay. Okay, like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'll keep torquing down. All right. Now remember, if you use an impact, it's gonna be way stronger than my hands, and you're likely to ream out the hole, because you'll bottom out and rip all that wood out. Then you'll have to start from scratch, figure something else out. All right, so then the front ones, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna take the first screw, I'm gonna load it on my screwdriver, and I'm gonna walk it into the hole, but these ones are not gonna need to be reamed out, okay? That color match is better than I thought it was now that I have them on the plane. It's kind of weird how that happens sometimes. Okay, now reaching through my fingers, which are holding the saddle. Once I get the saddle purchase a little bit, I'm gonna leave it loose. I'm gonna start the second screw. Okay, just walk it down there, get it started. All right, guys, Brian Phillips RC loves to start to finish video. Our unbox build radio setups, we do this all the time. We've done it for thousands of videos, but hundreds of different items over the years, and we hope we've answered lots of your questions, your lingering questions when you're making a purchase decision, and when you're just curious. If you want to help support Brian Phillips RC, the best thing you can do is buy planes, radios, batteries, helicopters, VTOLs, trucks, cars, boats, whatever it is we're reviewing at a given time, from the links in the video description below. That helps in two ways. A, it helps us to build relationships and foster relationships with the companies that send us stuff to review. And it also helps because we earn small commissions from the sales of those items. Now, that being said, we want you guys to understand that we will review just about anything, but that doesn't mean we necessarily endorse any of it. We just show what we experience. And that means sometimes we experience garbage and other times we experience near perfection, okay? Even on very good planes, there's steps that are difficult and steps that we don't like, and sometimes disappointing details like the fact that there's no LEDs on a particular model, AKA this one, okay? And we will share those things. We don't really necessarily care which one you pick, we just want you to pick something that's gonna be successful for you, okay? Because at the end of the day, if you find success, you're more likely to come back and do it again. And we want to foster this hobby in a way that we grow it, we encourage people into it, and we get people back to it, okay? And so obviously, as the pie gets bigger, our very, very small sliver gets bigger too, so it's good for everybody. So if you're wondering how you can support us financially, if you're getting some value from watching us struggle through this build, look no further than the links in the video description below. That looks absolutely fantastic. Oh, yes. Oh man, love this plane. So also, if you don't want to support us by buying this particular plane, maybe it's a little bit too big for your taste, or a little bit too big for your living room, or your hangar, or wherever you work on your airplanes, you can also check out a plethora of other content that we've already prepared for you on Brian Phillips RC, which is going to take you right back to YouTube here, where most of our content is hosted. Now, you may also see us on Facebook. You may see us on Instagram and other outlets. If you do, and you want to support us, always come back to YouTube. That's the best way. That's where we kind of design everything to operate from. And if you have questions, leave them down below in the comments below. We'll do our best to get to you. Also, if you're a Patreon, you'll have a little bit easier access to me for comments because the way the notifications are set up, there's less of you, so it's easier for me to see them. And I do interact on a more routine basis with those comments. We used to do 100% of comments. We cannot do that anymore. It is physically impossible, okay? That doesn't mean that we don't care, we just are humans, okay? And one of our favorite parts of this hobby is engaging with you all, but we only have so many hours of the day. All right, okay, so check this out. Dropping this in. That is absolutely gorgeous. Holy cow. Okay, we have screwdrivers and hardware in the way. I apologize in advance. There are a few tools that are needed to build this assembly here, but I still want to see it as we go. Now, can we talk for a minute about the guy and the chair?
Okay.
And how that's gonna work, camera crew?
What about him?
We need to figure out what we're doing with him.
With him?
Yeah. Hold on, would he fit in the helicopter? He might be
Maybe a little big.
A little bit big.
Okay, cool. It does say, well, it says this step is for ARF only. Glue the seats in the cockpit using contact adhesive or hook and loop tape. Position the seats between the battery and receiver. But they only show like one chair. in there
And
here.
Here's what's going on, guys. What they're talking about is you need to leave room for a battery, okay? Now, in the electric model, you're gonna need to have room for the battery. The battery is gonna sit up here, okay? The Pilot would normally sit back here, okay? So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and just carefully, I almost feel like chalking this plane just to make sure it doesn't roll off the counter on me.
Yeah, I know.
Because it does make me nervous. If it slipped off, what would it do? I mean, it's not.
It actually just like hits those screws.
It's not ideal. I wish I would have left a little bit of foam out. I could have just put foam under there. But for now, we're gonna pull this up.
Can we just temporarily, since there's kind of a big area in there to
just
work?
to see how it fits. And I'm not listening to my own advice.
Yeah, put it down flat.
Put it down flat. Okay, so the Pilot is here. The chairs are here. They have screws. I know what they are now.
That's what I was wondering.
That's what they are. Look. These go in, and that's how you put them in and out.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Okay.
I was wondering a minute ago.
I knew there was a way to do it, because I'm like, they would not give us such nice stuff if they didn't anticipate us actually using them. Okay, so these are flat screws, but I'm probably just gonna put them in by hand until such a time as we get them down far enough. I don't know if you guys can tell what I'm doing, but there's nylon inserts, nutserts down here. Are they reverse threaded? What the heck is going on? Sometimes these things suck to start. Do you hear that noise? There it goes. Got it, finally. Okay, so I'm just gonna torque this down until such a time. And the other thing too is like this, I may need to just cut that zip tie because it's gonna get in the way. Not necessarily though, because the receiver could go right in the middle, right here.
It's gonna get in the way of the chair though, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. We'll find out in a second here.
Okay.
Because yeah, the receiver is gonna, I would normally mount the receiver right here. But they're showing it going, I'm guessing in this middle area here.
Well, in this picture, that looks like the ESC to me, kind of there right in the...
Like maybe they made a change. By the way, the reason
Yeah.
these aren't starting is because they've been manufactured down. They cut them down.
Oh,
They cut them. And so sometimes when you cut a bolt like that, it makes it really hard to start them. But I got lucky on that one. It just went right away. Now these are not thumb nuts. They're actually designed to be put in with a screwdriver. But I want to see how far I need to get for penetration. And that's going to go in and then slide back. Okay? So sideways and then turn it in. Okay? And then slide back. Well, I would need to tighten them a little bit.
A little bit more?
But then how do I just glue this dude on there?
I think so.
Is that what they're suggesting?
I think glue the seat in the cockpit using contact adhesive or hook and loop tape. They actually don't say anything about the dude yet that I've seen.
Okay.
Here's our CG. We'll need that in a little bit.
Well, and that's the other thing is, what now? The CG?
Yeah, I just happened to see it
Okay.
for the first time.
Okay. I got a big screwdriver.
Don't see
So here's
anything.
what I'm gonna do, folks. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it up like there's only one chair, okay? For now. Here's why. Because I could have one chair with the Pilot and I could have one chair without. And they could be interchangeable. Now, I think it'd be ideal is if you can do both. But if you're gonna do both, you're gonna have to have the receiver back here. I don't necessarily have a problem with the receiver being back there. It looks like our lengths of wire are probably going to match with our needs there, but it is gonna make it a lot harder to get the battery. I think we're gonna have to clip that
I think so too.
because they're just held in there temporarily for us,
Yeah.
okay? So what do you think? Just go ahead and
I
cut it?
think you should cut
I
it.
think I gotta cut
Yeah.
it. I don't think I have a choice.
I think we should put the Pilot in though, because I always like a plane better when there is a Pilot in it, because there would be a Pilot in it.
Yeah, I agree. And so it doesn't look like a ghost is flying.
Right, and the Pilot would go in the back seat, right? Even if we didn't put the front seat in.
That is my understanding, unless I've misunderstood it, which is always a possibility.
I only am saying that because this thing says rear seat for solo flying is what the instrument cluster says.
Yeah, and that's a
So,
real picture of an instrument cluster. Well, and I am pretty sure that's where the Pilot sits, okay? So I've got a Q-tip and some foam to foam glue. And you're like, but foam to foam? This isn't foam or foam to foam. It's balsa wood to plastic, okay?
But it works.
So it's gonna get glued down, and I'm not gonna do anything fancy. I'm just gonna quite literally glue it down.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna do.
I don't know why we wouldn't.
Yep. So in order to do this stuff is a contact adhesive. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I've already dry fit it. So I'm just gonna go pretty heavy on this and pretty heavy on this, and just a little bit here and a little bit there, and I want it to be thick, and here's why. Because the imperfections in the plastic and the wood will be made up for by the way that I put that on thick. And I'm gonna get that back on so it can start settling. And then my first move is I'm gonna spread this out to just make sure that we have good contact area. It does not need to be spread out perfectly, but the more perfect you do it, the better it's probably gonna work. Now you could do hook and loop too on this. And then you could take the pilot in and out in case the CG doesn't quite work out the way you want. You could also add dead weight to this guy if you wanted it to help CG out. Now I'm just gonna literally take and set him down on the chair, torso and all. I am appreciative of Horizon for supporting the armless and
pilots.
legless pilots of the USA.
That's quite the feat.
Leg
P.
pilot P of okay, never mind. We'll have to repeat that one. So I'm gonna pull this apart. The armless, legless pilots of the USA. Okay, so there's the strings. So you want to do that a couple of times, and then eventually, I'm just gonna let that sit for just a minute. The strings are good. That means it's working. Okay, so I'm gonna set this so it doesn't stick to my counter. I'm gonna throw away the tip.
So you're gonna take
Now
that
we need to
chair
cut that
out?
zip tie.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna let that chair, yeah, the chair actually needs to come out so I can get the screws to an appropriate tension.
Yep.
And I might need a longer screwdriver, so I'm gonna grab this screwdriver here and side cutters. So this screwdriver and side cutters might help us reach down in there. I might need to get a longer screwdriver even still.
Okay.
It's not much longer than the one I already had. So yeah, in order for this to have enough pressure to hold it down, I need to, of course, torque down those screws, but they're just nylon screws, okay? So I'm gonna go in here and just twist it a bunch until I feel like I maybe have them about where they should be. And then we'll see if it can get on there, because obviously it's guess and check to a certain extent. Okay. Oops. I'm aware of it. Okay, so on and then back. That's a better pressure,
better.
like a pretty good fit. So one toward me needs to come down just a little bit.
Okay.
So again, this is gonna be guess and check. So I'm just gonna basically go back at it for another turn on this side and maybe another like quarter turn. Then we'll go another quarter turn. We'll see if this lines up. Now guys, thanks so much for being part of this build with us here on Brian Phillips RC, this J3 Cub from Horizon. Ooh, that side's tight. This side needs to go down a little bit more.
Okay.
See how it's kind of pivoting now?
Yeah, it sounds tight.
Yeah. There's imperfections I'm facing. It's kind of awkward to get it out of there. Okay, so once you're free, you can turn it sideways. It makes it a lot easier. Okay, so I need to torque this side down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
there's
then
half a turn.
loosen. Do you need to loosen the other
No,
side?
the other side's good.
Okay.
Now that this is sort of set up a little bit, I'm gonna go ahead and stick it down. And, oh yeah, so.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's gonna be on there good.
Yep.
Now, it's not maybe perfect. I'm noticing that glue is kind of gooping a little bit. Use a little bit less than I did and you'll be fine. Okay, so we'll just let that sit. In fact, I'll just let this sit over here so it's out of the way for the moment. And then worst case scenario, we can size them both in here, okay? Can't find the hole. What the heck? Oh, there we go. Okay, so holding the tail. Oh yeah, a lot better pressure. Still feels like the side toward me needs to go down just a hair. Yeah, just a hair. Not much, but just a hair. Okay, so I'm gonna go like that. So they're at the same position. And the last fit. Okay, down and out. Good fit, tight. I like it, okay? So now I feel like that side over there can go down just a hair to match the torque. So there it is. So you guys saw what we did there, just kind of guess and check until we got it to the right tension. And the tension, of course, is only expressed at the end when you're sliding the chair back into place. Obviously it looks beautiful, fits really nicely. Okay, all right, so then the next step is I gotta cut this. I'm gonna cut that singular zip tie. I wanna make sure I hang on to it as I pull it out so I don't lose it inside the plane and hear racket every time I fly. And then these wires, let's see if we can get these out of the way. First of all, I'm gonna take this throttle line and put it back with the rest of the signal stuff. And then I don't know if I wanna try to feed this down under and then back up so that it's out of the way, or if I wanna go down under here and kind of pass through that, or if I just wanna leave it because there's gonna be a chair there. Not sure yet. Looks like I could probably do that. If I have enough length, it'd be nice if I did that.
It's gonna be hard to get back up through the...
Yeah, I know, that's kind of what I was nervous about too because, oh, I'm on the bottom of a plywood base. Yeah, let's see if I can get it. Camera crew, would you grab me the bent tip forceps? Thank you. So I'm just gonna grab this, see if I can kind of pull it through. Yeah, I don't know if I have enough length to get away with that, folks. Just don't think it's gonna work. So I'll just pull that back through. No big deal, it was worth a shot. Now you've learned my lesson for me. And then I don't know if that's even gonna be enough. I don't think it's really gonna make sense.
Yeah.
I think it's just where it is. It's where it's gonna be. But I can at least drop that down there to get it kind of roughly out of the way because I got to put those screws in for the front seat, correct?
Yeah, which are, oh, right there next to the ESC.
That's why I was talking about that. Yep. It's a pretty serious potential issue. Now, the other thing you could do is you could use an extension cord because you can get an extension cord or you could build an extension cord. But like all these wires and stuff should be out of the way.
Right.
Now obviously, in mere moments, those cables are all going to be tidied up and plugged into the receiver and the excess pushed back down. Huh. It's actually one of the easier planes to film the...
Yeah, because there's a nice big opening.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so we'll just torque these down. So guys, if you're brand new to the channel, if you're just thinking about getting into the hobby, we want to help encourage you in the right way. This would not be a good first plane. But if you're coming back to the hobby, I'm going to switch to the other screwdriver and see if that helps. If you're just coming back to the hobby, this might not be a terrible choice for you. But I'm going to be honest with you. If you're brand new to the hobby, this is totally not for you. It's not the right choice. It's going to be way too expensive, way too easy to break, harder to build than it needs to be. But if you have a lifetime of experience flying RC and you've just had a little hiatus, we can help you get up to speed with this very airplane. As you can see, camera crew, we're losing daylight.
We are, and it is looking pretty windy.
Pretty windy too.
Yeah.
So we're probably not going to be able to fly this tonight, which sucks. But that is what it is. So now we've got the pilot who's glued down, and you can see that's the only thing I'm not crazy about is this glue is maybe not.
Gap just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of gapping. The other thing too is any of that access that you can see that you don't want to see, a lot of the strings will just wipe right off, but you can use Kicker, CA accelerant to wipe that off. So I'm going to go ahead and switch spots and see how this looks in the back seat. And then I'm going to use this to make adjustments up front. But I got to get way down there so I can press all the way at the bottom. There we go, just kind of rocking it side to side to get it started. Okay, and once it's rocked, oh, we got to do decals too.
Oh, yeah.
What happened here? I feel like I'm bound up on something.
Yeah, it seemed like it was going in and out easier.
Well, no, I pushed hard. Okay, so I want it to be hard. If it's not hard, it's going to be a problem. Okay, so these wires, they're all going to be here. Okay, so we know that already.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned it's going to be a pain in the neck to do radio setup with this pilot in here.
We can leave that front chair out, though.
No, we got to get the adjustments of the bolts done.
Well, yeah, but we can take the chair back out and
that's
just leave
true.
the pilot in there because we're going to be working in front of him, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I just don't want to break stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Because this is not the most robust chair you've ever felt. I am trying to get this guy to slide forward. Oh, man. Okay, so guys, let's look at this for a second and learn together. The keyhole, I'm somewhere like right here. I need to slide forward just a hair more so that I can get into a position where it will release. Because once it's to the position it'll release, it'll just like literally be nothing. Nothing to take it off. But I don't want to break it. Goodness gracious, what am I doing wrong? Or did I go too far? I went too far, almost certainly. Right? Don't you think?
Nope, I think you're...
Gosh. Okay, I finally got that thing out. And it's just easy to catch the edge. And my suggestion to you is definitely get it as tight as you can get it, that it's still gonna work, okay? Because you do not want that thing loose and flopping around, popping out halfway through a flight and all that nonsense. Look at that ESC wire. The signal wire's fine, but I don't think this chair is gonna go in because it's gonna pinch the wire. What the heck? Yeah, it's in there. It doesn't feel like it's going back though.
It depends on if the battery, does that give us enough room for the battery?
Or is it gonna make it a pain in the neck to load the battery?
Right. See, but from the profile,
You can
you can barely see that second chair.
The front one?
Yeah, you'll see the pilot, 100%. So, I don't know.
Okay, so there's half a turn, half a turn. I think I probably went too low off the bat. I just need to be careful not to damage any of it.
Right.
Because like the chair is not critical. The chair is just optional, really, if you get right down to it. Not in a real plane, but. Okay, so that's actually pretty darn tootin'. If it fits and we're comfortable with it, that's where I want it.
Okay.
It's gonna be a little bit hard to load the first time, and that's what I want. Then it'll stay.
Okay.
Okay? So, are we gonna let this guy set up out here?
I think we could get him in because we're going to be pretty close. I'm wondering if we need to start radio setup before we put the wings on because it's going to be a reach once those wings are on.
It's gonna be a lot harder to get him out. Okie dokie. Well, maybe I need to take it back. I'm not sure. Maybe that guy's just, maybe I need to put a little glue in there. I don't know.
Looks pretty good.
He does look good?
Yeah. I mean, you can see him. He's nice and big.
Nice. That is awesome. The other thing too is I could always take out the pilot if I decided and then put the empty chair in.
Right.
So let's just put them in. Let's put them both in so that we can see what it looks like. And keeping in mind, you don't want to damage your cables.
I mean, we got to leave room for the receiver.
I know,
So we need to know where it's going to go.
That's exactly what I was
Seat
thinking.
in.
So it's basically got to go back all the way.
Okay.
Okay. How does it look? Can you see that?
You can.
Yeah, you
You
can.
can.
Yeah, it's good. To the Armless and Legless Pilot
You
Society of
can't
America.
tell that he doesn't have arms and legs from here.
Yeah, it just looks like he's got his hands down on the sticks
Yeah.
and stuff. So that
should
is sweet.
Totally print a Brian Phillips RC logo for his visor.
Yes, that's right. Or an Adidas logo. Yeah, that way everybody can make fun of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so wings. There's a couple things about the wings. We got to untape this aileron connection. Okay? This aileron connection, we don't want it to fall out, or fall in, rather. But what we do want is we do want to plug it in. Now, camera crew was concerned about the possibility of it's going to be kind of hard to do radio setup with this all fully assembled. I don't disagree, but I have to say there's still a little bit of work left ahead of us.
Yeah.
Namely, we got to get these things all dimensionally correct, which this is like turnbuckles again, okay?
Right.
It's going to take a little bit of effort.
We've got the pins. They're just going into those
Yeah.
cotter pins.
Yeah, I guess. And the other thing too is we have decals that we need to put on at some point if we're going to put decals on.
Oh.
And I am not sure exactly where those are all supposed to go.
I don't know.
But this is going to go here, obviously. It's going to plug in, and then the wires are going to go inside the canopy here area. And so we need to put in a wing joiner. And so I'm thinking about the concept of, I really would just like to have it built, but then I'm standing right where the wing is. I could stand here, but then that puts me up here by the prop where I'm going to be less safe. as we finish. By the way, there's a big spacer here. I don't know if you guys saw that. See the spacer?
Oh, wow.
Pushes
That's
out
huge.
the prop, which is beautiful. But then that would get all this crap off of the table too, so I don't have to worry about that falling all over.
Yeah,
I am
right.
currently worried about. Okay. And then we have one additional screw that I have no idea where it goes. And then of course this is for the floats.
Okay.
So I think the camera crew is onto something. The aileron setup is not going to be that big of a part of the radio setup. It will be part of it. And so of course we want to make sure that we show all those details, and we will. But I think the next step is probably for us to either apply labels, decals, and stickers, or we need to start radio setup.
I think we could do either one. And with radio setup, you're just plugging into like an extension here.
Yeah,
Because we can
right.
already plug the ailerons into the receiver.
And we can make sure that they're centered and all that good stuff.
Right.
So I think our next move is going to basically be radio setup.
Okay.
So in order to do radio setup, we're going to take a few minutes, clean up our tools, and come right back. So we were going to do radio setup next, but it occurred to us we need to put these decals on, and it's going to be easier to do it now than it will be later. So now our instrument cluster was already installed, so not sure why ours was installed. Yours might not be. And then there's Hangar 9 and Horizon, Piper Cub, and Piper. So we're going to start with this sheet. Obviously, I'm going to keep this in case we would need it. These should be pretty easy. The Piper Cub goes on the vertical stabilizer. And they literally say to refer to the website for pictures. So I guess in your case, you can just watch us do it. So that's how that works. We'll just do that on both sides. And just to be clear, oh shoot, I'm just realizing the number goes back here, right?
Yes.
So these are pretty easy to install. They're just literally decals. And they look nice. So they're simple, they're basic, they're not gonna be over the top. But we always say, oh no, let's not do them. And then we always do them. This right here?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just apply them. And to be honest with you, on a plane of this echelon, you know, like I want the decals to look pretty much perfect. And that's because this is a super well done scale replica model, and it's gonna fly as such. So I want the decals to not be a distraction in any way from that. And so I'm gonna try my best to do like exactly that. Now that I've said that, I'll go ahead and just screw up the decal that's literally I'm talking about at that time. Okay, so I've got that pretty awesome. Okay, so then these ones I'm just gonna put over here in the pile of things to store. This is the real end number of a real one. This is an alternate, this is an alternate. They come with this, this, and this for that number, and this, and this for that number, or this, and this for that number. So there's actually 3 sets. So like if you were to get 3 of these, then you could actually install them as such. Now this is supposed to go on which wing?
The left wing.
The left wing, okay. So I'm gonna pull this off. I'm gonna hold it. And this needs to go on the left wing. That's the right wing, this would be the left wing, right?
Wait.
So you're saying it. Excuse me, that's the left wing.
Yep. And what?
Pull that string off, whatever it is, please. I don't know what happened there.
And you want it to be readable from, like, if the plane is flying over you.
Okay, so it's gonna be like this.
Yes. That's gonna be tricky to do with all that stuff on there.
Okay, so that's gonna go there. And then this is gonna drop down. Is that the way
I mean, it's supposed to be. The pictures, it was like about centered on the wing.
How the heck are you gonna center that?
Will it fit through that opening there? But then you have the servos to deal with.
Okay, well, we can work around it. It's supposed to be centered?
Pretty
like
much.
This?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do to get around everything. Okay. Very challenging to lay this down square with all this debris in the way. gonna work my edge. I know that with this film, you gotta be careful how you lay it down. Okay, so now the camera crew and I are going to have scissors to do this. Sorry.
And I think it said you can also put down like soapy water ahead of time if you think you're gonna be able to need to reposition a bunch.
Okay. So I am going to walk, because it's easier on the finish. Because you can actually take them back off, which is nice about this type of finish.
For me to hold the wing at all?
Not really.
Okay.
To be honest, it's just going to be frustrating.
Okay.
So probably what I'll do is I'll just work this. So I've got it run into my legs here. And I'm just going to work it down from the center out. And that's going to help to stop the trapped air bubbles, like I got a little bit there. Okay, so now that when we get to where we're going to have something we have to work around, I'm going to have to cut this eventually, okay? So I'm not going to make any special accommodations beyond this, okay?
Okay.
That's it, okay? Now I'm just going to like quite literally let that set, and I'm going to walk my decal down into position. And then when we get closer, I'll kind of deal with the next obstruction. But as you can see, as long as you keep tension on it, it should be relatively easy. And then we'll go around with an X-Acto knife and cut out what needs to be cut out. With the idea being, you got to start from the center, right?
Right. Well, you got to start from...
Okay, I'll just peel that out, stick it to the camera crew.
Okay.
I'm gonna rework this just a little bit. I don't like where the screws are. That's going to be a little awkward. So you know what might be easier actually? I might take that one screw out, because it'll be easier to take the screw out and just reinsert it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to get a 3mm
Yeah, it's a small Phillips.
and an X-Acto knife. I was afraid I was going to overthink it. That's why I just started. I could have also taken the other one out, but there was a lot more going on that one.
Well, now they can see which way works better.
Better.
Or if
yeah.
they have a preference.
The other thing is you may never need to get in there. So right. You don't have to cut that yet. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the prop and just wedge it under there so it stops rocking so much. We just missed that screw. Good. Now it's going really easy. Then there's these holes. They'll eventually be a factor, of course. I would not recommend dropping it like I did there. That was probably not the best move. But since I worked edge to edge, I don't have a bunch of nasty air bubbles. Okay, that's gonna look totally sweet. And the decals that they cite on the website are not the same as this. This is bigger. Okay, so we'll just throw the screw back in. And then if I ever need to get in there, then I can get in there. And you can see I almost missed that with my, with my cut. Okay, so I'm just gonna work back here to that edge. I'm actually gonna, excuse me, I'm gonna pull this bench out. I wanna do this sitting because it'll be easier for me to get the angle. I wanna peel up that edge. I don't like the way the edge terminated. This prop just happens to have a good contour to help hold that so it doesn't rock. Now I'm just using this to help me get the edge. And I don't want to damage the finish, obviously, because it's beautiful. I just did a really piss poor job of cutting it, if you ask me. Goodness gracious. I may just have to grin and bear that. That's all right. I think it's probably not going to be noticeable. But if I would have been more careful with my cut, I would have known. So in our case, if you line up this, then you can cut right next to the 7 all the way up and down, and then you'll avoid both of those points on
You
yours.
can almost just cut between your 0 and your 7 entirely if you want
And then
to.
do
but
2
then
drops.
I mean, it's hard to line them up though sometimes.
It is extremely hard to line them up so they're
But,
straight.
Yeah.
Okay, so since I got the X-Acto knife, I am going to go ahead and cut this. Okay. And then that's going to give me access to the corner. So now that I have access to the corner, because I don't want this to be buzzing in the air, I'm going to go ahead and take my scissors. If I can get that pulled up very carefully. Oh yeah. So I've got that lifted. Ah, oh, son of a gun, it slipped again. Okay, so now I can just twist it and it'll rip right back to the corner. Okay. Like I said, you may never have to actually get in here, but just so I don't have to fight it later, since I've kind of got my mind on this right now. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, pretty simple, basic, still serviceable, and if that peels up, I'll go ahead and trim that nicer. Okay, so you can copy that and have good results. Now, what I want to do is I want to feel for the detents. There's one right there, and there's one right there. Okay, so one there, one there. See those? Mm-hmm. I just need to make sure 100% certain that that's where that is. Oops, that tape came off of my finger evidently. But you see where we've got these holes? I'm going to take and use the X-Acto knife to score. I'm going to make 2 small, very shallow cuts. There's 1, and there's 2. That should allow us to then get penetration with these rods. Okay, in, there we go. Okay, so now our next move is to do the rest of the tail. We did the decals for the Piper Cub emblem, but now we need to do the actual end number back there. Mm-hmm. These ones should be a lot simpler. And these ones go on the vertical stable, or excuse me, they go on the rudder.
On the rudder, yeah.
And they're exactly the same symmetrically. So there's not like a left and a right.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have to cut anything or work around anything.
Pretty
really.
simple, as you can see. I was thinking of doing this side first. And everyone we've seen, they've been kind of just down from the center. Let's call it there. Good enough for me. And again, it's totally your taste. If you decide you don't want to put the end numbers on, that's fine. But it looks like a very real airplane with the end numbers. So I am going to do the end numbers. And then, of course, you can use the end numbers for something else if you want on a different plane. Or maybe you build one in the future or something like that, or you crash this one, or you get a second set of wings, or even better, you get a second Piper Cub. I want to see where I put the other one. I want to mimic it as close as possible. Okay, so that worked pretty good. Pretty simple stuff. I did notice that there were some strings on the edge of these. I don't know why that is. It's very unusual. Are you going to come around here so you can see what I'm doing? Okay, so I just peeled those little strings out. Okay, so it couldn't have been a whole lot easier for decals. So that takes care of the end numbers. The only thing that would be left, of course, is the Hangar 9 and the Horizon stuff, which I usually put on, but on this plane, I just don't know. It's so dang beautiful.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like maybe not so much on this plane. So we're gonna pack this up and come right back. All right, so we're getting ready to do radio setup. Now that we're done with decals, everything is installed. I'm choosing intentionally not to put the prop on just because it's big and I'm close to it while I'm working. I could put it on now. I trust myself to do this stuff right, but if I make a mistake, then I'm less likely to end up in the hospital, okay? So just do your best judgment on that. Okay, so we already talked real briefly about why we're choosing the NX, or excuse me, the AR631 Plus over the AR637T Plus. You could use this. It's actually a great choice, but I don't want the telemetry features that it adds, so I'm gonna go with the 631. Also, we were talking about having added a 6,000 milliamp hour battery to our NX8. Well, this is a 10, it comes with that bigger battery. But there's also a 6600 now, and so I didn't want to forget to mention that. I went and actually grabbed it because I was like, I swear it was bigger than that. Well, evidently they've changed the size, so it's 6600 now. So that'll give you even more capacity when we do upgrade to the NX8, which sounds kind of goofy because this is an NX10. So I didn't want to forget to mention that, so I'm mentioning it now. I'm going to put it back. We'll talk about it when we do the NX8. But I didn't want to forget to mention it. So in order to do radio setup with an AR637T or a 631, you could even use a 630 in here. The big difference is telemetry and full range telemetry versus flyby telemetry, okay? So the big difference in feature sets that would matter in this plane is range, okay? Now you're gonna have plenty of control authority range through the singular antenna and or the internal antenna, supposedly, on the 630, which is gonna give you end pens if you want it. I prefer the external antenna, and of course with the AR637, you would get the diversity antennas, and then you won't even need this plug, so we're gonna put this on the shelf for the next one. But in our case, we're gonna be using the 631, which is, I think it's only like $5 more with the external antenna than with an internal antenna on the 630. But again, like I said, the difference in terms of physical dimensions and layout and setup would be that this is gonna have the top pins versus the end pins. And so there is a little bit of a trade-off there. And ironically enough, on this plane, I don't think it is gonna matter. Just because of the way everything sits inside of this plane. There is a book that comes with this. We almost never look at the book because we've gone through it so many times. We know exactly how it works. It's a very small receiver, 6-channel. It is spatially aware. It has AS3X and safe. This would be AS3X plus and safe, okay? So you can add, because we have access to additional channels, whether it's the 8 or the 10, you're gonna have 20 channels available. NX70 is gonna put you down to 14 channels. NX6 is gonna put you down to 14 channels, but you also lose some of the stick inputs and really, I call it the roll knob, or excuse me, the right knob, but it's actually the roller knob. This is the scrolly wheel, okay? You're also gonna lose some switches when you go down to the lower levels. And of course, I don't need the sliders for this plane, but they do exist, okay? So now we have to figure out where this is gonna fit first so we can figure out if it's gonna satisfy our physical requirements. So first things first, I'm gonna take this chair back out. And by the way, show them the pilot through the window and from above. You remember the glue that was sort of setting up? It's largely invisible now, and it's going to remain invisible because that foam to foam will eventually go more or less clear, okay? Now, if you were to pull out the pilot, you might be able to see a little bit more detail there that you don't like. And so that's just one thing to keep in mind. This chair came out with a little bit of effort, and that's exactly what I want. I don't want it to be super easy, and I don't want it to be super hard, because if it's super hard, you're never gonna be able to get it out. But if it's super easy, it's probably gonna pop out in flight, okay? And keep in mind, you can always make adjustments with a screwdriver. If you wanna make that harder to get out, you can also put a little bit of glue on there. So you could actually loosen those, make it easier to install and uninstall, but then put like a really small drip of glue to hold it in place as well, okay? So now keep in mind, you're gonna be plugging your battery in front of the chair. So after we get everything installed, I'm assuming we're gonna wanna put that chair in so that this is forced forward, but I don't wanna kink it so much that we have the possibility of jeopardizing the connections down to the ESC when and if we get into heavy load conditions. The electrical load, of course, is going to heat up the circuit. And if you'd ever get to a circumstance where you're, doing prop hangs or something crazy for a long time, and unbeknownst to you, you heat up that connection to the point where it breaks solder free. It's gonna pull away if it's under a lot of tension or compression, okay? So I don't like putting a lot of stress on those cables, not because I'm afraid the cable's gonna break, but because under tension or compression, it may pull out of the solder, okay? Because those things are just surface mount soldered, and then the heat shrink just sort of populates everything together. Gives a little bit of mechanical strength, but not much. Okay, so now talking about the actual receiver and how we're gonna mount it. Obviously we have limitations on space here because we're between the front and back chair. I would love it.
I'm gonna come around the other.
I would love it if I could guarantee that I could fit this antenna through here and then I could just mount it centered like that. That would be ideal, okay? So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna temp it in here. I can easily pull this back out. The antenna can just kind of scoot down into this hole. And then I'm gonna try to put the chair back in place. Because it's not a diversity antenna, we don't have to worry about the exact positioning, okay? And then this is gonna be here, but guess what's gonna happen? I'm not going to be able to take this out, okay? So there is one train of thought where you could put this on the side here. And then guess what? You can still get your pilot out. So if we did that, that might actually be a better option. What do you think?
How far forward do you have to slide him to get him out?
It's a little bit. I would say maybe we go here. Maybe we'll just go on the side there.
Might work too.
Yeah, because that's definitely, it's close enough to in line with the plane. Now remember, this tapers back as the plane comes around, it scoops like this, and this is the median point. So it's gonna be pretty close to square, 90 degrees of the direction of flight envelope, okay? So obviously it'd be better if it was just flat because then it's just like super simple. But because those chairs slip in and slip out on the little locks, I wanna make sure we have room to manipulate those in and out. Okay. Even if I would have to unplug the cables, okay? So I'm making the decision now. This is gonna be mounted. I'm gonna mount it here, okay? Now you don't have to copy me, but I have done this a number of times and had pretty good success. I mean, there may have been one time out of all the times we've done this that we had to move a receiver. It's incredibly unusual to have to do that in our applications, okay? So I think we're gonna kind of aim for something like this. If we go up higher, then we actually protect ourselves from the possibility of issues. If we go down lower, it's gotta be right. Don't you think?
If you go right up against that little lip just going up, then all your cables can kind of nicely go up to it, and then they'll tuck back down in the hole that they're coming out of.
Maybe I'll go into this hole instead. But the idea is we're dry fitting everything right now just to get it to fit, okay, folks? If that weren't already super obvious. Now, I could also do this if I wanted, or I could do this, but I'm just concerned the chair is gonna be about here, like the back of the chair.
Right.
So I kind of need to like go either here or here. That gets really close to his body. So I would say we gotta probably go something like that. Yep. That's what we're gonna have to go. Now, I could choose to glue this on right now and it would make things a little easier for me because I don't have to wonder about stuff. The other thing is you could also take and strap this down with zip ties and just hold it in position there. Because then you could cut the zip ties and get to it. You could also do Velcro here, which would be fine. Velcro would actually work pretty good now that I sit and think about it. I normally don't like doing Velcro, but on balsa wood planes, it is kind of nice, especially if you've got a user accessible, serviceable part. Like if I need to work on a servo back here, I'm gonna have to take him out.
Right.
I think let's just go with this. I think it's good enough. It's a good answer. It's gonna get everything we need. And then I can still get in and hit this button here. Okay, so that's gonna be our bind button.
You're gonna plug stuff in though, right? First before we attach?
And that's why I was getting everything laid out. Because our next step is gonna be radio setup. So I have to build a profile so that we can tell where to plug everything in. Now, obviously, we talked about the possibility of setting up flaperons on this plane. So you can set up a wing type that's gonna be a dual aileron, and that's different than flaperons. But with flaperons and with dual ailerons, you should still be able to tap into differential. Differential is where one aileron at plus 100, when you would roll to the right, this would not go, when you would roll to the right, this one would not go down, this one would go up and it would roll you to the right, okay? I'm the pilot, I'm in the right side, okay? When you roll to the left, this one would go up, this one would go down, not at all, okay? That's 100% differential. Negative 100% would be, this would go down to roll right, okay? This would go down to roll, or excuse me, to roll right, and this would go down to roll left. So in the middle, meaning no differential, this would go up and this would go down, and that would roll you one direction or the other, right? And I think I did that backward with my body, but you get the idea. So I'm gonna start by creating a new model, okay? So we wanna tap into the right wing type. That's my point, okay? So cancel and back takes you to add new model. And of course, we're gonna create an acro so you can come back around, camera crew. So we're gonna create this type. And it's gonna take longer for us because we're almost out of model memory, which is part of the reason why we're going to the NX8, okay? Now, once that comes up, then we should be able to start by setting up a flight mode or flight modes on switch D in this case. And then we're gonna have to set up the wing type and all that stuff. We'll show you all the steps. And we're gonna teach you how to bind to your receiver, which is currently sitting roughly where we want it inside here. But we can't land the cables yet until we build the profile. So we're gonna do that right now, okay? So there's model select is where we just came from. Model type, that's already been set. By the way, if you change that, it'll clear everything. Model name, this is where we type it in. We'll be right back. Okay, so we have the Hangar 9 J3 Cub, 82.5 inches. This is what I would put, but I'm out of memory, or I'm out of lines here, spaces. So we'll hit back, aircraft type. This is where we have to set the wing type. So yes, you could set up normal and normal, but we're gonna set it up like flaperons. Now you could also do dual ailerons, but it's different, flaperons from dual ailerons, in terms of the menu structure that you unlock in the function list, okay? So I'm gonna do flaperons, and of course the tail is normal. Then I'm gonna go next, select image, standard file image, and I'm just gonna scroll. I think the Carbon Cub is probably the closest one. We don't have a J3 Cub. Okay. So then we can set up the flight mode. So we'll set that up on switch D. So we just exercise the switch. Once we highlight it, that's gonna set it to D. Hit back, and then we go down one set of choices to the spoken flight mode. So this is gonna be AS3X, so it's just indicating whatever position this is gonna be, okay? So highlight, cancel, cancel, and then we can start typing in AS3X. So AS3X, of course, stands for Artificial Stabilization 3-axis. And that's gonna be the stabilizer that we use all the time, except for when we have it off, which is going to be in the middle step of switch D, but we'll get to that here in a second. So I gotta scroll way down to here, we'll come back. Okay, so AS3X. Now we need to set this to off, as in the word, cancel, cancel. And this is gonna be, again, this is just the label, it's not actually the setting, but you have to have the label so it's easier for later on. Okay, so off. And then we can scroll down about halfway to where it says off, and then we'll select it. Did I go past?
I think you did. 'Cause it should be before the waypoints.
Sorry guys, there it is. Off. Okay, so then this one we're gonna make safe for sensor assisted flight envelope. So cancel, cancel. And then I'll type SAFE, so sensor assisted flight envelope. This is where we're gonna do auto leveling. And then we can scroll in safe mode here for the sound. Okay, so as you can see, we're way down here now and it's safe mode is selected. Then we have off, and then we have AS3X mode. So we'll walk back. Now, channel assign, we do need to make some decisions here, okay? So obviously, this is what's gonna tell us where things are laid out right now. So we're gonna have throttle, aileron, elevator, and rudder already predetermined for us, so they're kind of locked out. That's why it says NA, and you can't even highlight them. But then channel 5 is gonna be attached to switch A, which would normally be used for retractable landing gear. We're not using it for anything, so it doesn't really matter unless we would use it for something later. Obviously, we're going to try to take advantage of thrust reverse if it's an option, but we don't know if that's an option yet. We'll find that out here in a little bit, okay? And then switch, the 6th channel is going to be used for the other aileron. So it'll be like aileron 1, aileron 2, aka flaperon 1, flaperon 2, however you want to look at that. And then the pluggable channels, there will be unused channels. Okay, so we don't want to interfere with pluggable channels in case we later decide to use them for some other function. So we can go all the way up to channel 7, and we could make an assignment to use that channel for our flight modes, or we could go up to where we're beyond everything. Switch B is usually what I use for flaps. So I'm gonna highlight this and cancel it so it's inhibited. And that means that we'll be able to then tie this to flap mode, okay? Also, I mean, we could also just use channel 7 for the flight mode. There's nothing really wrong with it. Yeah, so we'll just use flight mode. So you can either do D, or you can scroll all the way to the left and then back once to the right and hit flight mode. So we'll just do channel 7 for that because it's a 6-channel pluggable transmitter, or excuse me, receiver in this case. And so we don't have anything to plug in there, so we can use that. And you see all these channels over here you can use, okay? And then right knob we want to leave, and I'm gonna inhibit the levers. Those speak to these things right here. I don't use those, okay? But then they don't beep at me obnoxiously while I'm flying, okay?
Do you want to set up a channel for thrust reverse in case we have it, or
whoops.
not yet?
Yes, I do. So I'm gonna clear that. And so basically we can use any of these non-pluggable channels. So I can go up here and set switch G to channel 9 in this case, because it looks like the rotary knob is already attached to 8. So we'll leave that. Again, anything over the pluggables, you don't really care. It can be wherever you want. And that's true of an NX8. That's true of an NX6, except you would end right there. You would stop at 14 channels, okay? And that's true of the NX70. Again, it would stop at the 14 channels instead of going all the way up to the 20, okay? So now I'll just hit back. And then I'm gonna hit back again. Okay, so now first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna set up rates and expo, just because it's at the top of the list. We'll highlight on, and I'll change it to tied to switch F. So I'm gonna put it to 5% expo at the top, then 10%, then 20. And the 20 being the most softened sticks, and so I'll also reduce the rates in that mode. So this is where we'll start. If we want double that, we go like this, it'll make it twice as soft. Or we can do half as soft, okay? So it softens the ailerons on that one. Then we can go to the elevator. We can turn it to switch F. At the top setting, I want 5, which is very limited amount of expo. In the middle, we'll start at 10. And then on the high end, we'll go to 20. And then we'll drop the rates down to 90. That means we give up less throws if we have to have a little bit more softened sticks. Remember, the idea is we take off, we need to get to the ground, it's too touchy, I can make it less touchy. You take off and it's not touchy enough, you can make it more touchy. But then when you get to the ground, you would reset that value to your middle and then double and half from there, okay? The idea is to get to the ground the first time so you can make adjustments for the second go around, okay? So now switch it to switch F, set it to 5, 10, and 20, whoa. 5, sorry guys, 10 and 20. Okay, then we can drop the rate down to 90. Okay, so there's our normal takeoff setting. Okay, now we can walk out of there, go to throttle cut. This is one of the most important things. I wish it was at the top. Switch H, we'll exercise it, acknowledge it by clicking the scrolly wheel. And then we can just look down at the monitor. You can see it says -100. You move the stick, it stays at -100, which is good. Now I'm gonna turn off my throttle cut so it's live. You can see it goes up and down corresponding to the stick position. And I'm gonna turn it back on for safety. Okay, so throttle cut's on. Now down here, I'm gonna set up flap system and I'm gonna have it operate with switch B. So I'll highlight it and then exercise, but I wanna make sure it's in the neutral center. So ±100 is important, but we don't know which direction it's gonna need to go, and I don't wanna overdrive my servos, so I'm just gonna drive in some values, doesn't matter what they are, and I'm gonna set this switch to the center. That way, we don't have the ailerons accidentally jank up to the top or to the bottom and damage themselves by overdriving, okay? Because their ailerons are acting as flaps, you do need to make sure that you're careful about this setting. Also, because they're outboard ailerons, our elevator correction, if any, is going to be opposite. It's gonna go, instead of like the flaps, okay, so if this is the flaps going down, usually means the elevator goes down. If it's an inboard flap, that means you have to correct the nose down, because if you put this down, the wings, it's gonna try to nose up on you, pitch up on you. So then you have an elevator go down to help, you know, square things up, level the plane up. But if you have an outboard aileron that goes down, that's gonna oftentimes make the nose pitch down. So you have to go up on the elevator, okay? So, but because we don't know what direction things are moving yet, we can't set this value yet. So we'll come back to it, but I am gonna set this to a slower speed of about 3 seconds because this is a bigger plane. Sometimes we set them a little bigger on bigger planes, okay? Mixing, we're not gonna mess with yet, but we might mess with it at some point. And even though this timer can be set to probably 7 or 8 minutes, I'm just gonna go 8 minutes for now. I'm gonna have it active as a 1 out timer. So anything over 25% is gonna start it at 1 minute. At 1 minute, I want a voice call out. At 20 seconds, I want nothing. At 10 seconds, I want a voice call out for countdown. And at expiration, I want tone and vibrate with the tone every minute thereafter. Okay, so that's all been set and I would be ready to bind, except I wanna hit back and I wanna scroll over once and now I can tell where to plug all my cables in. So it's gonna go throttle, right aileron, elevator, rudder, gear, left aileron, and then we don't care because these are not pluggable. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, there is also, just so you know, there is also sometimes a little bit different plug-in setup for avian ESCs. So you need to pay special attention to that. Certain avians plug in differently because they're avians, because they carry serial data transfer between the different smart devices. So you need to pay attention to that. I don't believe we need to do anything weird on this one. I think we just plug into the channel that it calls out here because it's gonna tell you what you need to do, I believe. That being said, if you're ever wondering how to set up your radio system, you can also look in the manual if you're using the provided receiver, or excuse me, the recommended receiver, okay? And so let's just scroll through here real quick.
I don't know if it has the same setup like the regular E-flite
No, it doesn't.
setup.
But it would be, they might have something for us here, okay?
And this English manual, the English part only goes to page 31. So when you see how thick this is,
Yeah.
it's like in 4 languages.
Don't fall off your chair. It'll be fine. Okay. And just going in here and looking. There are some square things that we might need to check later too to make sure our wings and everything are square, okay? Yeah, I don't see it here. Okay. All right, yeah, I don't see it. So that's the end of it, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we do have to mark the center of gravity here shortly, and we have to get all that stuff worked out. Now, if you're putting in a gas motor, admittedly, we're not gonna be talking about any of the gas motor setup. So if you need some help with that, I'm probably, unfortunately, not your guy because I would need help with that. I haven't done it yet. It's something that I'd like to do, but it's not gonna be on this particular plane, okay? So we're gonna pick up right where we left off, and that is gonna be bringing this thing over close, and we're gonna start plugging things in. So in order to do that, like I said, we had to make a profile. We've got a profile made. So now we just need to do what this says. So in order to do what this says, we have to get in here and plug in whatever the labels tell us on the right ports, okay? So obviously this one's ESC, and so that's gonna go to channel 1 in this case. And how do we know which way this lines up? Well, if you look right there, it says S, plus, and minus. So signal is the closer to the label, and so signal happens to be white. So I'm gonna go into port 1, so it's actually the second set of pins is port 1. Okay, so we'll just plug that in, and you can just double check your work. So white is up, black is down. Then we need to go to right aileron. Okay, so this one's labeled for us. It says right aileron. Totally spelled out in English. That's super nice. And yes, this is kind of hard for you guys to see, but don't feel bad because it's hard for me to see too. In fact, you could probably see better than me. Okay, so that's the right aileron. I'm going to pull this label down. If I can get it to rotate, it's not going to rotate. That is channel 2. Then channel 3 is going to be elevator. Yep. So it looks like these are labeled for us already, which is kind of nice. But that's assuming you're using the recommended receiver, okay? So in this case, we're showing you how to do it as though we don't know what you're using, okay? Then we have rudder, okay? So rudder is channel 4. So remember, the orange goes up If it's orange, red, and brown, because that'd be like the Futaba, or excuse me, that'd be the Hextronics JR color code, and then this would be like the Futaba Hextronics Futaba color code, okay? And then we have the left aileron, okay? So this one here, orange going up, camera crew.
It's gonna go to 6.
It's gonna skip one and then go to the last port, okay? So as you can see, there's a little skip there. Now all this junk is eventually going to go down in that hole. But for now, I have to work out exactly how I'm gonna get this secured to the side of the plane, okay? So camera crew is trying to give you guys a shot, and I'm trying to get myself in a spot where I can get this thing built. So the next move is to slather some glue on there. Now I'm gonna say, foam to foam is a good product. I like it, it works really good for most stuff. I don't really have a huge problem with that. There's some competitive China glue offerings that we recommend on this channel, and it does work really good. It tacks up a little bit faster than the foam to foam, but the foam to foam is fine. And since this is a Hangar 9 product, which is Horizon, we're gonna go ahead and show this. I would normally use China glue for this step because it does work a little bit better for us because it tacks up faster, okay? So if you have both, maybe just use the white tube for this and then come back to the foam to foam. Plus the foam to foam is maybe just like very, very marginally more expensive, like by 10%. I mean, it's barely
similar,
anything.
yeah.
It's a bigger tube, costs a
You
little
need
bit
to
more.
order some.
Yeah.
Get it when you're ordering the plane.
Yeah, get it when you're, that's why we're talking about it with this plane, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and pull the cap off. I know I over squeezed it and it's got a luminized tube, so it might have a little bit coming out. Then I'm gonna grab my receiver, and this is just kind of like what we did with the Pilot Man. I'm just gonna go ahead and put a little bit on here. I'm gonna spare no expense on this, okay? Then once that's on there, I'm not gonna do anything with it. I'm just gonna let it sit down for a second. Now keep in mind, I want to get that where it's gonna go the first time because I want the glue to be transferred to the other surface. I'm not gonna spread it unless I have to, okay? So I'm gonna take all those labels and I'm gonna just like real carefully work all the cables down into the hole with my kind of my fingers. And then I'm gonna work it into a spot where I can squish this onto the wall. And I think I'm gonna go up a little bit. What do you think? Or should I let it drop down? So either way, I'm gonna do that. Now look, I've got it spread onto the wall, and I'm just gonna kind of slather it around a little bit, kind of like it up a little bit,
Okay.
but I think it's,
that's originally what you were kind of proposing.
yeah, but I'm almost thinking if it sags, it's not gonna have anywhere to sag if I do this.
Sure.
So I think I'm gonna do that. Okay, so now I'm gonna pull this off and I'm gonna intentionally set this aside. But I don't want the tack to touch anything yet, especially not a decorative piece like the dude, okay? I'm just gonna like let that sit literally there for 2 or 3 minutes or whatever gives us enough time to get to the next step, okay? So while that sits there, what's left in the build that we can do while we wait? Because really we're just waiting for the glue to tack up so that when we touch it, it doesn't come apart, okay? Really all that's left is to make sure that we have our wires ready. 1, 2 wires. It's gonna be very easy to put that together.
Yeah.
And then we have to put in the wing joiner rod, which should be pretty simple. So I'm gonna just slide that through. It's probably just gonna ultimately get in the way. But we'll show the people how it looks. That is absolutely gorgeous. And a little bit of covering piece of glue came out, something like that. And then in order to actually mount these wings, we're gonna have to mount them and put all this kind of like first time hardware on. And then we'll have these jam nuts that may need to be tightened. I am not sure exactly how all that's gonna work, but these things are just kind of give me the feeling that it's gonna be a real pain in the neck. Because if you look at this, it's kind of like they're fighting themselves already.
Yeah.
Makes me nervous.
I'm not sure how it's gonna go.
Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go either. And it's definitely, they're definitely side by side, okay?
Yeah.
They're not on top and bottom, okay? So that makes me nervous. The other thing too is we could hypothetically bind, but there's not really any added benefit to binding right now because we're not hooked up back here, okay?
Right.
So just keeping in mind, our next move is basically get the receiver in the position where you need it, okay?
Then
Then
finish the build. Okay.
Okay. So we could also try to put a battery in, except we can't really do that until the receiver slides in, okay? So at this point, it's just literally a waiting game,
But
okay?
it's been,
For a few minutes.
Yeah.
Now, let's look at it again, okay? So,
yep, it's in the way.
that's already in the way.
Yeah.
Told you it would be.
You can actually see through the window pretty good.
Okay, so that's stuck down there. And you're probably wondering to yourself, but Brian, it seems to me like that would maybe not be the wisest choice to have all these wires right there. And you know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, guys. Because here's the thing, it's still not tacky enough to really work. You know, if that was the other China glue, I think it would probably work because it tacks up so much quicker. But it's just up on that wood, it really needs to be tacked on there good. I don't want it to move.
No, definitely not.
But look, you guys see what happens? Sometimes you can work it and it'll basically stick, which we're there. Okay, now I can stick all this crap down in the hole, okay? And that's my objective, is I want it all out of the way because it's doing us no good up here. It did what it was supposed to do. And if we ever need to get back at it, it's definitely manageable and we'll be able to get back at it. But as of now, it's going down in the hole. Now, the other thing too is you'll notice my receivers want to peel off of that wall. It's kind of making me nervous. Okay, look how nice that cable management
that's
worked
really
out.
nice.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to make a decision, and it's got to be kind of I'm pressing on the wood behind there just to make sure that's not going to move. I am moving the plane by the receiver now, guys. See this? Mm-hmm. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be 100% proof positive mount, okay? And I also don't want to introduce too much vibration. So if in doubt, this would be the time to fix your problem if you think there is a problem. I don't necessarily think there is a problem yet, but we'll find out. I will double, triple check this throughout the build. The last thing I want to do is get ready to fly and have that thing relaxed like this.
Right.
That will potentially screw up the flight performance of the plane. But with all the cables and stuff rammed in there, it's basically going to force itself where it needs to be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you just kind of think about it, there's nowhere for it to go.
No.
Okay. So I'm okay with it so long as after 20 minutes or 30 minutes, we check it and it's solid. I mean, look at Pilot Guy. Pilot Guy ain't moving anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, now the antenna has to be relocated. It could actually just go back if we wanted, and that would be fine, but I would really rather just stuff this in to this area and just get it out of the way. But we need to be really mindful. In fact, kind of like the idea of maybe going up here, because I don't want the cable to get damaged while we're pulling out Mr. Pilot Buddy.
I don't think
And
you're
look,
gonna
I've
pull
got an opening.
out though.
I got an opening to go through, so I'm just gonna go through it. I really don't think I will either, camera crew. I think you're probably right. And so I'm just thinking if we can just get this thing into a different spot so it's protected and likely to stay put, then I'm not worried about it, okay? So I'm just gonna, give me the bent tip, please. Forceps. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this. Now remember, this last 28 millimeters of this length, you need to protect it because that's where it's active. Okay, everything else is just a coax cable, just standard coax cable. So you can be super careful with it. You don't wanna kink it. If you kink it, you might break the conductors inside and make it dead short, and then it won't work. Okay, so that just gets you up higher. It doesn't need to be up higher to work. It just kind of manages the cable.
It's just out of the way now.
It's trapped. If you're doing 3D, it's not gonna pop out on you, okay? But beautiful cable management and easy, I might add.
Yeah.
Okay? So now that that's all in, I wanna make sure this fits, okay? I'm torn. Do I leave this forward or what?
I think you're gonna want the plug in the chair once you get it in there. Right?
Okay, yeah, probably. Oh, please don't hit all the cables, me. Okay, so that's on. So I need to take my forceps and make sure that this ESC cable is vertical. It is now vertical. Okay, I'm gonna support the tail of the plane. I'm gonna try to walk back with my chair. Okay, guys, I'm back here. Do you see what I'm doing? I'm braced way back here. That's tight, guys. That's tight like a toiga.
Too tight?
It's barely, I can barely get it in there.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Okay.
Because that's where it's gonna be. That's gonna force an issue on where we can position our batteries. If it becomes a problem, we're gonna know. And
right.
while we're giving that stuff just a few minutes, I'm gonna slide this through a little bit more. Show them from the front. You want it to be roughly even. It's gonna be even when you put the wings on because it'll force it into the center. But there's one other trick that we like to do on our planes, and it's very simple. It's not included with the plane, obviously. This is shelf liner, okay? So shelf liner is something that we like to use and you might not like to use, and you can make up your own mind on how you'd like to use it or not use it. In our case, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a little bit of glue. We've already got the foam to foam over here, don't we?
Yes, it's on the table. Do you need scissors though?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Good point. We may or may not need foam to foam because we're going to be using an adhesive backed Velcro sort of item. Okay. So all we need to do now is take scissors and we're going to cut something that can go on there to receive the battery. Now this stuff is just like the shelf liner you've seen. It just goes between two surfaces and stops it from slipping and sliding. Okay. Whereas normally a battery would slide, or like say this thing would slide like crazy, okay? So imagine that's there, it doesn't slide anymore, okay? You have to have a little bit of pressure to hold it down, but then it just stops it from slipping and sliding, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a piece of Velcro. I've just got this bag of Velcro, and I'm kind of surprised I didn't see a piece of Velcro that came with it.
Yeah.
Because normally we would
You
see
need
that.
the loops.
Oh yeah? Ooh,
side.
look, I've already got one.
Have...
It's already got some shelf liner on it. It's already got shelf liner on it.
Why not?
So we'll just use that one. That's probably good enough. I'm not gonna say that it is perfect because it could be a little bit bigger. But ultimately all you do is you just cut it, stick it down to the sticky side, and then this goes in and then replaces the requirement that you would normally have for Velcro. Because I don't like Velcro. Now, why did we get away from this type of shelf liner and we went to this type of shelf liner? The reason we went to this is because then the adhesive doesn't come through. And I don't know if you guys remember this from looking earlier with us on that 4S 5000 milliamp hour battery. This has got residue from glue that schmutzed through.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why we have switched to this style. Okay.
We found that at a local hardware store.
We have links in our supplies page
to the regular
stuff.
Yeah.
It works very good, but you know.
If someone can find that solid stuff on Amazon, let me know and
we'll get links.
I'll share it so you can find it easier.
So, all right. So that's going to take care of that. It's maybe it's a little bit small, but we'll see. If we don't have enough resistance to the battery moving, we'll come back and address that later. Nice. Okay. So now at this point, the battery is the next move to install, but we probably just need to get the battery in after the wings are on. I think we just get the wings. Yeah.
Okay.
We got to get the wings on, and you're like, but I thought we were doing radio setup. You're right, we are doing radio setup. But in order to do the radio setup, we got to actually physically finish building the plane in this case. We're going to do that now. Okay. So the moments of truth, moments. Plural. Okay. We don't want that to fall down. And if it does, it's not the end of the world. I just want to make sure it doesn't get us in a circumstance where we accidentally pierce the covering. Okay. So I think it's probably going to be better if we just let it fall down if it falls again.
Okay.
So now we slide, yep, so it fell again. So now that this is out, I'm going to have you go around the back.
Yep.
And just kind of support this very gently. No, here, where my finger is.
Okay.
Thank you. Then this is super careful or super easy, brown to brown. Okay. So then as I slide the wing in, there's this little peg that's going to be in there. Okay, so it just goes in like that, super easy. And then it's heavy enough that it holds it. Okay. Then I need to put in this wing bolt. Okay. And it's not wanting to tip over or anything.
No,
I thought for sure it was going to want to tip over.
I thought so too.
So now there's this rib right here that's gonna make it a real pain in the neck. Okay, so once you get this plugged in, my suggestion is tuck it back into the wing so that it's out of your hair, you don't see it, and you won't know it's there, okay? If you don't tuck it back in, it's gonna be ugly. But you have to remember that when you go to take this off. By the way, that's going in like a daydream. Compared to the other ones, the ones for the chairs were a pain.
Oh, okay.
These ones are super easy. And you're probably thinking, geez, there's a nylon bolt that keeps my wing on. Well, no, not really. The thing that keeps your wing on is this,
Right.
okay? And then that just pins it in one spot, that pins it in another spot. It basically stops it from coming out. But even if that thing failed and ripped the head off, you could fly around without that at all, okay? Because you're gonna have this thing also down here holding, okay?
Right.
But just be careful when you lift. In fact, I'm gonna leave those down for now,
Okay.
just to be on the safe side. And the same thing is true over here. I am gonna go ahead and just preemptively pull that out, slide that down. Just make it easy, okay? I don't wanna accidentally damage the thing. Okay, so this one's gonna be a little harder for the camera crew to help me on, but it should be even easier to install because now we've got a counterweight. Okay, just sliding it in. Now, just to show you, if you're alone at the flying field and you're trying to do this, it's not gonna be that big a deal. And plus, once you've done it a couple of times, you'll get used to it. So the brown happens to be up in my right hand, in my left hand, okay? Just used, match the colors, okay? Pull this in, get that dowel lined up. That's the word I was looking for, dowel. Ooh, man, that is not lining up with the crap. Why? Oh, it's because I'm having to push the entire wing joiner through. I did not get full penetration. And there's no way to get my fingers in here. I'm touching a pocket that is a fiberglass pocket with my middle finger. I can't touch the rod itself. So I'm gonna have to pull this off and I'm gonna walk this through just a hair. Yep, now it hit the other side. You guys understand what I just did?
Yep, you could kind of hear the...
Yep, now I can get this in. There it goes. So the first time, sometimes a little bit more involved, okay? You're gonna know exactly what you're dealing with for the second go around, okay? So now we can get that wire up there so it'll be out of the view, out of eye shot. And we'll put in the other wing bolt, see how this thing lines up. Don't do that.
You use your forceps?
I've got forceps here, so I'll just use the ones that happen to be closer. But yeah, don't do that, guys. Because if you're out in the flying field, that could fall into a very bad spot. And no, you're not using a magnet to get that out. It's nylon. Okay, so we'll see if this goes easy. So far, so good. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we do pride ourselves on the ability to build many different aircraft and in such a way that we're going to be able to demonstrate an easy way to have a good outcome. But that means there's a lot of steps sometimes, and this is probably one of those models where there is quite a few steps. It's not been a hard build, but it's also a little bit more involved than your average. I'm going to tell you why. Because those 4 cables on that tail probably made this build twice as hard, which is ironic because really, it's not been a hard build.
No.
It's been very easy, especially compared to an ARF. If you guys got an ARF, you're looking at like 100 steps plus. The steps, again, are not especially difficult. It's just that there's a lot of them, and you're gonna have to have a little bit more technical competence. And so if you're just coming back to the hobby from a hiatus, my suggestion is get something even easier than this. But if you wanna start out with something that's gonna have some, you know, staying power and longevity to it, then this would be a great place to be.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, it's not the cheapest. And we know that, and we understand that that is a big factor for a lot of you in the hobby, as it is for a lot of you in the world in general.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just price.
Price always
anything.
is a big factor, okay? Now, the wings are physically on, but we have to get these things installed.
Okay.
So that's the last step of installing the wings and the physical installation on this plane. I don't know exactly how this is gonna go, so I'm gonna have my tools here. Camera crew is gonna relocate her physical body to where she can see. She might need to even sit down, I wonder.
Yeah, I might have
But
to.
what we're gonna do is I'm gonna turn this vertical. Okay, and just keeping in mind that this does impact the position. These are to be installed where?
Oh, I'm gonna have to look at the directions.
I'm gonna go into these holes, these
Okay.
pockets. Remember, these are relatively easy to find, but they are not a perfect alignment, okay?
Okay.
Then I'm gonna come up here, and my understanding is I'm probably just gonna need to go right in there.
And I think the pins go down from the top, like the pegs, and then the cotter pins go.
Yeah, because I don't know how you would get them on top.
underneath.
Okay.
I know it showed.
They go from the top down.
Yes, the pins go from the top down, the pegs
Okay.
go from the top down, and then the cotter pins go underneath.
Okay, so I'm just trying. Please walk with a light step. This is a very awkward step. I am not sure exactly how this is gonna go, but I can tell you right now, it's not gonna be easy. And you certainly are not gonna have an easy time doing it the first time, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these, they look like a rivet, okay? So I'm gonna grab them with my forceps, upside down like this, okay? I'm gonna hold them, then I'm gonna come in here and see if I can force them in. But as you can see, they're wanting to not go. So I'm gonna press them in. There's paint, and the paint has just made them a little bit wider, okay? So I'm gonna force both of them in first. Let's try that.
Okay.
Yeah, for God's sakes, that's gonna be a little bit of a pain in the neck. Okay, so I'm gonna try this again. This time I'm gonna hold it like this. I'm not gonna clamp it. And then we're just gonna press it through, see if I can get it going. Walk it in, walk it in. Come on, it's not wanting to go. Okay, I'm gonna clamp it now 3 times, so it's very sturdy. Now I should be able to press it in. Nope. You guys see what's going on?
Yeah.
So it's fighting me on getting that pin through, okay? Not sure the best way to do it, thank you. I'm gonna try here. If I can just get that one to start. Okay, that's fine. I may need to use pliers the first go round. I'm gonna try going from the underside this time. See if I can just get it started. Now the other thing I could do is I could start with the other wing, but I don't know that that's really the solution. It might just be a workaround. I'm gonna try a different one. See if maybe I get lucky. Maybe one's a little bit thinner. It's like there's paint or something in the hole.
Is there a screwdriver or something that we can put in there to get the paint out?
We can try it, but I just can't reach any of that stuff, and I don't want to have this plane tip off at the surface. Thank you, camera crew. Okay, I'm gonna try with this. Son of a gun. That's a flat screwdriver.
Oh.
I didn't mean to grab that.
Okay.
Okay, so now I can just try reaming this, but you see it's at an angle, so without like quite literally taking this bracket off, which I could do, I'm gonna just try to hit it from the top with that.
Okay.
That might give us enough clearance. Now the other thing too is we could take, I got another idea. Hold that thought. I'm gonna use some needle nose pliers for the first go around. My hope is this is just a one-time thing. Use needle nose pliers, I can force it through. Once I get it started, I should be able to get it through. So even if I have to use forceps to get it started, camera crew, would you mind grabbing that Phillips? Put that back where it goes. Okay, so I'm gonna use the forceps. I'm gonna clamp it all the way down. So like I've got it all the way down. I almost never do that. I'm gonna get it lined up. I do not want to damage the finish. This is what concerns me, is I'm gonna damage the finish almost certainly. I'm gonna grab the top and I'm gonna grab the bottom, force it in, now it's in. Now I can let go of that. Now I can press it through with my fingers.
Okay.
You guys see how I did that?
Yep.
That worked out good. It'll be covered if it did damage.
Right.
Okay. And these two are just fighting each other. See how they're wanting to like tip on top of each other? They're not happy, okay? I don't know why, I'm not sure how to resolve it. So I have to find these 2 holes again for like the 4th time, okay? Now I'm gonna try to force the wing out because this is ultimately gonna lift the wing as I press these out, okay? So pressing them out, I'm on to the back one, then pressing out, I'm gonna force this one onto the front one. Okay, so I gotta go out half a turn. Now it's lined up on, I'm gonna go out half a turn. Okay, so now I have them physically on, but now I have to figure out how I'm gonna keep them on there long enough to put the pins in and then make sure that the pins align. Good Lord.
Goodness gracious.
That is so awkward. Okay, so now I'm gonna take, with my needle nose pliers, I'm gonna grab the first one, I'm gonna give it a quarter turn so that it's lined up straight. Do I need to put one through from the front to the back? Is it just one?
I mean, you're putting one in each hole.
How the heck am I gonna do both of those?
I don't know.
Seems like a lot of things going through holes.
Seems like not something you don't have to do every time you have to take your plane somewhere.
Well, yeah, but you're used to the easy way we do things, which is go out the front door.
Yeah.
And most people don't have that luxury. Okay, so I'm gonna try this. I almost wonder if you could put both of them in a row. Is there a reason you couldn't?
I don't know. I mean, it shows two.
It does?
One in each hole in the picture.
Okay, because like putting that in was easy.
Okay.
Like really easy.
Well, that's not usually the case, so try again. I'm sure it will be harder.
I almost think that, you know, it's like this is designed to receive two. You know?
It just seems...
Yeah, why is it so, like, resistant?
Yeah.
Makes me nervous. Like I've done something wrong and I just haven't figured out what it is yet. You suppose if I just tried one just to see how it worked, would that be the worst possible thing I could do in life right now?
Well, I mean, probably not the worst possible thing.
Good Lord. You know, it's like, I feel like a plumber right now, you know, when you got to hug the toilet.
Yeah.
I'm hugging this plane. I mean, it's granted I haven't urinated or defecated
I was
on
going to
this
say,
plane.
I don't think this is anything
It's just slightly
close.
better.
Yeah. Can you see the hole over there?
Not from this angle. Yeah, I can rotate it. Once I rotate it, it's quite easy. Okay? I'm just going to see if I can... It's just, I don't know. There's times in builds where you're kind of like, is that really the best way we could do that? This is one of those times. Come on. You know you want to go in. It's just, it's long enough that it's like it for sure would reach.
To go through both of the
But then I'm like, look at this. Look at this close here. If you pushed it through, there'd be two keepers.
Right.
Isn't that about the placement? There's no way that's supposed to be two pins.
But then it would be all the way through, and then what do you grab to get it out?
I'm just going to do it the right way. I'm going to do it the right way.
And
The way that it should be.
The wrong way?
I'm going to do it the way it should have been. How about that?
Okey-dokey.
If I can get the dang thing to go before it slips down. God, that's annoying.
And I don't think you're going to get them both at the same time.
Oh, yes, I will. I will. You underestimate my...
Stubbornness? No, I don't.
I just think that I'm just afraid that there's no way we're going to be able to replicate this. Okay, so is it possible to put them on top? It would make it so much easier because they're wanting to come undone. Is it supposed to be on the bottom? Are you sure?
That's what the picture looks like.
Can I see the picture?
Yeah.
I want to be a second set of eyes. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying like it seems like there's too much effort to do that. That's on the top, Megan.
No, it's not.
It is too.
That's the bottom. It's by the screws.
Megan, the plane is upside down.
Right.
That's on the inside.
If you
Good Lord.
No, if you flipped your...
Just come back over here, camera crew. So everybody, if you're listening at home, this is the way it's supposed to go. I was not correct in my theory, and I should have checked on it myself. I didn't. So here we are. So you see these two things? They need to be on top, but that means that I have to actually get this lined up first. It's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, I don't know. It depends on where you live and what the weather was like.
Oh, those things have to go on top.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the clips still.
Oh, and I was like, why? How are you going to possibly be able to do this all at once? It's like there's 7 things you got to do all at once.
Well, you're still not going to be able to do that
It's
either.
a billion times easier. That was a billion times.
You don't have the pins in yet.
It's going to be a lot easier. Because now it holds itself until you're ready Now, I'm not saying that it's easy. It's still a pain, but it's like manageable. You can move those screws here a little bit now if you want. So now all I have to do is press down on these screws as I find proper alignment and push down. Wowzers. I am glad I didn't continue finding that.
I wasn't looking at the thingies. I was looking at the pins.
I don't understand how you could have mixed that up though. Okay, there. Look, and by the way, that just like feels like it pushed that whole dang thing down. It did. It did?
Mm-hmm. It did.
What?
There's a gap here now.
That was not there.
That was not there before.
Okay, that's not a good sign. Okay, while we're dealing with not good signs, do you happen to remember that was a 2.5 millimeter? So now I'm gonna see if I can get this lined up the way that I wanted it to be and see if this passes through. My guess is it's probably not going to do both now. And that's fine if it doesn't. Okay, so now I'm gonna twist this just a hair. Pull this back, twist it. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, it's all the way through. One pin. One pin.
Okay.
I don't know why you would do it any other way. It would be insane. It's already hard enough to do that. Okay, everybody, just to be clear, there are times my wife is really good at stuff, and then there's times that there's left to be desired. That was one of those times. She's usually very good at building these planes, following instructions. So I should have double checked it myself. Ooh. So my issue is this. That being pushed down makes me nervous.
Yeah.
So we need to address that before I forget that there's a problem.
Okay.
Okay. So 2.5 millimeters.
You want the plane stand?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna literally roll this off the edge here.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. We'll see if I can handle the weight on the tail wheel. I need to see if this goes. It might just not be tight. No, it bent the steel. These are still tight. That's good. That means that it didn't break, it just bent.
Okay.
Okay? And that's fine. I don't care if steel bends a little bit. It's in position, it needs to find its memory in its home. It's gonna be there now forever.
Okay.
Until we change it. All right, so doing the other side, we know what we're doing better now. So I can turn, camera crew, where are you gonna watch this from?
I don't know. I can be here.
You could just,
screwdrivers.
if you can get the angle.
Yep.
Okay, so now I have to line these up first. These ones go a lot easier. I don't know what the deal was with the other one. Then I'm gonna lay them on top, just like that, and they wanna pull forward like something fierce. Usually when things pull forward something fierce like that, it's not a good thing, right?
I wonder if you need to start your pins though, like you did on the other side, if you have problems.
If I do, then I'll do that. That's a fair point.
Or we can pause for some special words to help of encouragement.
The words of encouragement, yeah. Do they have 4 letters?
Usually.
Yeah, already through.
Okay.
No, I mean there was genuinely like a little knob or something on that other side that made it really hard.
That one front one on the other side.
So, but I mean honestly, now that I know what's going on, it's not too bad. Like it's actually pretty manageable.
You did have to adjust the length on one of those on the other side.
Yeah, but I don't think I have to on this one because it's not lining up as bad.
Okay.
And that's just pure luck. Yeah, this one is kind of not lined up as good though. Did you just jinx me? Okay, I'm gonna try this. I have to hold the pliers backward and upside down because that's the way we roll. Why is it not going? I've caught another knob, evidently. It started, it's just not going through.
Yeah.
And obviously this is exactly the way everybody holds pliers.
Especially when you're not left-handed.
Yeah, I'm not left-handed, that's true. Good point. Thanks for bringing that up. I can't make my reach all the way through, but I'm gonna try anyway. Look, I'll actually hold the other one, push it down. There it goes, it's in.
Is it through?
Yeah, it's through. I just have to press it all the way in.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so now my theory is I am going to use, if you wanted, you could use a screwdriver and put it in there and straighten those pins so you can use one. Or if you're lucky, you put one length in and then you turn it, okay? Get it square so it's centered. And then you're gonna have to come back from the back side. And then you're gonna put the pin in. I might actually take this pin and go from the front side though, because I want it to be, there it goes. Now I squared it. Now I should be able to go in to the pin assembly and then the second pin assembly, and it's perfect. Now that's going forward, so it's not gonna come out.
Okay.
Easy as that.
That one didn't seem like it pulled down on that bracket as much.
That's because it didn't.
Okay.
These aren't out as far either. We're gonna have to look at the squareness to make sure we don't have an issue. Guys, look what I'm doing. This pin is being removed from the forward to the back, okay? I am resolving that potential conflict before it becomes a conflict. Okay, grabbing it, pulling it out. Now, I'm gonna push it in from the front to the back so that with regard to the way the plane is gonna fly, I'm assuming we're gonna go mostly forward.
Hopefully.
Well, we have thrust reverse we're gonna try to activate. Okay, so there's that, and there's that, okay? So now it's going forward to backward. There is no reason ever that you would use two.
And why did they give you two extra?
Because when you drop them in the grass, it's gonna be a bear cat to find them. Now,
True.
Full disclosure, you can adjust the end of each of those, okay? But it's gonna be a lot of work if you have to. Okay, these are gonna go in a bag immediately to be put with the other parts for this plane, because if I ever lose these, that is gonna be a weirdity that I'm gonna have to either manufacture or order, okay? Because it's a weird size. Not that you couldn't take a bolt and put it through and just have a nut, but to have it quick release, that thing is twisted. Look at that one. That one's got a little bit of a twist to it too. Just makes me nervous, because like, look at this. Twisted, it's not in, that's why. Whew, I'm glad I caught that in time, because it wasn't broken yet. But you see, this is in. Make sure that they're in, guys. Yep, it's in and in. Did you see what I was seeing?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that earlier.
Okay. So, again, some of the stuff is pretty second nature to those of you that build a lot of balsa wood planes. For me, I don't, and I haven't. But with every build comes more and more experience, frustration and grief. But admittedly, this plane has not been like super hard to build. It's just more like a lot of steps.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to bind this thing, so I can't really put on the lid yet.
Well, you can probably put on that lid. You should be able to reach the bind plug there, right?
The bind button.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I? I'm having trouble reaching it.
Oh.
No, I mean, I'm touching it, but I'm just having trouble pressing it.
I mean, I can reach it, but.
Okay, well then I'm gonna put this down. I guess I can't reach it.
Okay.
And when I'm ready to reach in there, I'm gonna have to go like this and put my hand behind it. Good my lordy lord. I can't get my finger in there and press that angle. Who decided to put that thing there?
This one right here?
Are you pressing it?
Hold on, I think I am. Wait.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. You would hear the click if you were pressing it.
I know. I can't see anything. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's not hard to see, it's hard to press.
It is hard to press.
And that's the funny thing, is that with regard to all the different goofy things that we've done on this build,
I can't press it either.
I can't press the button, okay? So I am excited to bind this aircraft and finish our setup. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab are we gonna do the 3200 or the 4000?
Well, I mean, we're just setting it up, so it doesn't really matter right now.
Well, it does if we set the CG with this.
3200 is what the manual calls for.
To 4000.
All I saw was 3200.
Well, it says it right on here.
Oh.
Let's show the people so they can trust the information from Brian Phillips RC. It's right here. See, show them. point the camera so they can read it upright too.
32 to 4,000. Okay, good.
So
yeah, the manual just recommends 3,200. Here it
so
is.
I'm sort of like tempted to just go with the biggest one that we can afford to fit.
That's typically what you would do. So
Yeah, so I would just go with
the 4,000.
the 4,000 initially. And then I think what I'm gonna do as a precautionary measure is I'm gonna go ahead and charge the 4S just in case we decide that when we made this that we can't live with the 6S for some reason. It's gonna be easy enough to switch the prop.
Okay.
But I wanna start with 4,000 6S, okay? So, let's get the battery loaded. The Virgin Run, that is a lot of strap. Holy shnikes. Okay.
Why am I in your light all of a sudden?
I'm in my light.
Oh.
I don't know that there's a whole lot more we can do about it either
No.
because of the nature of the size of the plane.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, I have a sneaky suspicion about these straps.
Are they stuck?
No, just they're gonna end up being really big.
Oh.
Okay. So put this in there by Johnny Pilot, armless, legless. Pilots Association, fly by mouth. Okay, so we'll just like set it in there centered. See how things go. Okay. Let's see how the straps are. Pull it tight. These are some high quality straps, but they are long. Makes me nervous. And it worked perfectly.
They're gonna be really long on a 4S. Well, except
No,
4S
the
is
4S
not
is
that
almost
much
exactly
smaller.
the same size.
Yeah.
So I'm just pressing down the little D-ring thing. Now, step back 5 steps. Now that we've got it in there, but it's not hooked up, I want to test my mount.
Are you testing your shelf liner?
Worked perfect. That is a huge plane.
You don't need much. It's
Huge.
Yeah.
It's gigantic. I love it.
We really needed another 2-meter plane in the family room. It will be perfect.
Yeah, we did. Bad. I was thinking this one actually is one of the most beautiful.
It really
it's
is.
probably going to be one of the planes that we hang in flight, like on the wall there or something.
Yeah, no.
Oh no, okay. All right, so the next move is we need to bind this thing. Okay, so
We do.
we haven't installed the prop, and that is basically the last mechanical step that we have on this build, okay? We should be done with glue. We should be done with scissors. And if you guys want to be done with your very own Hangar 9 J3 Cub and you want to support Brian Phillips RC, look no further than the links in the video description below. These videos are long and tedious, especially for the camera crew. She doesn't love this. She loves me.
Well, no.
Maybe not today, but some days, okay? So at the end of the day, we put a lot of effort and time into these videos, and if you want to help reciprocate, return the favor, the best thing you can do is buy the planes when you like them. But only buy them if you like them and only buy them if you're ready for them. We're gonna try to put you in a position where you can make a good decision as to whether or not you're ready for them. And we're not gonna dupe you with the first, best, fastest, yellowest, bluest, biggest. Biggest maybe, but that's just a bunch of malarkey. We're gonna share our findings. We're gonna let you guys make up your own mind. And we're gonna give you good actionable information with which to do that. Okay, so the transmitter's on, radio setup continues. Now that we're done with the physical build, with the exception of the prop, so I'm gonna hit back, or I'm gonna scroll over to the right, I'm gonna click, I'm gonna scroll down to bind. I'm gonna be prepared to click. It's gonna time out more or less. It always does. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can plug this in, and I can. So it's plugged in. It's not gonna actually do anything because it's not set up with the receiver. So now I need to get in here and bind by hitting this button. And I'm just gonna have to lay it on its nose so I can get down there. Pressing the button, and I did press the button.
That time.
Laying it on the mains. Bind. Okay, so now we need to quickly monitor control surfaces and make sure we don't have anything weird going, okay? Okay, so we have flaperons already working, which is pretty cool. Elevator and rudder are technically not hooked up, which is exactly what we expected. Because we are ready to mechanically set up the rudder and elevator, that's our next move, okay? We need to get them physically hooked up so we can test the direction of travel. But because it's so easy to see, I can test right now with my rudder it is going the wrong direction. One reason I want to do that is because if I have to rotate this, sometimes it changes the absolute zero position slightly. It's usually by a rounding error, but it could be a number of turns. Okay, so that's also reverse. So I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna click servo setup, travel, highlight, go to reverse. I'm gonna reverse the elevator and the rudder, okay? Now I'm also gonna move my ailerons quick. That is also reverse. So how is that reverse? Left aileron and right aileron. So now that's gonna roll us, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right. Now be careful, you can technically overdrive your servos right now, so be careful. You don't wanna sit there and overdrive them into a mechanical frame. This is not a balsa, this is a balsa wood plane, it's not a foamy. You can overdrive and damage a servo, okay? It's very easy to do, okay? All right, so I'm gonna put this up on its nose if I can get it to stay and not damage anything. Oh, yes, perfect. So now this should make this quite easy. According to the manual, they're gonna have a specific spot they'd like us to land these, okay? It's gonna be a pretty easy process because of the nature of this clevis, okay? Do you already see it?
I don't remember seeing it actually. It's gotta be in here.
You sure? Because
Well,
normally on these type of planes, they're gonna tell you the amount of throw, okay?
I was thinking I saw kind of a little chart.
So also we're gonna go to this at some point here shortly.
Yes.
So we'll pause while we look. Okay, so the camera crew came over here and read some information. Unfortunately for us, on page 18 in the English, step 116, it shows use, oh, sorry,
115.
115, sorry. It says attach the clevis to the rudder control horn. Okay, great, right? So super high quality imagery here makes it super, super clear. And when I say super clear, I'm being facetious because there are 3 holes and it appears to be in the outside hole, right?
That's my guess.
So we're gonna go to the outside hole, but then also, again, on step number 168, okay, so just to show you the same picture or similar pictures, we have step 168, we also, that's on page 24, attach the clevis to the rudder control horn, slide the clevis retainer over.
That picture's even better.
So it's terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so for practical purposes, there are many steps to the ARF, okay?
Yes.
So when they say almost ready to fly, they mean
Not at all.
not really ready. A lot more ready than a kit.
Sure.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a second.
Okay.
So obviously the rudder, that's gonna move it to the left, that's gonna move it to the right, and look at my sticks. This is gonna move it to the left, that's gonna move it to the right. You can see it's in the correct position. So this is neutral, okay? So we want that to be neutral, and guess what? It's really close. So all I have to do is come out, whatever, 2 or 3 turns, and then hold this into the center. You can actually do a reach around. That was your cue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm gonna go out half. That should be about perfect. So now I'm gonna pop this off just like we did before. It's awkward. Pull it down, come on. Oh, for God's sake. So now I suppose I'm just having visions of this like rolling off the counter or something. Ridiculous. R2-D2 is like having a conniption fit inside. Okay, I'm gonna go up this time, see if that's better. I'm just having a hard time doing this, so I'm gonna pull this down. That needs to be down, okay? I'm gonna push up now. Oh, there we go, got it that time, no problem. I just needed to slide back my retainer like that. Okay, so now you can see, look how close we are on center. You guys see that? Can you see my fingertips? Okay, now watch this. Left, right, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now this nut, look, jam thy nut. Could you grab my nut and just jam it?
Wait, why?
Because that holds its position.
Oh.
So I'm gonna use the world's largest crescent wrench to tighten my nuts. That's why I love crescent wrenches. Hold my nuts. Okay, beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Now, we have to do the same thing to the elevator. And for the record, the elevator instructions were even worse.
Non-existent.
Because evidently they must have
I don't know. I didn't see him. They got
mentioned
tired
it
of-
somewhere. Kind of got tired of looking at black and white images taken in a hole of a container in a ship somewhere.
Pick a hole, I guess.
So we're gonna just put this over here. I don't know. Let's just say this, guys. Sometimes instructions are really good and other times instructions leave a little something to be desired. In an ARF, you should expect to be a more skilled builder and not need an instruction.
A step-by-step.
Okay.
You're lucky that you're getting 147 steps or whatever it is.
Even though you need 197.
Probably
okay.
more than that,
That's where Brian Phillips RC comes in. Okay, so real quick, elevator. So we're gonna center this now. I'm just going like to the outside hole.
I
mean,
guess.
we have AS3X, it's gonna basically take care of us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now this one is a little bit harder to see from this angle. So I just wanna get it as close to neutral as I can, and that is really actually dang close right now. It is, it's a little bit up. I'm gonna go in one half, in again. Then I'm gonna slide this little rubber thing back and try to push this in toward the plane. Slide it in, see how we look. Looks like I could probably come out. I could go in just a little bit more. So I'm gonna go in just a little bit more. There's one more, there's two more. Two more halves, that makes one. Oh yeah, that's a little bit more. What do you think?
Might be too much, but try it.
Okay, so now that's half a turn. I don't know, hon.
I think that's good.
I think I need to go more.
Really?
Yep, there's one full turn more. I haven't even seen it look like it's pointing down. Okay. How about, let's go one more half. One more half. Okay, here we go. Ah! This is not the most fun process right here, I can tell you. That looks really close to straight.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I snapped it, and now I'm gonna slide this back out. Now you might be thinking, but Brian, how did you know that that's perfect? Well, this is a judgment call, and I want that to be a flat plane, okay? Now, you also, by rights, are supposed to measure from like here or find a common point, measure from here to here, and all these other things. I'm just gonna kind of like make sure it's close because this is a plug and play.
Right.
model.
Right.
If it was an ARF, you'd be setting all that stuff yourself. So just remember, guys, there's a lot of value in the plug and play beyond just the additional accessories that are mounted, okay? And some of you are gonna say in the comments, no, that's not true. You're just literally only getting the accessories. I'm gonna tell you right now, that is not the way it goes.
Right.
The manufacturer has the labor is bought and paid for a lot of the steps that would otherwise be your responsibility.
And if you really, really like kits and you really, really like building, that's one thing.
Some people love it.
But if you don't like building, but you think, oh, I'm just going to get the ARF because it's cheaper.
Don't do it. Don't do it. That is a huge mistake. Many people make that.
Very, very sad.
You'll be very, very sad after about your 10th hour of rewatching our video saying, I don't remember when you told us how to do that, Brian.
Right.
Do you remember the measurement for this? No, the answer is I don't. You want to know why? Because I didn't measure it.
Right.
Are you kidding me? I didn't measure it.
If you need your own lovely black and white manual, you can click on the link in the video description.
And by the way, the truth is, if you ever do need a manual, you can
Yeah.
click on the link in the video description below.
Yep, we do that.
So,
You need to put all of the canopy. Don't hit the faucet.
I know, I'm like about ready to turn this plane so I can have all the different controls tested.
I don't know who put that sink in this island, but
That would have been you. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to put the oven there, or the stove rather.
that would have been,
Would have been also awkward.
yeah.
Okay, so we're putting all the parts on because we're done with binding. So now we can put this beautiful thing in, which by the way, it's kind of like,
You're going to do that like 6 times total.
I know, but it just makes me nervous because like, I don't even know if I can put my hand in there now. Because look.
You can put your hand in there.
No, listen, what I'm saying is there's a head there now.
No.
Get out of the way, dude. Okay. So now it's locked. I hope. Yeah, it's locked. Okay. And does the fuel thing...
Hold it by the fuel gauge. What do you call that?
This would be a float.
Float, that's what you said.
It's a fuel indicator.
Okay.
It's fuel cap and fuel indicator. So in real life, that would actually come off, and this actually is a float that sticks up to tell you when you have fuel. Yeah, I'm serious.
So then you know when you're almost out of gas.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Plane.
Okay, so
Okay.
that rudder has a little bit of a bend to it, or it's not perfectly centered. It's pretty dang close though. That thing is gorgeous. Elevator up, elevator down. Whoa, it goes way more down than up. Okay, so you ready? Elevator up, elevator down. Roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. Now, I want to look at these ailerons because this like genuinely got me concerned I'm going to overdrive them. Okay? And if I will, we need to adjust. Okay? So I'm just going to move this. Nope. 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 And nope. Okay.
No.
So I don't have a problem with that. It's just the way it was screeching at me, I thought for sure we got a problem.
Well, we need to check it with flaperons, so.
I know. Well, we're not there yet.
Okay.
The flaperons are a function of this step, okay? So flaperons, they're going down, okay? They're going up, which is fine. Doesn't matter, okay? Because we don't care. We just were doing our initial setup, okay? So let's pay attention for a sec here, hon. This is where differential would be set if you wanted to use it, okay? I'll show you that here in a minute. So flap system. So I'm gonna clear that to 0. Now if you give them a wide view.
Okay.
On position 0, I've got 0, okay? On position 1, I'm gonna put them down. Oops. I'm gonna put them down, but not like a lot, okay? I wanna keep and maintain some movement, okay? Then in full landing flaps, I wanna go down, let's call it like 75%, okay? So there's takeoff flaps, there's landing flaps, okay? So now elevator is gonna need to be like a little bit up. That's the wrong way. So I'm gonna do like, let's do 5% up. And then for full landing flaps, let's do 10% up, okay? Except we never do it that way. It's always like 6 and 10.
Yeah, it's never like double.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna reduce the amount of deflection for the takeoff. I want it to be like hardly any, okay? So just a little tiny droop. And then quite a bit for landing flaps, okay? So now, let's do takeoff flaps and see the direction. Still going the right direction. So now the camera crew was right. We got to just double check we're not going to bind. So full landing flaps.
Good.
Yep, we're out. We're overdriving there.
You are?
Yep. Yep, we are. Okay, so look, come over here. I'm going to show you how to do this, okay? So what's going to happen is we have to set the end stops. Servo setup, travel, reverse, speed, absolute travel for the ailerons. So here's the ailerons. See how it moves? I don't remember how we did the absolute travel. Can we do it the other way? There's another one. See how it says speed? That's fine. Reverse, sub-trim, travel. We could just do travel
Just
instead of absolute travel.
Travel just a little bit?
Well, except it's kind of a different setting, but it just takes forever to scroll in the value otherwise.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to landing flaps, and then I wanna see which one starts hitting first. That's where it stops. You see it hit, and it stops, hits and stops, hits and stops, hits and stops. Now, come over here, I'm gonna show you the trick. Well, we're concerning ourselves with the right aileron, just to be clear, which is right here, okay? So hits and stops, hits and stops. So we're at 150. So we need to stop this from going to 150, okay? So we have to do it in absolute travel because we only have them set to 100. And that's not true. Look. Travel. So on right aileron, if we reduce this value, oh, it's walking up even just with flaps. Show the people. It's reducing that. I don't like that. So we do have to do absolute travel. That sucks. What else do we have? We have balance. I don't want that. I don't want channel name. Absolute travel. So let's do this one. Okay, so you can tell which direction it goes because I want it to be here. So now you see that number 1? Look what happens when I increase it.
Are you waiting to see it move?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I could do this too. I just remember it took forever to scroll it in the last time we did this.
Okay. You don't usually have to do it, so I don't remember.
No, we only do it on balsa wood planes where we have like, I think it's moving now. I'm into the 640s, 50s. It is an incredibly small change.
Really?
Yep.
Like, you think it's moving?
I think it's moving.
I don't think it's moving.
You don't think it's moving? Okay, I'm at 1,000 now.
There it goes.
There, okay, so now we're moving, guys. So let's pay attention for a sec. We got 4,096 up here. We got 1,058 here. So I'm just gonna move my stick. See, that's as far as it's gonna go. Now watch this. Look, now I can scroll. Look at that thing move. Look what I'm doing. See the stick? I'm holding the stick where I want it. Now I'm just walking it down till feels like it's running into something now. So I'm gonna go up to 800.
It's moving.
Moving now?
Yep.
Tell me when it stops moving. Feels like it stopped?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna go to 800 then.
There it's moving again.
It's moving?
Yep.
So what about 750? Okay,
No.
come over here and show them. See 750? As I walk up, go from this angle. So 750, like this. Like this. Like this. Okay?
I can't see your...
So I know you're not gonna see this. I want you guys to see how I'm doing. I'm holding the stick all the way over and I'm walking up until I'm just watching, like right here, this gap. I saw it walk. I saw it move. So 775. Okay, now I can let go. I only care about the extreme. I only care about the extreme. I don't care about the intermediate steps. I don't care about the maximum throws. I just care about this. When I have the landing flaps deflected, can I move this stick with impunity? Yes, because it's gonna stop before it runs into something. And you can tell because it's gonna stop right there, okay? It's not mechanically binding, it's being stopped by the system now.
Okay.
You see what I just did on the absolute travel? That's 775. Now, we have to come and change our focus over to this one and do the same thing. It should be a little easier because for whatever reason, we have more play on this side. I don't know why, just the way the servo works, okay? So I'm gonna move the other way. I'm gonna turn the other way. You can see we got plenty of room we're gonna run into, but I need to try to make the deflection even too, okay? See that? I'm hitting here.
Yep.
So the absolute travel, okay, so I can click to acknowledge, then I'm gonna go over to the other servo, which is right here. Okay, so now when I move, see that's, I wanna click into this. Why does it not jump down to the bottom?
You have to scroll down one. There it goes.
Okay, but that's not the side. Oh, I need to change this side now because it's the other direction. Ah, dang it, sorry guys. So now I'm reducing this value so that eventually I can move this stick all the way over. And I'm assuming it's gonna be like 1,000 less. See it moving now?
Yep.
So I'm just slowly pushing the stick all the way over and I'm just watching this little gap here, okay? I see that's where it's stopping now. See where it's stopping? Boom, 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 boom. That's not mechanically engaging now, okay?
Okay.
So because of that, I can now walk it back and give myself more throw or less. But I want it to mimic that, okay? So that I have symmetry in output, right? Does that make sense? So I want this deflection at maximum output to be the same as this deflection at maximum output. And I don't want any engagement here for mechanical interaction. And I don't want any mechanical interaction here where it's like running the servo into a hard surface and driving, because that's how you burn out your servo. And you'll burn it out like that. It'll be maybe a second or two and it's gonna be toast, done.
Yeah.
You're not gonna know that in the air. This is a step you would never have to do on a foamy, because a foamy is just gonna overdrive into foam most of the time. Or plastic, but even then it's like, it's got room to give, okay? So, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Now, normal flight mode, nothing changes. You don't give anything up because you're not already driving to that position. But because you've now added flaperons, you're gonna have extra movement that's called out. In Spectrum, it starts with 0, minus 100, plus 100, okay? But you can go to 150 and 150, and in our case, we wanna basically limit where we're gonna run into something. So we've called out 137.5, let's say. Well, we just need to push it back to like 127. Well, over here on the other one, we can go to 160 and be fine, or we still got to push it back to 127, so we have equilateral movement, okay? We want it to be even here and even here, equilateral. I just made that up, okay? All right, so how do we confirm that they're even? First of all, we can look. Second of all, we can then move the stick. Okay, so that's definitely good. That's definitely good. It looks very similar. How do we tell it's the same? There's two ways to tell. You can measure with a measuring stick, or you can just grab whatever's lying around. This is we're gonna grab this because it was here. This is oh, it's a bent tip. I want something with a straight tip. Okay, so I'll click that once. I'm gonna hold this with my index finger to the edge. I'm not gonna squish and like deflect my fat and finger muscles. I'm just gonna go up here so that it's just kind of tight. Okay, now I know how much movement we have. Now I can do the same exact test. So we're super close. Now I'm gonna deflect all the way over. Okay, I'm gonna touch this and I'm gonna do the same test. Okay, now I'm gonna walk over here and I'm gonna do this. This is the way I'm gauging it, okay? Look at that, almost exactly the same. So sometimes your eyes are good, sometimes your eyes are not, but that's a quick test you could do without even getting measuring tape out. Now also keep in mind,
We're sub 15%.
okay, so keep in mind that now that we have flaperons set up, we also have the elevator correction mixed in. So we have takeoff flaps, obviously we're good for that. Landing flaps, we're good for that. We don't have to worry about overdriving and destroying our servos, which by the way, will happen in flight. And you'll be like, what the heck happened? I didn't know. Well, you'll need to watch Brian Phillips RC. Okay, all right, there you go. So takeoff flaps, landing flaps, throttle cuts on and tested. So now we have basically all the basic control surfaces working. We have yaw, we have elevator, we have roll, we have takeoff flaps and landing flaps. We haven't messed with throttle. Let's mess with throttle quick. Okay, so grab the prop and the nut. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and throttle cut is off, give it a spin, so it obviously spins, and it's spinning this way, okay? So if it's spinning that way, then that's gonna obviously make the plane go forward, okay? So real quick, just a kiss of throttle. So as you can see, it's not tight, it's just gonna barely move it. So you know we're going forward thrust, so that's good. Throttle cuts on and tested. I can now trust this system to go ahead and mount this, okay? So we're gonna mount the prop. Also here in not too long order, we're gonna be mounting, or we're gonna be checking our center of gravity.
Yes.
I just can't believe we did a yellow helicopter and a beautiful yellow J3
I know we don't
Cub
do yellow
back
that
to
much.
back.
Yeah, so
Yeah, the
it's kinda funny.
T28, I mean, the last yellow was probably, well, the Sport X.
Full yellow. Yeah, the Sport X and the Viper had yellow accents.
Okay, so guys, look. On you go. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is one option to retain it, okay? That would be what I would do if you don't want this, okay, to be straight up against it. But I think technically you're gonna basically be going straight on with this.
Oh,
Wasn't that what it shows in the
I
drawings?
don't know actually.
Well, do the drawings show?
I don't know. I
Let's
looked at the
check
prompt
the
yet.
drawings. While I tighten this nut,
You play with your nuts, and I'll look for the prop.
man, there was like nowhere to stop. Oh, you could barely get a screwdriver in there to torque this down, hon.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. It's like nowhere to put anything. I'll show you what I'm going to do though.
I mean, in here they only show with the washer
nut.
and the nut.
They show it?
Well, back here.
Yeah, they don't show it. Go to the picture here, hon. Look at that picture.
Oh,
do
yeah.
Do you see enough room for a washer? I don't.
No.
Okay, so let's just do it this way. We'll keep the washer and the nut
Of course we
if we need to. Well, I mean, maybe it comes off.
When we build our house someday with washers and nuts and leftover screws.
That's true. We will definitely be building that soon. So, in the bag and in the bag.
Okay.
So it's ready to go, right? Well, we have another prop for this too.
Right.
So now, let's talk about what I was talking about when you had the camera facing that way. This, it's hard to get in there because everything is under the cowl.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try going here to brace everything, okay?
Okay.
And then I have to take, now the throttle cut is on, the throttle stick is down, okay? You wanna be careful, guys, don't get cut. Don't blame me if you cut yourself. You're big boys and girls, don't cut yourself, okay? So that's tight, but it's not as tight as I would like it to be. This is a 6S plane after all. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here. Okay, that's tight. Tight like a toiga, okay?
Okay.
Now, what we need to do is we need to now establish reverse thrust settings, okay? If reverse thrust is an option that we want to investigate, then this would be the time for us to investigate it, okay?
Do we do that before forward programming?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's relative, or it's irrelevant to that. I want you around on this side though. If something goes horribly wrong, I'd rather be on this side, okay? By the way, if you see or hear correction, don't freak out. It's just the way it goes with balsa wood planes. They will amplify some of those. I'm gonna hold this plane, throttle cut is now off. That's 50% throttle, guys. Okay.
Okay.
Now, throttle cut's on. I'm gonna scroll all the way over. Yep, we can go into avian programming,
Okay.
but we have to do that with a plug-in. Throttle cut's on and tested, okay? Now that it's been tested, I can grab my little release, pull this forward. That's why I did it, guys. And then I'm gonna lay this over here. Now I'm gonna unplug my battery and I'm gonna plug it back in. Unplug, plug it back in, okay? Wait for things to initiate. I'm gonna get down here. Up elevator, left aileron. Up elevator, left aileron. Hear that symphony? Right aileron. Nice. Okay, so now we can go brake type. Disabled, normal, proportional, reverse, brake force. I'm sure they want to have some value. So I'm just gonna.
They should just tell us if they want us to change it.
Yeah.
But
Let's do one.
okay.
Okay. It's not enough. They would say a lot more. Okay. Cutoff voltage, you can adjust that if you want. Don't care about any of that crap. I'm sure it's fine. And you see, just use the aileron stick in the elevator to move around. Okay, thrust reverse channel. Channel 7 is where we are, right?
No, we did
With
9.
channel 9.
Yeah.
So go to the right, go to the right. And just so you know, you can go all the way down to channel 5. Okay, so channel 9, exit with save. I'm gonna hold the plane just in case all hell breaks loose. It's never broken loose. Now you're gonna hear it dance. If it was, or it's gonna sing, rather. It's not AS tracks. Okay, good. It's not started. It's not gonna cut me. Throttle cut's on. Tested. Okay, now I can trust things again. So while we can trust them again, I'm gonna go ahead and put the lead back where it belongs, just right in the driver's seat there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go ahead and drop my lid back down. That is so dang cool. I wonder if Joel's gonna watch this. By the way, Joel was the guy who flew in, and he just got his tail dragger.
Come fly his J3 Cub
Cubs
here, and then we could go fly
that'd
J3
be so
Cubs.
cool. Okay, so we're gonna walk back out by scrolling over. I'm gonna clear the timer. Now I'm gonna go to monitor. I'm just gonna show you. There, that should be forward thrust right now. Throttle cuts off and forward. Now watch this. Reverse thrust, throttle cuts on. Okay, now we're not doing pilot fatigue mode because we don't do that on prop plane. It's too dangerous. Come around here, please. So I have to set up a special digital switch setup. I'm gonna select switch G, throttle cut is on. And I need -100 to be forward for me in this case. This is a preference issue, but I'm gonna go ahead and do -100. That's gonna be forward thrust for us. Okay, and then I am not leaving this setting floating at 0 because that could be potentially dangerous or dangerous to the plane at least. So I'm gonna set this to 100. That's gonna be reverse thrust. And then I'm gonna set this position all the way to +100 as well. And then what that's gonna do is that's gonna force us to have 2 settings for reverse thrust and 1 setting for forward thrust. And you're like, but Brian, why do you do 2 settings for reverse thrust and 1 setting for forward thrust? Because if I want reverse thrust, I wanna be able to call it out on demand really quick.
5%.
Okay, all right, so there's that. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and pause and we're gonna get some camera work done. Our battery's about to die. The remainder of this is gonna be forward programming because let's show them the thrust reverse now. Throttle cuts off, forward thrust is called out right now. As you can see, it's blowing my shirt and stuff, and then reverse thrust and reverse thrust. Throttle cuts on, stick can be anywhere you want, but you gotta be careful. Throttle cuts still on, and we still trust it. Throttle cuts off, forward thrust, very good. You can hear a distinct difference in the prop as it moves through the air. All right, guys, so next up, forward programming, stay tuned. All right, so now that we have all the surfaces working in the right directions, and we know that the throttle cut's working and the thrust reverse is set up, we're gonna go ahead and go in and do forward programming. Now, forward programming is where we connect to the receiver and we actually set up settings inside the receiver that are stored. And even if at some point we would disconnect, the settings are set, okay? This is where AS3X is set up, the settings are stored and then recovered, so you don't actually even have to be connected to this for that function to be relevant. But you have to be connected close for the forward programming to work, okay? So there will be a time in this setup where we have to set and level the plane so that it's gonna be level to the actual attitude we want it to fly at, okay? So I'll tell you when we get to that point. But first things first, you have to have all your surfaces set, all your flaps, all your trims, all that junk needs to be done, okay? So because we've already done that, we can go ahead and jump in to forward programming, okay? So forward programming, connecting gyro setup. It's kind of like a progression for the setup. First time setup, make sure all your stuff is set. Set at level, hit continue. Now I need to set it on its nose. And in order for me to set it on its nose, I'm just gonna do this. Remember, this is just basically, at this point, we're just trying to teach it what direction we have mounted the receiver, okay? So now I'll hit continue. And so there, that looks correct to me. Now I'm gonna hit continue. You can also do that manually. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and slowly lower this down so I don't damage anything on accident. I just have to kind of be careful because we have our faucet that comes up there, okay? All right, so then we can do gain channel setup. So the rotary knob is on which channel? 7? That's it, okay? Accept it, hit next, and apply. So now you're gonna see a dance. Just once. There's our dance, okay? So the second dance will happen after we set up safe, okay? So it's rebooted. So we have to now enter back into forward programming, reconnect to gyro settings, okay? We can go into AS3X settings, okay? AS3X gains. It says mode 1. It's not changing. That tells us we need to set. the flight mode. Okay, so flight mode channel, it's inhibited right now. Click. There, aux 2. And it says F mode, okay? So now, when I change this, you can see it changes, which is really cool. So in this setting, I want it to be off. Whoops. I don't know why it brought us back there, sorry. So in this setting, why is it doing that? Okay, I'm just gonna go to, there we go.
AS3X mode off.
Off.
AS3X mode off. Safe.
And I want AS3X also on for safe. Okay? So we can hit back, we can hit back. Now I can go first time safe setup. Okay, so we're gonna do this just to confirm that it's set, and it is. Takes a second to populate that screen sometimes. And then we're gonna go to continue. Now it's in flight mode 3 is where we want safety to be on. Okay.
AS3X mode off. Safe mode.
We're gonna go next, next. Okay, so now we can level the model and capture the attitude. This is how the plane would fly, like this. What direction is it gonna go if we flew like this?
Up.
It's gonna fly up. So we have to level the aircraft because this is a tail dragger. We probably need a couple of pillows to do this. I'm gonna just put the transmitter out of the way. Obviously you have the throttle cut on, so you can generally trust the aircraft at this point, but just be careful. Always use caution with these planes because they're big props. Now I wanna make sure that I get this as far up as I need it to be level. And so I'm gonna actually come way out here and just make sure that I am totally satisfied. You wanna come over here and just double check the angle, show them what I'm looking at, come all the way to the F7F. So if I needed to bring this more level, then my trick would be to just slide a little closer to the fuse, and that's gonna point the nose down just a little bit. Remember, if you're pointed down, it's gonna fly downhill, okay? Because it's gonna level the aircraft, but it doesn't know if it's gonna point down or if it's gonna point up. The attitude of the aircraft is set right here. If you get it wrong, this thing won't fly level, okay? Auto leveling is very critical, but you have to think about the angle of attack on this airplane may need to be slightly nose down to fly straight. It may need to be slightly nose up to fly straight. Depends on the characteristics of the flight envelope of the airplane. And there are certain aircraft that fly with a little bit of a nose up attitude, like a Twin Otter. For whatever reason that came to mind, they always like to fly just a little bit nose up attitude, okay? So now that we have it level, can you go back to the other side? Okay, so now that it's level, go back a lot. I'm gonna go, okay, level model and capture attitude. So it shows the different roll correction and the different pitch correction, okay? So I'm gonna do this again and just see if there's a deviation. I always do that twice because sometimes if I'm in a hurry, I'll do it and it'll actually be kind of like bouncing or moving still a little bit. And that seems about right to me, okay? Remember, this has to do with how the receiver is physically placed inside the plane and how you want the plane to fly, okay? It's not just a correction for the little idiosyncrasies here. The yaw is the only thing that doesn't get corrected. That's very important, okay? So if you mount this to the sides of your airplane and the yaw is like this, it's not gonna be good. Make sure it's square with the plane. That's why the fuse on this Cub goes like this, and then it goes like that. We mounted right here in the center where it's still square, okay? Because if you're off angle like this, and the correction for the roll is gonna be wonky as all get out, okay? Remember, there's certain things that you can fix and certain things you can't fix. So you just have to be lengthwise with the plane or square with the plane this way, but you can't be in the middle, okay? So the yaw axis is the only thing you can't fix in this setting, okay? All right, so then I'm gonna go to next so you can see I've highlighted next and I hit next. All right, so now in this setting,
Off. AS3X mode.
safe is inhibited, inhibited, and in this case, I'm gonna go inhibit and go to self-level and angle demand. Now I can set my limits for the pitch up, pitch down. I usually like to set them about 60 by default, and that gives you a little bit more angle before we cut out our controls. So for instance, if I pull back on the elevator here, it's going to eventually stop giving me elevator output when I reach 60 degrees. And when I'm going down, it's going to eventually shut off the elevator. So it's not going to allow me to change pitch down anymore at that point. So I'll demonstrate pitch down right now. So here's pitch down. See, we aren't in safe yet because it's not active. I can't even demonstrate it yet. Okay, so now I'm going to hit next. And I'm gonna hit apply. Now watch for the dance. So there's two. So that means that safe is active, but not necessarily on. It happens to be on now because we're in the right switch condition for that. Okay, so I can now demonstrate what I was trying to demonstrate. So pitching the nose down, look at this. Eventually, it's gonna stop giving me elevator. You see? At 60 degrees, it stops giving me more. But I can pull up all I want. Watch this. Eventually, it's gonna stop too. But it's also gonna try to bring me to this exact attitude. Remember? Now watch what happens. If I'm giving it throttle, what do you think's gonna happen? It's gonna try to pull the tail up. Because look at that. Look at the elevator. It just pointed down. Why? Because it's trying to automatically level the plane. So with the tail dragger, that's super nice if you're an inexperienced pilot. But again, don't get this plane if you're inexperienced. This is an expensive plane. It's more than you should be getting, okay? There's AS3X and SAFE, two different systems. AS3X is the basis of SAFE, Sensor Assisted Flight Envelope. If you don't have AS3X, you can't turn on SAFE, okay? So, but AS3X is only active after you've given throttle, okay? So once you give throttle over like 25%, it comes on, okay? SAFE, however, is on all the time as soon as you turn it on. You don't ever have to actually give it throttle because that's part of a potentially fail-safe system, okay? Meaning you can make SAFE come on and you can lock a certain point so you'll go in circles with no throttle, with a little bit of up elevator to slow it down or a little bit of down elevator. It just depends on what you want to accomplish, okay? So in this case, we're gonna click, go back into forward programming. We're back in, so back into forward programming. Gyro settings. So now what I like to do is go to AS3X settings. I like to say fixed adjustable gain next. They're all adjustable based on rotary knob, okay? So then I'm gonna go to gain 4X. There's another place we can do this too, but I'm just gonna show you this right now. So obviously right now, be careful if you hold by the wheel because the wheel is gonna be part of the stabilization. It's gonna be moving. Okay, you'll notice it's not doing anything. Why is it not doing anything, you suppose?
Because we haven't given throttle yet.
Now I'm in AS3X. Now I'm in off, okay? Because we haven't given throttle, we don't see it, but I'm gonna show you a little trick. If you don't even wanna give throttle, if you're still in there, I'm gonna set this back to 1X, which is where we're probably gonna put it, okay? Now watch this. System setup. Where is it? It's under utilities, gyro response test. Watch this. This is crazy. This is so like over the top. You'll see it so easy. Up, down, yaw, yaw, yaw. You like cannot not see it.
Yeah.
Now watch this. When I roll the plane, it should put that up, okay? This is gonna be kind of hard to do on this plane because it's so dang big. Up, down. Now watch the other one. Up, down. Now this is an exaggerated effect, okay? So what it's gonna do is it's gonna show you if the correction direction is the right direction. Whatever direction you move this plane, you want it to resist. So if I move this way, I want that thing to be like, no. If I move it toward me, that should go, no, toward me. Ready? No. Okay. No. Watch elevator. No. No. Okay. Then same thing with the roll. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and click, jump out of it, and it goes back to regular mode. Okay. So first things first, Now, I can walk back out, AS3X settings, and I'm gonna show you the other way. Okay, so we're gonna take this 1X, we're gonna change it to 4X, then we're gonna exit out of the menu. So once we're out of the menu, throttle cuts on. I like testing this out of the menu. Even though there is a gyro response test, I wanna see it actually work, okay? Because if you got something wrong, I wanna know now, not after I crash. Okay, so the prop is gonna clear everything, so I'm gonna give it a little bit of throttle. That's gonna be so powerful. Throttle cuts on. Now look, that way, it's resisting the movement of the yaw impact. That's obviously not me giving it stick input, it's resisting, okay? So I'm in AS3X. Now I'm gonna roll up with that. Up, now down, see? Now I'm gonna do the same thing over here. I'm gonna pivot on the wheels. Up, now down. Now, because there's flaperons, I have to actually test that too, but we'll do the elevator first. Elevator up, elevator down. Now, you'll notice that when I flip this thing upside down, it doesn't do anything with the ailerons to try to auto level because we're not in auto leveling, we're just in stabilization. And by the way, 4X is crazy. I've got my master gain all the way up with the R knob, the rotary knob. I'm gonna turn it halfway down. Now I'm gonna turn it all the way down. It's off because I have it all the way down. Now that's 50% off, on, off, on. Now watch safe. Same thing. You can't hardly distinguish the difference. But guess what you can distinguish? Watch the ailerons. We're gonna find the middle. Quickest route to level, okay? And look at the elevator. It's trying to pitch the nose down. It's trying to pitch the nose up, okay? Here's another trick. When you are using your sticks, okay? Down and over, that's the maximum output for safe. Off, it jumps to life. Now, AS3X is on, and you can see the stabilizer working. So, you see that? That's a self-induced oscillation. Watch. Why would it do that? Because we're just bouncing, and this is literally moving the plane because it's enough inertia from the flapping of the ailerons on either side in opposite succession that it's gonna cause it to rock. In the air, you'll have airflow that helps to change the direction, attitude, and roll, yaw, or pitch of the plane. So there's gonna be an output, okay? When you're sitting on the ground, sometimes you'll have a little bit of weird nuances like that. Stop lock helps to stop that, but it's a complicated concept. I'm not gonna go into it here because it's not generally something we have to screw with yet, but it is an added feature in AS3X Plus. For most people, AS3X Plus is just gonna be like AS3X, it just works a little bit better. And then you're gonna have steerable nose gear correction or tail dragger if it happens to be separate. This one is mechanically attached. So gyro settings, we're gonna go back in. 4X is way too much on this plane. So we're just gonna go to this 4X, and we're just gonna change this back down to 1. Now, by the way, you can do less than 1X, okay? That used to be always screwed up, by the way.
Yeah.
Remember? Mm-hmm. Used to always jump around.
Yep.
So you can do less gains. My objective is to make the gain about 50% on this rotary knob so that when I go between planes, if I'm flying the F4U Corsair right before, and the gains, I want them to be about the middle of this knob. Might be a little bit more, a little bit less, not a huge deal, but I don't want to take off with this and say, oh my goodness, what has happened to this plane? Why does it fly terrible today and it flew great yesterday? That's because I want to come back to, I still have adjustability, but I want the ranges to always be refined to approximately the center of the range, okay? So if I find that it needs a lot and I've got it turned all the way up, guess what? I'm gonna go to 2X and then I'm gonna bring it back to the middle, okay? If I find out I need a ton more, I'm gonna go all the way up and I'm gonna realize I have to go to 2X just to see where it hits. Then I find out it's over here. Well, guess what? I'm gonna be SOL on trying to get it centered because it's gonna end up being, you know, somewhere on the perimeters, okay? So I'd probably go to 2X and then it'd have to be just a little bit further down. Or I can go into forward programming, okay? And I can go to, I have to let it load, gyro settings, AS3X settings, AS3X gains, and then I can change these values because these are the basis by which the output's set. So let's say that it's overcorrecting on the roll axis, then I would go into roll. Now remember, we have it off here, so it's not even gonna show up. And in safe, it's gonna be basically the same. So whatever you set here, you're probably gonna wanna carry it over here, okay? Make sense? So in this mode, I would go down and I would change this value from 40 to like, it's overcorrecting in roll. So I would click and I would scroll down to like something less. Let's make it drastic enough you can see the difference, okay? So it's 15% compared to 40%, okay? So I'm gonna show you the difference. Throttle cuts on. You know what? I'm not gonna do the roll axis. We'll do yaw because I can demonstrate that better in physical reality. Sorry guys, I should have thought of that first. So yaw, instead of 60, it's gonna be 30, let's say. So it'll be like half as much. Should be appreciable difference. Okay, so in AS3X. In safe, it's gonna be 60, okay? So now watch this. Gain is at 50%. So it's moving. I'm gonna put it all the way to 100%. Okay. So you see it moving? Now watch this. In safe, it's double as much.
You can hear it for sure, even if it's hard to see. You can hear the difference.
Okay, so the reason I show you that is that the master gain is gonna be a proportional amount of what you call out here, okay? So I'm gonna obviously go in and change this back to 60, which is the default. I don't wanna deviate from defaults if the defaults work because there's no reason to do that. Okay, now the other thing too is, this is the stop lock or release rates. I don't mess with those. That's flight mode 1. Flight mode 2 is off. Flight mode 3, you do have those, okay? So then I go down to next, and that's the release rate, okay? And same thing down here, okay? So then you can walk out by hitting back, and then this is where your nose wheel setup was. If you had a separate servo, for instance, for the tail dragger, but that would be very unusual because the tail dragger actually is attached to the rudder on this J3 Cub as it would be in real life. And that's true of many tail draggers. Most tail draggers that you see here are gonna basically have a steerable nose gear, excuse me, a steerable tail wheel that drops down. I can think of a few examples where that's not always true, like the P51 1.5 meter from E-flite. It's inboard quite a bit, and it's got a mechanical linkage, but you could separate that, okay? Some planes will have 3 servos, one of which controls the elevators, one of which controls a steerable, and one of which controls a rudder. It's pretty unusual in the size class that we fly, okay? So at this point, what have we done? We've set up all the control surfaces, we've maxed out their throws, and then backed them back off with the absolute position with absolute travel on both the left and right ailerons, okay? And you can see by a factor of about 775 and by a factor of about 775, because about 4,100 minus 775 would be about that much, okay? So we've also changed the direction of output so that they match reality. So roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right, take off flaps, roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right, landing flaps, roll left, roll right, take off flaps, landing flaps, excuse me, yaw left, yaw right. We've also looked at the master gains. We've set up forward programming. We've turned on safe. We've turned on AS3X. And there's one more feature that you may want on this type of plane because it is just an outboard aileron on a J3 Cub. A lot of people like differential. Okay, so differential is something you can turn on. I'm gonna make a mix that's on the C switch in this case, okay? So I want my mix to be, I'm gonna show you an extreme amount, 100%. Now watch the ailerons. I already demonstrated this earlier, poorly. Roll left, only this one goes up. Only that one goes up. Why would that be good? Because there's more efficiency in the upward movement than the downward movement. And the idea is because the airflow is passing quickly over the top, it's more efficient or something like that. So now, when I turn this switch up, it's gonna go back to normal mode, okay? When I go to this switch, it's gonna be 100%. Now, I wanna show you what I would normally do. I'm not gonna run 100%, that'd be crazy. I'm gonna set it to like, let's call it Let's call it 30%, okay? So that means that 30% more is gonna go up there, okay? So you're gonna have a little bit less, so why don't we do 50%, okay? So we'll do 50% here, okay? So roll left, roll right. Okay, let's try a little bit more. Let's do like 65, okay? Roll left, roll right. That looks like what we get in the ultra micros, okay? So now I'm gonna set a second setting to be another 65%. And you're like, well, why are you doing a second one like that? That's kind of weird. Why not just make a 2-position switch? First of all, I got a bunch of 3-position switches. So I got nothing here, it's just full action, okay? Then I got this one that's gonna basically give me this little bit of differential, and I got this that's gonna give me a little differential. But what else am I gonna do with that? I'm gonna go at the bottom setting, I'm gonna make a mix. So in this case, I'm gonna go ailerons to rudder. And I'm gonna tie it to switch C, and I'm gonna make it only active here, and I'm gonna deactivate it here, and I deactivate it here. Okay, so how much do I want? Let's do 25%. Okay, so when I move the ailerons, that rudder is gonna automatically move. And it's gonna tie in a little bit of coordination, okay? Now, normally when I fly, when you're flying new, I say coordinate your turns. You would roll and yaw. So you can control that as a pilot. But this is gonna do it in a semi-autonomous way. But then if I don't want that mix, I go up one setting, I still get my differential, but I lose the rudder mix. And then if I want just normal flight mode, that's normal. Then I got this, then I got that. Okay? So throttle cuts on, back out, back out, back out. So now we have a mix that does all those fun things that's all tied to one switch, one behavior. Now, the other thing that sometimes comes in handy is during flaps and flap deployment, you may want to experience a little bit different sensation and you might want more differential. I'm gonna show you another crazy setting, okay? This is not something I'm gonna keep on, but I'm gonna just show you how it is. You can do negative differential. So watch this. So 100% differential, what's gonna happen? That one's gonna roll by pushing the wing up, okay? This one's gonna roll by pushing the wing up, right? So that would be pretty weird, right?
Yeah.
But you can do it. Now, why would you do that? Maybe during flapper on action or spoiler on action, you might wanna change the way that it behaves, okay? And that's also gonna keep your flaps down, you see? So you never lose that position, okay? So you can actually tie that to a different switch condition, so you can tie that to B. I have my flaps activated by B, okay? I'm gonna clear that right now and look what happens. Now you get that movement and you're like, but wait, what if I want the differential more intense during flap action? This is where you'd probably want that, okay? So instead of 65, I want it at 100% when flaps are deployed. I'm gonna show you this, watch this. Then you get more distinguishing movement here than you would in a different setting, okay? And what happens is, or excuse me, you don't get more, you don't get any deflection over there. It just stops that flap from losing its position, right? You see? Just like if you had your flaps off, okay? So why would you do that? It just depends on the airplane. And to be honest with you, I'm gonna do the same thing that we talked about. I'm gonna have normal flight mode up here. I'm gonna have a little bit of differential, and then I'm gonna have differential and mix with the rudder. I'm gonna probably fly here the whole time. But I wanna show you guys how to achieve some of these skills, and then you can build on them as you spend some time. Now, also, I just wanna show you this. On mixing, you also have a rudder to aileron and elevator, which is kind of nice. So like if you give rudder, sometimes it makes the plane like roll when you give a lot of rudder on certain planes. You can actually give contrary aileron output to try to keep your plane flat during a rudder input, okay? Now, I'm not gonna do this on this plane, but some people do like to do it, and that is where you would do it. You can also make just a regular mix here, and you have to set everything up yourself. You tell it what the input is, like say it's aileron, and then it would be rudder, okay? That would be just like the one we did earlier, except you would scroll in your rates, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and clear that, or go to reset and hit reset, yes, okay? So that gives you a quick rundown on how to use the NX10 to set up your brand new Piper Cub 82.5 inch, which incidentally is 2.09 meters. And that is big, okay? So it's gonna be one of our biggest planes. Our biggest plane is actually technically 9 feet. It's a Fox 3 meter. And second to that would be 116 inch. That might actually be bigger. It's close. 116 inches, so almost 10 feet. So it is technically bigger. That's a bird of time, okay?
Oh, yeah.
But we almost never fly that one, and the Fox we fly occasionally, but this plane is awesome, and you could tow up a plane like that maybe, but I would generally go for something a little bit more sophisticated flaps and stuff like that. I would want to have the control authority. So this plane is going to be sweet. I'm super excited to see it fly. I don't want to tell you it's the best thing since sliced bread because I haven't flown it yet, and we need to check CG. So let's go ahead and look at that now. So the CG is at 3.25 inches or 76 to 95. Okay.
You could probably do it, and it'd be easier to do millimeters on the caliper.
Yes, it would. So what we're going to do now is we're going to mark
96
this. So in order to check the center of gravity, we need to get something that can measure out this measurement. So the easiest way we found is with calipers, okay? So we're gonna pull this out to 76, that's our starting point. It's pretty forgiving CG, it's got a huge range. So we're gonna start at 76. And throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down. We're not in safe, so we should be fine. And all we have to do is measure back from the leading edge, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to find a spot on here where I've got a rib so that I can, so I can keep this mark in the material. Okay, so I just make a little bump, and then I'm going to go in here and follow it up with just a little tiny, teeny, dark bump. Okay, so there's our center of gravity mark, and I'm going to do that on both sides. Okay, you can see why I wanted to double check my throttle cut. And see, I'm just walking it away from my faucet here. Okay. So now I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna come back, make sure I'm in a spot where I can actually bump it. Okay, so I make a little bump. And that bump is gonna be hard to find. And that's why I'm marking it. Okay, and then what's the other measurement?
And then the other one is 95.
So 95 millimeters. Okay, so 95 millimeters is gonna be like this. Now, I do mark my planes. You don't have to mark them like this. Usually what I'll do is I'll mark them once and then I get the battery set and I don't look at them again for a long time. Unless there's a problem. Make a little dent. In my case, I pierce through a little bit of balsa wood and the covering film. You don't have to do that. I just do it because I like having something I can touch and feel, okay? So I'm gonna do the same exact thing here, lining up with my front mark and just poke it in. Just past. Gosh, this is such a good finish. It's like hard to even mark it.
Mark it?
Yeah, because it's like reflecting everything. Okay, so now we test. How do you test the center of gravity? Well, this is something you probably all know how to do. But if you don't know how to do, we're gonna teach you right now on Brian Phillips RC. And that's what we do. We take this big, demanding, overwhelming book and we turn it to child's play by going step by step by step until the plane's ready to fly. And by the way, it's not just gonna fly, it's gonna do everything it does. It's gonna do it well. And it's gonna get you in the air in a way that you can potentially find good success. You do need to know how to fly. This is definitely not a beginner plane, but it's gonna be a good plane. I'm going straight to the center of the two marks. Definitely tail heavy from the front. From the back hole, we're good. From the front holes, we're gonna be tail heavy. So we're gonna pop off our cover. Man, that tape is coming really handy.
Yeah, that would
be incredibly difficult to do without this tape, okay?
Yeah.
So definitely do that. So I'm gonna put this forward a bunch,
Yeah.
like a lot. I just moved it like 2 inches forward or 1.5 inches forward. Okay, remember this is the bigger battery, so that's not unexpected. Okay, so going back under here, on the front hole, we are now still tail heavy, going about halfway back. We're still a little bit tail heavy. Now back to the back hole, we're balancing pretty nice. It doesn't feel like it's made a big enough impact, if you ask me.
That's surprising.
That is surprising. So, good Lord. It's just, oh man, those magnets are strong.
How much further?
I can go a little bit
go.
further, not much. So I could get a bigger battery too. So now I just want to point out the fact the heavier the battery, the heavier the plane flies. But the heavier the battery, and I got that weight forward too. But you can see I'm all the way up there.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, let's write this down. This is something I like to do too that's really handy. When you do fly a plane, I don't like remembering stuff. I forget stuff. Okay? So I'm just going to draw a line. I'm just going to say 4,000 milliamp hour, 6S. Okay? All the way forward. Okay? Or 3,200 milliamp hour, 6S. Or 5,000 milliamp hour, 4S, okay?
Do you need a,
And that's gonna be the with the 10,
yeah.
with the 10, 14? No, it was the 1410. Dang it.
Where is that? With the 1510E.
1510.
1510.
So with 15 by 10E, okay?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is the with the, what is this? 14.7. Okay. So then I don't have to remember this stuff because I am not going to remember it, right?
Right.
And guys, that's a lot of information in a YouTube video. And by the way, that is going to be all the way forward. And so is every other battery. Because here's the thing, if you don't have enough nose weight, you're gonna be a little bit tail heavy. You can fly planes tail heavy. If you think you can't, you'd be wrong. It's just that many times they come back on the ground really, really, really hard in a million pieces. Because the elevator gets way too effective and it pivots at the wrong spot, okay? The planes are designed to pivot at a certain spot. And all of the power that's going into the adjustments of the pitch is gonna be basically planned out by where the CG is supposed to be, okay? If you demand too much from the elevator, you could actually wear out your elevator while you're flying, like the servo, okay? That's historically not going to happen, but let's just say it this way. I'm close enough to being in the range that we're safe to fly, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not gonna try to put a 5,000 6S in this. Because truth is, it would fit. And secondly, it would help with the center of gravity.
Well, where is it now? Because you did move it forward a little bit further.
Yeah, I know, but it's still basically where it is, which is only balanced right at the back.
At the back.
You guys see? Can you show them?
Yep.
So you guys see what I'm talking about? So now I'm not saying it's gonna fly terrible because it is tending itself to the back hole, but it may not fly as easy without stabilizer as you want it to, okay? So if you like to fly without a stabilizer, you definitely wanna get that CG spot on so that you have the best crack at success for your maiden flight. Okay, so let's just review this again. We looked at center of gravity, we looked at control surface directions, we looked at mechanical adjustments, we looked at mechanical installation, we looked at the assembly of the model, we looked at battery locations, we looked at non-slip pads underneath the battery, we looked at Velcroing, we looked at installing of the radio, we looked at setting up the radio system on the transmitter, and we looked at setting up the electronic speed controller for thrust reverse. We looked at all the different configurations for that, for the digital switch setting on channel 9. We talked about NX8 versus NX10. We talked about the batteries inside of here. We talked about all the electronics and how they worked in here. We talked about aerodynamic capabilities of this plane. We talked about power. We demonstrated a lot of different things. That's what we do on Brian Phillips RC. It is going to be annoying for some of you because you know all this stuff and you just need a little bit of help. Please accept our apologies because there's a lot of people who need a lot more help. And so for us to cut it out, I just feel like we're letting somebody down every time we leave out some important information. But at the end of the day, this is also a very expensive plane and it's big. And so we want to give everybody the best opportunity at success. Now, you may be here for the flight, and if you are and you've watched this whole thing, I commend you. You are very loyal. But really, you could just watch the flights. If you're not into the Unbox Build radio setup, we understand that's going to be for a small echelon of people that really want some help, okay? And for those of you that just need help with the radio setup, just go to the radio setup part. You don't need to watch me unbox it. You don't need to watch me build it necessarily. But we're doing that for people that are making a pretty big financial RC investment, okay? And make no mistake, when you're buying a balsa wood plane that's of this echelon, you're gonna have a balsa wood plane in 10 years, it's gonna be just as good a shape, okay? Unless you crash it, just like any plane. Foamies do have a certain shelf life, okay? I love foamies, we have tons of them, they're great, I love them, okay? But on the flip side, they get hanger rash, they get dings and dents a lot easier, and they don't always hold up to the elements as good as a balsa wood plane, okay? So on the flip side, they're usually a little bit cheaper, okay? So you gotta balance what's important to you right now. The other thing is if you know you're only gonna be doing this for a few years, maybe don't invest in a balsa wood. Maybe get something that's foam, it's a little bit cheaper, it's gonna give you that bang for your buck. Or just literally fly the wings off of it, okay? It's up to you, and we're gonna help you make the best decision you can with your RC dollars and cents. And we're here to help support the community of RC believers here that just love doing RC airplanes, okay? Airplanes, helicopters, quads, VTOLs, we talk about all that because we do it all on Brian Phillips RC. If you need to find something and we didn't answer it, you can definitely leave it in the comments below. We'll try our best to answer them. If it's a good, genuine question, if it's hyper technical about measuring a rod or something like that, there's a good chance I'm probably not gonna be able to help you, but somebody else might jump in and help you answer your questions. The big thing is this: the box showed up on the doorstep, you opened it, you followed the steps, and now you're ready to fly it, and you have a full feature J3 Cub ready to rock and roll. In fact, it's a little bit more than full feature because you got thrust reverse. You wouldn't have that in a J3 Cub, and you got flap runs. You wouldn't have that in a J3 Cub. But if you need to land it in a hurry, now you can do that too. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna help you guys squeeze the maximum value out of your RC experience here on Brian Phillips RC. And we hope that you can see that. And that's part of the reason why we're asking for in return for us helping you, you help us. The way you can help us is buy these things from the links in the video description below when you do decide ultimately that you can't live without this thing. And let me tell you something, it is huge, okay? So I'm just gonna pick this up now because it is gigantic. I want you to see just how dang gorgeous this thing is. And I gotta say, I'm a big guy. I'm like 6'1", 6'3" if you're selling me life insurance. And I don't even know how the heck I'm gonna hold this exactly because there's just like not a great spot, okay? Look how huge this thing is. It's gigantic, okay? That is so gorgeous though. And I'm so excited. I mean, just look at the window. Look through the window, camera crew, with me. Do you see that? Look at the instrument cluster. Look at the seats. It just looks totally real, okay? And I'm over here echoing into the finish on the plane. It is just so amazing. And so special thanks to Horizon Hobby for working with Brian Phillips RC and believing in us. Obviously, we have an audience that likes to spend money on airplanes and stuff, and that's great. But at the end of the day, you could have picked anybody, you picked us. So we appreciate that. And we do really like this high-level product. I mean, it is very good. That being said, it's up to you guys. You're our bosses and not them, even though we do appreciate them and what they do for the hobby. And we really like Spectrum gear. We really like the smart batteries. I was a big naysayer when these first came out. I was really happy with these when they first came out because they've always been really good. But I gotta say, throughout the whole course of our RC experience, Horizon has made the stuff that we always keep coming back to. Not that there hasn't been other good ones, but they're like a staple item for us, okay? So if you're looking for a staple item that's gonna be good, you're gonna get some good service, it's gonna be a good quality plane, look no further than Hangar 9 is gonna get you a really high quality experience, okay? A little bit more work, a little bit more expensive, but it's gonna be a great plane at the end of the day. And I gotta say, we are super, super happy and excited to be bringing you this J3 Cub. All right, camera crew, did I miss anything? I literally covered everything, I think.
I don't think we could have
The
missed
hobby,
anything.
I don't think we could have. It's impossible. So if you want to support us in ways that don't include buying this plane, which we understand there's going to be some of you that would end up divorced if this showed up on your doorstep. I mean, you can always find another wife. But
Is it that easy?
is it that easy?
Sweet.
Yeah,
All right.
it's that easy. But what we want you guys to do is make the right decisions for your lifestyle and what you need. So if this isn't for you, we totally understand. Head over to brianphillipsrc.com and you can look at the competitive offerings in this size class. You can look at stuff that's in general aviation. You can look at stuff that's Hangar 9. You can look at stuff that's Horizon Hobby. You can look at stuff that's Helis. You can look at stuff that's, you know, other particular brands, okay? You can sort by brand or by type, okay? This would be, is this gonna be like in high wing?
It'll be in Hangar 9. It'll be general aviation.
What about, do you have like tail draggers or anything like that?
No, not yet. There's
We'll
nothing
eventually
that's like
have
that specific. Yeah.
some more specific groups. And, you know, like warbirds and things like that. We have a lot of that, jets, EDFs, you know, scale planes, things like that. We're gonna try to help make it easy for you guys to find what you want. So if you're still watching this video, smash the like button. Don't forget to click the bell when you do subscribe so you get notified of new content, because there's new content usually about once a week to 5 or 6 times a week, depending on if we have shorts coming out. And by the way, when you see shorts, shorts are just highlight reels of our long format content. So if you see something in a short, 99 or better % of the time, it is coming from a long format content. So you can find that exact video and you can watch it in context and see how it actually unfolded in the real world, okay? Because admittedly, sometimes those are the highlights and there might be a lot of lowlights right around the same period, okay? I think we've answered all the questions. Also, Patreon, special thanks for supporting us monthly. We appreciate you guys. YouTube members, thanks for being members. We appreciate you too. And then super thanks, they're always coming in. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for doing that. PayPal, we get a few gifts every month. It's always a nice pat on the back. It's not like I'm quitting my job over it or anything, but we really do appreciate it, guys. And we're not expecting anybody to do that. But if you want to, we've got that as an outlet, okay? I used to say poo-poo to the Patreon begging site. And I said that for years, but there are just a lot of people that watch the channel and want to help support us. And so we really appreciate you guys. We're humbled that you want to support Brian Phillips RC. But we do put a lot of work into it. We put a lot of time into it and we put a lot of effort into it. And we try, and we hope that shows. But at the end of the day, these are long format videos to help people that need help, and we're doing it. So we hope you'll come back for more. And hopefully you won't need to watch 4 or 5 of these and then you're ready to rock and roll. You can just start building on what you've learned and you could be on your own and just come back and buy from the planes after you see the maiden flights. So that's about it for tonight, guys. Thanks for watching. This one was a marathon run and we appreciate you being here. We hope we'll have you right around the corner, and there's literally planes right around the corner, all new to Brian Phillips RC, coming just as soon as we can get it done. Stay tuned, so much more right around the corner. Bye. Okay, so we're right before our maiden flight and kind of a long time after our unbox, but I forgot to do one thing in the unbox I'm gonna show you right now. So we've got this 8 minutes initially. Remember, this might change during the flight. I'm gonna click and go down to telemetry. This is powered. Okay, smart battery. And then I'm gonna shut this off because that's gonna be super annoying. I don't care if it's overcharged and I don't care about the mismatch. What I do care about is on the smart ESC. I do care about this, okay? That's the low voltage alarm and I want it to be a voice, okay? And that's what I want. And then I want warning reports every 15 seconds. So when I do hit that level of 3.4, I'm gonna get warnings every 15 seconds. That's plenty of warnings, but I don't want it to completely interfere with, you know, switching between AS3X and safe audio events and those things. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question. There was one thing we didn't answer in the Unbox build radio setup that I had just caught before we took off. Also just wanted to point out, during our maiden flights, if we have any issues with the CG, we'll plop in a 5050C 6S rather than a 4000 to see if that brings that CG forward and it's still light enough on its feet to handle well. Because remember, they suggested either a 3200 or a 4000, okay? We went with 4000 and it's all the way to the firewall, okay? So that means we can't get the CG forward without adding dead weight. I don't like adding dead weight. I don't typically do it, and I don't think you should either, okay? Hopefully that answers all your questions. If you want to help support Brian Phillips RC and all the things we do RC, you can look no further than the links in the video description. Buy planes just like this, receivers just like what we used, transmitters just like we used. Or if you don't like that and you want to still support us in other ways, there's Patreon for monthly support, YouTube membership for monthly support, PayPal for one-time donations, and YouTube super thanks. They're always all appreciated, and we appreciate you guys and helping make Brian Phillips RC happen. So special thanks to the camera crew and to our kids for tolerating all the stuff we do. They do live in a toy store, but it's different than you might expect. So stay tuned, there's so much more right around the corner. Thanks for watching.